The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Ranker. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see he would have been a very profound old man, indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with a thick darkness, for the shutters were close-fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no, it was the low stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor." Or, "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him, and enveloped the victim. and it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out of the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too weary for that. A tub had caught it all. Ha ha! When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them, at length, to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room, and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles, in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no. They heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart. Recording by Steve Ranker. vocalmusings.wordpress.com.
The White Villa by Ralph Adams Cram. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. The White Villa by Ralph Adams Cram. When we left Naples on the 8:10 train for Paestum, Tom and I, we fully intended returning by the 2:46, not because 2 hours' time seemed enough wherein to exhaust the interests of those deathless ruins of a dead civilization, but simply for the reason that, as our Indicatore informed us, there was but one other train, and that at 6:11, which would land us in Naples too late for the dinner at the Turners and the San Carlo afterwards. Not that I cared in the least for the dinner or the theatre, but then I was not so obviously in Miss Turner's good graces as Tom Rendel was, which made a difference. However, we had promised, so that was the end of it. This was in the spring of '88, and at that time the railroad, which was being pushed onward to Reggio, whereby travellers to Sicily might be spared the agonies of a night on the fickle Mediterranean, reached no farther than Agropoli, some 20 miles beyond Paestum. But although the trains were as yet few and slow, we accepted the half-finished road with gratitude, for it penetrated the very centre of Campanian brigandage, and made it possible for us to see the matchless temples in safety, while a few years before it was necessary for intending visitors to obtain a military escort from the government, and military escorts are not for young architects. So we set off contentedly, that white May morning, determined to make the best of our few hours, little thinking that before we saw Naples again we were to witness things that perhaps no American had ever seen before. For a moment, when we left the train at Pesto and started to walk up the flowery lane leading to the temples, we were almost inclined to curse the same railroad. We had thought in our innocence that we should be alone, that no one else would think of enduring the long 4 hours' ride from Naples just to spend 2 hours in the ruins of these temples. But the event proved our unwisdom. We were not alone. It was a compact little party of conventional sightseers that accompanied us. The inevitable English family with the 3 daughters, prominent of teeth, flowing of hair, aggressive of scarlet Murrays and Baedekers; the 2 blonde and untidy Germans, a French couple from the pages of La Vie Parisienne, and our old man of the sea, the white-bearded Presbyterian minister from Pennsylvania, who made our life miserable in Rome at the time of the Pope's Jubilee. Fortunately for us, this terrible old man had fastened himself upon a party of American school-teachers travelling en cook, and for the time we were safe. But our vision of 2 hours of dreamy solitude faded lamentably away. Yet how beautiful it was, this golden meadow, walled with far violet mountains, breathless under a May sun, and in the midst, rising from tangles of asphodel and acanthus, vast in the vacant plain, 3 temples, one silver grey, one golden grey, and one flushed with intangible rose, and all around nothing but velvet meadows stretching from the dim mountains behind, away to the sea, that showed only as a thin line of silver just over the edge of the still grass. The tide of tourists swept noisily through the basilica and the temple of Poseidon, across the meadow to the distant temple of Ceres, and Tom and I were left alone to drink in all the fine wine of dreams that was possible in the time left us. We gave but little space to examining the temples the tourists had left, but in a few moments found ourselves lying in the grass to the east of Poseidon, looking dimly out towards the sea, heard now but not seen, a vague and pulsating murmur that blended with the humming of bees all about us. A small shepherd boy with a woolly dog made shy advances of friendship, and in a little time we had set him to gathering flowers for us, asphodels and bee orchids, anemones, and the moan of the sea, and it was very still. Little thin green iris, so fairy-like and frail. The murmur of the tourist crowd had merged itself suddenly. I heard the words I had been waiting for, the suggestion I had refrained from making myself, for I knew Thomas. The murmur of the tourist crowd had merged itself suddenly. I heard the words I had been waiting for, the suggestion I had refrained from making myself, for I knew Thomas. "I say, old man, shall we let the 246 go to thunder?" I chuckled to myself. "But the Turners? They be blowed. We can tell them we missed the train." "That is just exactly what we shall do," I said, pulling out my watch, "unless we start for the station right now." But Tom drew an acanthus leaf across his face and showed no signs of moving, so I filled my pipe again, and we missed the train. As the sun dropped lower towards the sea, changing its silver line to gold, we pulled ourselves together, and for an hour or more sketched vigorously. But the mood was not on us. It was too jolly fine to waste time working, as Tom said. So we started off to explore the single street of the squalid town of Pesto that was lost within the walls of dead Poseidonia. It was not a pretty village, if you can call a rut-driven lane and a dozen houses a village, nor were the inhabitants thereof reassuring in appearance. There was no sign of a church, nothing but dirty huts, and in the midst one of two stories, rejoicing in the name of Albergo del Sole, the first story of which was a black and cavernous smithy, whose certain swarthy knaves looked like banditti out of a job, sat smoking sulkily. "We might stay here all night," said Tom, grinning askance at this choice company, but his suggestion was not received with enthusiasm. Down where the lane from the station joined the main road stood the only sign of modern civilization, a great square structure, half villa, half fortress, with round turrets on its four corners, and a 10-foot wall surrounding it. There were no windows in its first story, so far as we could see, and it had evidently been at one time the fortified villa of some Campanian noble. Now, however, whether because brigandage had been stamped out, or because the villa was empty and deserted, it was no longer formidable. The gates of the great wall hung sagging on their hinges, brambles growing all over them, and many of the windows in the upper story were broken and black. It was a strange place, weird and mysterious, and we looked at it curiously. "There is a story about that place," said Tom with conviction. It was growing late. The sun was near the edge of the sea as we walked down the ivy-grown walls of the vanished city for the last time, and as we turned back a red flush poured from the west and painted the Doric temples in pallid rose against the evanescent purple of the Apennines. Already a thin mist was rising from the meadows, and the temples hung pink in the misty greyness. It was a sorrow to leave the beautiful things that we could run no risk of missing this last train, so we walked slowly back towards the temples. "What is that Johnny waving his arm at us for?" asked Tom suddenly. "How should I know? We are not on his land, and the walls don't matter." We pulled out our watches simultaneously. "What time are you?" I asked. 6 minutes before 6. And I am 7 minutes. It can't take us all that time to walk to the station. Are you sure the train goes at 6:11? "Dead sure," I answered, and showed him the indicatore. By this time a woman and 2 children were shrieking at us hysterically. But what they said I had no idea, their Italian being of a strange and awful nature. "Look here," I said, "let's run. Perhaps our watches are both slow. Or perhaps the timetable has changed." Then we ran, and the populace cheered and shouted with enthusiasm. Our dignified run became a panic-stricken rout, for as we turned into the lane, smoke was rising from beyond the bank that hid the railroad. A bell rang. We were so near that we could hear the interrogative "Pronte?" the impatient "Partenza?" and the definitive "Andiamo?" and the train was 500 yards away, steaming towards Naples, when we plunged into the station as the clock struck 6, and yelled for the station master. He came, and we indulged in crimination and recrimination. When we could regard the situation calmly, it became apparent that the timetable had been changed 2 days before, the 6:11 now leaving at 5:58. A facchino came in, and we both sat down and regarded the situation judicially. Was there another train? No. Could we stay at the Albergo del Sole? A forefinger drawn across the throat by the capo stazione with a significant cluck closed that question. Then we must stay with you here at the station. But, signori, I am not married. I live here only with the Faccini. I have only room to sleep in. It is impossible. But we must sleep somewhere, likewise eat. What can we do? And we shifted the responsibility deftly on the shoulders of the poor old man, who was growing excited again. He trotted nervously up and down the station for a minute, then he called the Faccino. Giuseppe, go up to the villa and ask if two forestieri who have missed the last train can stay there all night. Protests were useless. The Faccino was gone, and we waited anxiously for his return. It seemed as though he would never come. Darkness had fallen, and the moon was rising over the mountains. At last he appeared. The signori may stay all night, and welcome, but they cannot come to dinner, for there is nothing in the house to eat. This was not reassuring, and again the old station-master lost himself in meditation. The results were admirable, for in a little time the table in the waiting-room had been transformed into a dining table, and Tom and I were ravenously devouring a big omelette and bread and cheese, and drinking a most shocking sour wine as though it were Chateau Yquem. A Faccino served us with clumsy good-will, and when we had induced our nervous old host to sit down with us and partake of his own hospitality, we succeeded in forming a passably jolly dinner-party, forgetting over our sour wine and cigarettes the coming hours from 10 till sunrise, which lay before us in a dubious mist. It was with crowding apprehension which we strove in vain to joke away that we set out at last to trace our steps to the mysterious villa, the Faccino Giuseppe leading the way. By this time the moon was well overhead, and just behind us as we tramped up the dewy lane, white in the moonlight, between the ink-black hedgerows on either side. How still it was! Not a breath of air, not a sound of life, only the awful silence that had lain almost unbroken for 2,000 years over this vast graveyard of a dead world. As we passed between the shattered gates and wound our way in the moonlight through the maze of gnarled fruit-trees, decaying farm implements and piles of lumber, towards the small door that formed the only opening in the first story of this deserted fortress, the cold silence was shattered by the harsh baying of dogs somewhere in the distance to the right, beyond the barns that formed one side of the court. From the villa came neither light nor sound. Giuseppe knocked at the weather-worn door, and the sound echoed cavernously within, but there was no other reply. He knocked again, and at length we heard the rasping jar of sliding bolts, and the door opened a little, showing an old man, bent with age and gaunt with malaria. Over his head he held a big Roman lamp with 3 wicks, that cast strange shadows on his face, a face that was harmless in its senility, but intolerably sad. He made no reply to our timid salutations, but motioned tremblingly to us to enter, and with a last good night to Giuseppe we obeyed, and stood halfway up the stone stairs that led directly from the door, while the old man tediously shot every bolt and adjusted the heavy bar. Then we followed him in the semi-darkness up the steps into what had been the great hall of the villa. A fire was burning in a great fireplace so beautiful in design that Tom and I looked at each other with interest. By its fitful light we could see that we were in a huge circular room covered by a flat saucer-shaped dome, a room that must have once been superb and splendid, but that now was a lamentable wreck. The frescoes on the dome were stained and mildewed, and here and there the plaster was gone altogether. The carved doorways that led out on all sides had lost half the gold with which they had once been covered, and the floor was of brick, sunken into treacherous valleys. Rough chests, piles of old newspapers, fragments of harnesses, farm implements, a heap of rusty carbines and cutlasses, nameless litter of every possible kind, made the room into a wilderness which under the firelight seemed even more picturesque than it really was. And on this inexpressible confusion of lumber, the pale shapes of the 17th-century nymphs, startling in their weather-stained nudity, looked down with vacant smiles. For a few moments we warmed ourselves before the fire, and then, in the same dejected silence, The old man led the way to one of the many doors, handed us a brass lamp, and with a stiff bow turned his back on us. Once in our room alone, Tom and I looked at each other with faces that expressed the most complex emotions. "Well, of all the rum goes," said Tom, "this is the rummiest go I have experienced. Right, my boy. As you very justly remark, we are in for it. Help me shut this door, and then we will reconnoitre, take accounts of stock, and size up our chances." But the door showed no signs of closing. It grated on the brick floor and stuck in the warped casing, and it took our united efforts to jam the 2 inches of oak into its place and turn the enormous old key in its rusty lock. "Better now, much better now," said Tom. "Now, let us see where we are." The room was easily 25 feet square and high in proportion. Evidently it had been a state apartment, for the walls were covered with carved panelling that had once been white and gold, with mirrors in the panels. The wood now stained every imaginable color, the mirrors cracked and broken, and dull with mildew. A big fire had just been lighted in the fireplace, the shutters were closed, and although the only furniture consisted of 2 massive bedsteads and a chair with one leg shorter than the others, the room seemed almost comfortable. I opened one of the shutters that closed the great windows that ran from the floor almost to the ceiling, and nearly fell through the cracked glass into the floorless balcony. "Tom, come here, quick!" I cried, and for a few minutes neither of us thought about our dubious surroundings, for we were looking at Paestum by moonlight. A flat white mist like water lay over the entire meadow. From the midst rose against the blue-black sky the 3 ghostly temples, black and silver in the vivid moonlight, floating, it seemed, in the fog, and behind them, seen in broken glints between the pallid shafts, stretched the line of the silver sea. Perfect silence. The silence of implacable death. We watched the white tide of mist rise around the temples until we were chilled through, and so presently went to bed. There was but one door in the room, and that was securely locked. The great windows were 20 feet from the ground, so we felt reasonably safe from all possible attack. In a few minutes Tom was asleep and breathing audibly. But my constitution is more nervous than his, and I lay awake for some little time, thinking of our curious adventure and of its possible outcome. Finally I fell asleep. For how long I do not know, but I woke with the feeling that someone had tried the handle of the door. The fire had fallen into a heap of coals, which cast a red glow in the room, whereby I could see dimly the outline of Tom's bed, the broken-legged chair in front of the fireplace, and the door in its deep casing by the chimney, directly in front of my bed. I sat up nervously, from my sudden awakenings under these strange circumstances, and stared at the door. The latch rattled, and the door swung smoothly open. I began to shiver coldly. That door was locked. Tom and I had all we could do to jam it together and lock it. But we did lock it, and now it was opening silently. In a minute more, it as silently closed. Then I heard a footstep. I swear I heard a footstep in the room, and with it the frou-frou of trailing skirts. My breath stopped, and my teeth grated against each other, as I heard the soft footfalls and the feminine rustle pass along the room towards the fireplace. My eyes saw nothing, yet there was enough light in the room for me to distinguish the pattern on the carved panels of the door. The steps stopped by the fire, and I saw the broken-legged chair lean to the left, with a little jar as its short leg touched the floor. I sat still, frozen, motionless, staring at the vacancy that was filled with such terror for me, and as I looked, the seat of the chair creaked, and it came back to its upright position again. And then the footsteps came down the room lightly, towards the window. There was a pause, and then the great shutters swung back, and the white moonlight poured in. Its brilliancy was unbroken by any shadow, by any sign of material substance. I tried to cry out, to make some sound, to awaken Tom. This sense of utter loneliness in the presence of the inexplicable was maddening. I don't know whether my lips obeyed my will or no. At all events, Tom lay motionless, with his deaf ear up, and gave no sign. The shutters closed as silently as they had opened. The moonlight was gone, the firelight also, and in utter darkness I waited. If I could only see, if something were visible, I should not mind it so much. but this ghastly hearing of every little sound, every rustle of a gown, every breath, yet seeing nothing, was soul-destroying. I think in my abject terror I prayed that I might see, only see, but the darkness was unbroken. Then the footsteps began to waver fitfully, and I heard the rustle of garments sliding to the floor, the clatter of little shoes flung down, the rattle of buttons, and of metal against wood. Rigour shot over me, and my whole body shivered with collapse as I sank back on the pillow, waiting with every nerve tense, listening with all my life. The coverlid was turned back beside me, and in another moment the great bed sank a little as something slipped between the sheets with an audible sigh. I called to my aid every atom of remaining strength, and with a cry that shivered between my clattering teeth, I hurled myself headlong from the bed onto the floor. I must have lain for some time stunned and conscious, for when I finally came to myself it was cold in the room. There was no last glow of lingering coals in the fireplace, and I was stiff with chill. It all flashed over me like the haunting of a heavy dream. I laughed a little at the dim memory, with the thought, I must try to recollect all the details. They will do to tell Tom, and rose stiffly to return to bed. When there it was again, and my heart stopped. The hand on the door. I paused and listened. The door opened with a muffled creak, closed again, and I heard the lock turn rustily. I would have died now before getting into that bed again, but there was terror equally without. So I stood trembling and listened to heavy stealthy steps creeping along on the other side of the bed. I clutched the coverlid, staring across into the dark. There was a rush in the air by my face, the sound of a blow, and simultaneously a shriek, so awful, so despairing, so blood-curdling, that I felt my senses leaving me again as I sank crouching on the floor by the bed. And then began the awful duel, the duel of invisible audible shapes, of things that shrieked and raved, mingling thin feminine cries with low stifled curses and indistinguishable words. Round and round the room, footsteps chasing footsteps in the ghastly night, now away by Tom's bed, now rushing swiftly down the great room, until I felt the flash of swirling drapery on my hard lips. Round and round, turning and twisting, till my brain whirled with the mad cries. They were coming nearer. I felt the jar of their feet on the floor beside me. Came one long gurgling moan close over my head, and then crushing down upon me the weight of a collapsing body. There was long hair over my face and in my staring eyes, and as awful silence succeeded the less awful tumult. Life went out, and I fell unfathomable miles into nothingness. The grey dawn was stifling through the chinks in the shutters when I opened my eyes again. I lay stunned and faint, staring up at the mouldy frescoes on the ceiling, struggling to gather together my wandering senses and knit them into something like consciousness. But now as I pulled myself little by little together, there was no thought of dreams before me. One after another the awful incidents of that unspeakable night came back, and I lay, incapable of movement, of action, trying to piece together the whirling fragments of memory that circled dizzily around me. Little by little it grew lighter in the room. I could see the pallid lines struggling through the shutters behind me, grow stronger along the broken and dusty floor. The tarnished mirrors reflected dirtily the growing daylight. A door closed far away, and I heard the crowing of a cock. Then, by and by, the whistle of a passing train. Years seemed to have passed since I first came into this terrible room. I had lost the use of my tongue. My voice refused to obey my panic-stricken desire to cry out. Once or twice I tried in vain to force an articulate sound through my rigid lips, and when at last a broken whisper rewarded my feverish struggles, I felt a strange sense of great victory. How soundly he slept! Ordinarily rousing him was no easy task, and now he revolted steadily against being awakened at this untimely hour. It seemed to me that I had called him for ages almost, before I heard him grunt sleepily and turn in bed. "Tom!" I cried weakly. "Tom, come and help me!" "What do you want? What is the matter with you?" "Don't ask. Come and help me." "Fallen out of bed, I guess." And he laughed drowsily. My abject terror lest he should go to sleep again gave me new strength. Was it the actual physical paralysis born of killing fear that held me down? I could not have raised my head from the floor on my life. I could only cry out in deadly fear for Tom to come and help me. "Why don't you get up and get into bed?" he answered, when I implored him to come to me. "You have got a bad nightmare. Wake up." But something in my voice roused him at last, and he came chuckling across the room, stopping to throw open two of the great shutters and let a burst of white light into the room. He climbed up on the bed and peered over jeeringly. With the first glance the laugh died, and he leapt the bed and bent over me. "My God, man, what is the matter with you? You are hurt." "I don't know what is the matter. Lift me up, get me away from here, and I'll tell you all I know." "But, old chap, you must be hurt awfully. The floor is covered with blood." He lifted my head and held me in his powerful arms. I looked down. A great red stain blotted the floor beside me. But apart from the black bruise on my head, there was no sign of a wound on my body, nor stain of blood on my lips. In as few words as possible, I told him the whole story. "Let's get out of this," he said, when I had finished. "This is no place for us. Brigands I can stand, but—" He helped me to dress, and as soon as possible we forced open the heavy door, the door I had seen turn so softly on its hinges only a few hours before, and came out into the great circular hall, no less strange and mysterious now in the half-light of dawn than it had been by firelight. The room was empty, for it must have been very early, although a fire already blazed in the fireplace. We sat by the fire some time, seeing no one. Presently slow footsteps sounded in the stairway, and the old man entered, silent as the night before, nodding to us civilly, but showing by no sign any surprise which he may have felt at our early rising. In absolute silence he moved around, preparing coffee for us, and when at last the frugal breakfast was ready, and we sat around the rough table munching coarse bread and sipping the black coffee, he would reply to our overtures only by monosyllables. Any attempt at drawing from him some facts as to the history of the villa was received with a grave and frigid repellence that baffled us, and we were forced to say adieu, with our hunger for some explanation of the events of the night still unsatisfied. But we saw the temples by sunrise, when the mist-like lambent opals bathed the bases of the tall columns salmon in the morning light. It was a rhapsody in the pale and unearthly colours of Puvis de Chavannes, vitalized and made glorious with a splendid sunlight, the apotheosis of mist, a vision never before seen, never to be forgotten. It was so beautiful that the memory of my ghastly night paled and faded, and it was Tom who assailed the station-master with questions while we waited for the train from Agropoli. Luckily he was more than loquacious. He was voluble under the ameliorating influence of the money we forced upon him, and this in few words was the story he told us, while we sat on the platform smoking, marvelling at the mists that rose to the east, now veiling, now revealing, the lavender Apennines. "Is there a story of La Via Bianca?" "Ah, signori, certainly, and a story very strange and very terrible. It was much time ago, 100, 200 years, I do not know. Well, the Duca di San Damiano married a lady so fair, so most beautiful, that she was called La Luna di Pesto. But she was of all the people, more, she was of the banditti. Her father was of Calabria, and a terror of the Campagna. But the Duke was young, and he married her, and for her built the White Villa, and it was a wonder throughout Campania. You have seen. It is splendid now, even if a ruin. Well, it was less than a year after they came to the villa before the Duke grew jealous of the new captain of the banditti, who took the place of the father of La Luna, himself killed in a great battle up there in the mountains. Was there cause? Who shall know? But there were stories among the people of the terrible things in the villa, and how La Luna was seen almost never outside the walls. Then the Duke would go for many days to Napoli, coming home only now and then to the villa that was become a fortress, so many men guarded its never-opening gates. And once, it was in the spring, the Duke came silently down from Napoli, and there, by the 3 poplars you see away from the north, his carriage was set upon by armed men, and he was almost killed. But he had with him many guards, and after a terrible fight, the brigands were beaten off. But before him, wounded, lay the captain, the man whom he feared and hated. He looked at him lying there under the torchlight, and in his hand he saw his own sword.
Then he became a devil. With the same sword he ran the brigand through, leaped in the carriage and entered the villa, crept to the chamber of La Luna, and killed her with the sword she had given to her lover. This is all of the story of the White Villa, except that the Duke never came again to Pesto. He went back to the king at Napoli, and for many years he was a scourge of the banditti of Campania, for the king made him a general, and San Damiano was a name feared by the lawless and loved by the peaceful, until he was killed in a battle down by Mormanno. And La Luna, some say she comes back to the villa once a year, when the moon is full in the month when she was slain, for the Duke buried her, they say, with his own hands, in the garden that was once under the window of a chamber, and as she died unshriven, so was she buried without the pale of the church. Therefore she cannot sleep in peace. Non è vero. I do not know if the story is true, but this is the story, signori, and there is a train for Napoli. Ah, grazie, signori, grazie tanto. Arrivederci, signori, arrivederci.
End of The White Villa by Ralph Adams Cram. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. The chateau into which my valet had ventured to make forcible entrance, rather than permit me in my desperately wounded condition to pass a night in the open air, was one of those piles of commingled gloom and grandeur which have so long frowned among the Apennines, not less in fact than in the fancy of Mrs. Radcliffe. To all appearance it had been temporarily and very lately abandoned. We established ourselves in one of the smallest and least sumptuously furnished apartments. It lay in a remote turret of the building. Its decorations were rich yet tattered and antique. Its walls were hung with tapestry and bedecked with manifold and multiform armorial trophies, together with an unusually great number of very spirited modern paintings in frames of rich golden arabesque. In these paintings, which depended from the walls not only in their main surfaces, but in very many nooks which the bizarre architecture of the chateau rendered necessary, in these paintings my incipient delirium perhaps had caused me to take deep interest, so that I bade Pedro to close the heavy shutters of the room, since it was already night, to light the tongues of a tall candelabrum which stood by the head of my bed, and to throw open far and wide the fringed curtains of black velvet which enveloped the bed itself. I wished all this done that I might resign myself, if not to sleep, at least alternately to the contemplation of these pictures, and the perusal of a small volume which had been found upon the pillow, and which purported to criticize and describe them. Long, long I read, and devotedly I gazed. Rapidly and gloriously the hours flew by, and the deep midnight came. The position of the candelabrum displeased me, and outreaching my hand with difficulty, rather than disturb my slumbering valet, I placed it so as to throw its rays more fully upon the book. But the action produced an effect altogether unanticipated. The rays of the numerous candles, for there were many, now fell within a niche of the room which had hitherto been thrown into deep shade by one of the bedposts. I thus saw in vivid light a picture all unnoticed before. It was the portrait of a young girl just ripening into womanhood. I glanced at the painting hurriedly and then closed my eyes. Why I did this was not at first apparent even to my own perception. But while my lids remained thus shut, I ran over in my mind my reason for so shutting them. It was an impulsive movement to gain time for thought, to make sure that my vision had not deceived me, to calm and subdue my fancy for a more sober and more certain gaze. In a very few moments I again looked fixedly at the painting. That I now saw aright I could not and would not doubt, for the first flashing of the candles upon that canvas had seemed to dissipate the dreamy stupor which was stealing over my senses, and to startle me at once into waking life. The portrait, I have already said, was that of a young girl. It was a mere head and shoulders, done in what is technically termed a vignette manner, much in the style of the favourite heads of Sully. The arms, the bosom, and even the ends of the radiant hair melted imperceptibly into the vague yet deep shadow which formed the background of the whole. The frame was oval, richly gilded and filigreed in Moresque. As a thing of art, nothing could be more admirable than the painting itself, but it could have been neither the execution of the work nor the immortal beauty of the countenance which had so suddenly and so vehemently moved me. Least of all could it have been that my fancy, shaken from its half-slumber, had mistaken the head for that of a living person. I saw at once that the peculiarities of the design, of the vignetting, and of the frame must have instantly dispelled such idea, must have prevented even its momentary entertainment. Thinking earnestly upon these points, I remained for an hour perhaps, half sitting, half reclining, with my vision riveted upon the portrait. At length, satisfied with the true secret of its effect, I fell back within the bed. I had found the spell of the picture in an absolute life-likeness of expression, which at first startling, finally confounded, subdued, and appalled me. With deep and reverent awe, I replaced the candelabrum in its former position. The cause of my deep agitation being thus shut from view, I sought eagerly the volume which discussed the paintings and their histories. Turning to the number which designated the oval portrait, I there read the vague and quaint words which follow. She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, and evil was the hour when she saw and loved and wedded the painter, he passionate, studious, austere, and having already a bride in his art, she a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, all light and smiles, and frolicsome as the young fawn, loving and cherishing all things, hating only the art which was her rival, dreading only the palette and brushes and other untoward instruments which deprived her of the countenance of her lover. It was thus a terrible thing for this lady to hear the painter speak of his desire to portray even his young bride. But she was humble and obedient, and sat meekly for many weeks in the dark high turret chamber, where the light dripped upon the pale canvas only from overhead. But he, the painter, took glory in his work, which went on from hour to hour and from day to day, and he was a passionate and wild and moody man who became lost in reveries, so that he would not see that the light which fell so ghastly in that lone turret withered the health and the spirits of his bride, who pined visibly to all but him. Yet she smiled on and still on uncomplainingly, because she saw that the painter, who had high renown, took a fervid and burning pleasure in his task, and wrought day and night to depict her who so loved him, yet who grew daily more dispirited and weak. And in sooth, some who beheld the portrait spoke of its resemblance in low words, as of a mighty marvel, and a proof not less of the power of the painter than of his deep love for her whom he depicted so surpassingly well. But at length, as the labor drew nearer to its conclusion, there were admitted none into the turret, for the painter had grown wild with the ardor of his work, and turned his eyes from canvas merely even to regard the countenance of his wife, and he would not see that the tints which he spread upon the canvas were drawn from the cheeks of her who sate beside him, and when many weeks had passed, and but little remained to do save one brush upon the mouth and one tint upon the eye. The spirit of the lady again flickered up as the flame within the socket of the lamp, and then the brush was given, and then the tint was placed, and for one moment the painter stood entranced before the work which he had wrought. But in the next, while he yet gazed, he grew tremulous and very pallid, and aghast, and crying with a loud voice, "This is indeed life itself," turned suddenly to regard his beloved. She was dead. End of The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe.
The Christmas Goblins by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Christmas Goblins. In an old abbey town, a long, long while ago, there officiated as sexton and grave digger in the churchyard one Gabriel Grubb. He was an ill-conditioned, cross-grained, surly fellow, who consorted with nobody but himself, and an old wicker bottle which fitted into his large, deep waistcoat pocket. A little before twilight, one Christmas Eve, Gabriel shouldered his spade, lighted his lantern, and betook himself toward the old churchyard, for he had a grave to finish by next morning, and feeling very low, he thought it might raise his spirits, perhaps, if he went on with his work at once. He strode along until he turned into the dark lane which led to the churchyard, a nice, gloomy, mournful place into which the townspeople did not care to go, except in broad daylight. Consequently, he was not a little indignant to hear a young urchin roaring out some jolly song about a Merry Christmas. Gabriel waited until the boy came up, then rapped him over the head with his lantern 5 or 6 times to teach him to modulate his voice. And as the boy hurried away with his hand to his head, Gabriel Grubb chuckled to himself and entered the churchyard, locking the gate behind him. He took off his coat, put down his lantern, and getting into an unfinished grave, worked at it for an hour or so with right good will. But the earth was hardened with the frost, and it was no easy matter to break it up and shovel it out. At any other time this would have made Gabriel very miserable, but he was so pleased at having stopped the small boy's singing that he took little heed of the scanty progress he had made when he had finished work for the night, and looked down into the grave with grim satisfaction, murmuring as he gathered up his things, "Brave lodgings for one, brave lodgings for one, a few feet of cold earth when life is done." "Ho, ho!" he laughed, as he set himself down on a flat tombstone, which was a favorite resting place of his, and drew forth his wicker bottle. "A coffin at Christmas, a Christmas box, ho, ho, ho!" "Ho, ho, ho!" repeated a voice close beside him. "It was the echoes," said he, raising the bottle to his lips again. "It was not," said a deep voice. Gabriel started up and stood rooted to the spot with terror, for his eyes rested on a form that made his blood run cold. Seated on an upright tombstone close to him was a strange, unearthly figure. He was sitting perfectly still, grinning at Gabriel Grubb with such a grin as only a goblin could call up. "What do you here on Christmas Eve?" said the goblin sternly. "I came to dig a grave, sir," stammered Gabriel. "What man wanders among graves on such a night as this?" cried the goblin. "Gabriel Grubb, Gabriel Grubb! Screamed a wild chorus of voices that seemed to fill the churchyard. What have you got in that bottle? Said the goblin. Hollands, sir, replied the sexton, trembling more than ever, for he had bought it of the smugglers, and he thought this questioner might be in the excise department of the goblins. Who drinks Hollands alone, and in a churchyard on such a night as this? Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb! Exclaimed the wild voices again. And who, then, is our lawful prize? Exclaimed the goblin, raising his voice. The invisible chorus replied, Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb! Well, Gabriel, what do you say to this? Said the goblin, as he grinned a broader grin than before. The sexton gasped for breath. What do you think of this, Gabriel? It's very curious, sir, and very pretty, replied the sexton, half dead with fright. But I think I'll go back and finish my work, sir, if you please. Work, said the goblin. What work? The grave, sir. Oh, the grave, eh? Who makes graves at a time when other men are merry, and takes a pleasure in it? Again the voices replied, Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb! I'm afraid my friends want you, Gabriel, said the goblin. Under favor, sir, replied the horror-stricken sexton. I don't think they can. They don't know me, sir. I don't think the gentlemen have ever seen me. Oh, yes, they have. We know the man who struck the boy in the envious malice of his heart, because the boy could be merry and he could not. Here the goblin gave a loud, shrill laugh, which the echoes returned 20-fold. I'm afraid I must leave you, sir, said the sexton, making an effort to move. Leave us, said the goblin. Ho, ho, ho! As the goblin laughed, he suddenly darted toward Gabriel, laid his hand upon his collar, and sank with him through the earth. And when he had time to fetch his breath, he found himself in what appeared to be a large cavern, surrounded on all sides by goblins, ugly and grim. And now, said the king of the goblins, seated in the center of the room on an elevated seat, his friend of the churchyard, show the man of misery and gloom a few of the pictures from our great storehouses. As the goblin said this, a cloud rolled gradually away and disclosed a small and scantily furnished but neat apartment. Little children were gathered round a bright fire, clinging to their mother's gown or gambling round her chair. A frugal meal was spread upon the table, and an elbow chair was placed near the fire. Soon the father entered, and the children ran to meet him. As he sat down to his meal, the mother sat by his side, and all seemed happiness and comfort. What do you think of that? Said the goblin. Gabriel murmured something about its being very pretty. Show him some more, said the goblin. Many a time the cloud went and came, and many a lesson it taught Gabriel Grubb. He saw that men who worked hard and earned their scanty bread were cheerful and happy, and he came to the conclusion it was a very respectable sort of a world after all. No sooner had he formed it than the cloud, closed over the last picture, seemed to settle on his senses and lull him to repose. One by one the goblins faded from his sight, and as the last one disappeared, he sank to sleep. The day had broken when he awoke, and found himself lying on the flat gravestone, with the wicker bottle empty by his side. He got to his feet, as well he could, and brushing the frost off his coat, turned his face toward the town. But he was an altered man. He had learned lessons of gentleness and good nature by his strange adventures in the Goblins' Cavern. End of The Christmas Goblins by Charles Dickens. Recorded by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
A Dark Mirror by Arthur Quiller Couch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. A Dark Mirror by Arthur Quiller Couch.
In the room of one of my friends hangs a mirror. It is an oblong sheet of glass set in a frame of dark, highly varnished wood, carved in the worst taste of the Regency period, and relieved with faded gilt. Glancing at it from a distance, you would guess the thing a relic from some genteel drawing-room of Miss Austen's time. But go nearer, and look into the glass itself. By some malformation or mere freak of make, all the images it throws back are livid. Flood the room with sunshine. Stand before this glass with youth and hot blood tingling on your cheeks, and the glass will give back neither sun nor color, but your own face, blue and dead, and behind it a horror of inscrutable shadow. Since I heard this mirror's history, I have stood more than once and twice before it, and peered into the shadow, and these are the simulacra I seem to have seen there darkly. I have seen a bleak stone parsonage, hemmed in on two sides by a graveyard, and behind for many miles nothing but sombre moors climbing and stretching away. I have heard the winds moaning and wuthering night and morning, among the gravestones and around the angles of the house, and crossing the threshold. I know by instinct that this mirror will stand over the mantelpiece in the bare room to the left. I know also to whom those 4 suppressed voices will belong that greet me while yet my hand is on the latch. 4 children are within, 3 girls and a boy, and they are disputing over a box of wooden soldiers. The eldest girl, a plain child with reddish-brown eyes and the most wonderfully small hands, snatches up one of the wooden soldiers, crying, "This is the Duke of Wellington. This shall be the Duke." And her soldier is the gayest of all, and the tallest, and the most perfect in every part. The second girl makes her choice, and they call him Gravy, because of the solemnity of his painted features. And then all laugh at the youngest girl, for she has chosen a queer little warrior, much like herself. But she smiles at their laughter, and smiles again when they christen him Waiting Boy. Lastly, the boy chooses. He is handsomer than his sisters, and is their hope and pride, and has a massive brow, and a mouth well formed, though a trifle loose. His soldier shall be called Bonaparte. Though the door is closed between us, I can see these motherless children under the same blue mirror, the glass that had helped to pale the blood on their mother's face after she left the warm Cornish sea that was her home, and came to settle and die in this bleak exile. Some of her books are in the little bookcase here. They were sent round from the west by sea, and met with shipwreck. For the most part, they are Methodist magazines, for, like most Cornish folk, her parents were followers of Wesley,
and the stains of the salt water are still on their pages. I know also that the father will be sitting in the room to my right, sitting at his solitary meal, for his digestion is queer, and he prefers to dine alone, a strange, small, purblind man, full of sorrow and strong will. He is a clergyman, but carries a revolver always in his pocket by day, and by night sleeps with it under his pillow. He has done so ever since someone told him that the moors above were unsafe for a person with his opinions. All this the glass shows me, and more. I see the children growing up. I see the girls droop and pine in this dreary parsonage, where the winds nip and the miasma from the churchyard chokes them. I see the handsome promising boy going to the devil, slowly at first, then by strides. As their hope fades from his sisters' faces, he drinks and takes to opium eating, and worse. He comes home from a short absence, wrecked in body and soul. After this, there is no rest in the house. He sleeps in the room with that small, persistent father of his, and often there are sounds of horrible strugglings within it, and the girls lie awake, sick with fear, listening till their ears grow heavy and dull for the report of their father's pistol. At morning, the drunkard will stagger out and look perhaps into this glass that gives him back more than all his despair. The poor old man and I have had a terrible night of it. He stammers. He does his best, the poor old man, but it's all over with me. I see him go headlong at last, and meet his end in the room above after 20 minutes' struggle, with a curious desire at the last to play the man and face his death standing. I see the second sister fight with a swiftly wasting disease, and because she is a solitary titanic spirit, refuse all help and solace. She gets up one morning, insists on dressing herself, and dies. And the younger sister follows her, but more slowly and tranquilly, as beseems her gentler nature. 2 only are left now, the queer father and the eldest of the 4 children, the reddish-eyed girl with the small hands, the girl who never talked hopefully. Fame has come to her and to her dead sisters, for looking from childhood into this livid glass that reflected their world, they have peopled it with strange spirits. Men and women in the real world recognize the awful power of these spirits without understanding them, not having been brought up themselves in front of this mirror. But the survivor knows the mirror too well. Mademoiselle, vous êtes triste? Monsieur, j'en ai bien le droit. With a last look, I see into the small commonplace church that lies just below the parsonage, and on a tablet by the altar I read a list of many names, and the last is that of Charlotte Bronte.
End of A Dark Mirror by Arthur Quiller Couch. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Accessory Before the Fact by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Gregg, Margarite. Accessory Before the Fact by Algernon Blackwood. At the moorland crossroads, Martin stood examining the signpost for several minutes in some bewilderment. The names on the 4 arms were not what he expected. Distances were not given, and his map, he concluded with impatience, must be hopelessly out of date. Spreading it against the post, he stooped to study it more closely. The wind blew the corners flapping against his face. The small print was almost indecipherable in the fading light. It appeared, however, as well as he could make out, that 2 miles back he must have taken the wrong turning. He remembered that turning. The path had looked inviting. He had hesitated a moment, then followed it, caught by the usual lure of walkers that it might prove a shortcut. The shortcut snare is old as human nature. For some minutes he studied the signpost and the map alternately. Dusk was falling, and his knapsack had grown heavy. He could not make the 2 guides tally, however, and a feeling of uncertainty crept over his mind. He felt oddly baffled, frustrated. His thought grew thick. Decision was most difficult. "I'm muddled," he thought. "I must be tired," as at length he chose the most likely arm. "Sooner or later it will bring me to an inn, though not the one I intended." He accepted his walker's luck and started briskly. The arm read, "Over Lidicy Hill," in small, fine letters that danced and shifted every time he looked at them, but the name was not discoverable on the map. It was, however, inviting. Like the shortcut, a similar impulse again directed his choice. Only this time it seemed more insistent, almost urgent. And he became aware then of the exceeding loneliness of the country about him. The road for 100 yards went straight, then curved like a white river running into space. The deep blue-green of heather lined the banks, spreading upwards through the twilight, and occasional small pines stood solitary here and there, all unexplained. The curious adjective, having made its appearance, haunted him. So many things that afternoon were similarly unexplained. The shortcut, the darkened map, the names on the signpost, his own erratic impulses, and the growing strange confusion that crept upon his spirit. The entire countryside needed explanation, though perhaps interpretation was the truer word. Those little lonely trees had made him see it. Why had he lost his way so easily? Why did he suffer vague impressions to influence his direction? Why was he here, exactly here? And why did he go now over Lidicy Hill? Then, by a green field that shone like a thought of daylight amid the darkness of the moor, he saw a figure lying in the grass. It was a blot upon the landscape, a mere huddled patch of dirty rags, yet with a certain horrid picturesqueness too. And his mind, though his German was of the schoolroom order, at once picked out the German equivalents as against the English. Lump and lumpen flashed across his brain most oddly. They seemed in that moment right, and so expressive, almost like onomatopoetic words, if that were possible of sight. Neither rags nor rascal would have fitted what he saw. The adequate description was in German. Here was a clue tossed up by the part of him that did not reason, but it seems he missed it. And the next minute the tramp rose to a sitting posture and asked the time of evening. In German he asked it, and Martin, answering without a second's hesitation, gave it also in German. "Halb sieben," 6:30. The instinctive guess was accurate. A glance at his watch when he looked a moment later proved it. He heard the man say, with the covert insolence of tramps, "Thank you. Much obliged." For Martin had not shown his watch. Another intuition subconsciously obeyed. He quickened his pace along that lonely road, a curious jumble of thoughts and feelings surging through him. He had somehow known the question would come, and come in German. Yet it flustered and dismayed him. Another thing had also flustered and dismayed him. He had expected it in the same queer fashion. It was right. For when the ragged brown thing rose to ask the question, a part of it remained lying on the grass, another brown, dirty thing. There were 2 tramps, and he saw both faces clearly, behind the untidy beards and below the old slouch hats. He caught a look of unpleasant, clever faces that watched him closely while he passed. The eyes followed him. For a second he looked straight into those eyes so that he could not fail to know them. And he understood quite horridly that both faces were too sleek, refined, and cunning for those of ordinary tramps. The men were not really tramps at all. They were disguised. How covertly they watched me, was his thought, as he hurried along the darkening road, aware in dead earnestness now of the loneliness and desolation of the moorland all about him. Uneasy and distressed, he increased his pace. Midway in thinking what an unnecessarily clanging noise his nailed boots made upon the hard white road, there came upon him with a rush together the company of these things that haunted him as unexplained. They brought a single definite message: that all this business was not really meant for him at all, and hence his confusion and bewilderment; that he had intruded into someone else's scenery, and was trespassing upon another's map of life. By some wrong inner turning, he had interpolated his person into a group of foreign forces which operated in the little world of someone else. Unwittingly, somewhere, he had crossed the threshold, and now was fairly in. A trespasser, an eavesdropper, a peeping Tom. He was listening, peeping, overhearing things he had no right to know, because they were intended for another. Like a ship at sea, he was intercepting wireless messages he could not properly interpret, because his receiver was not accurately tuned to their reception. And more, these messages were warnings. Then fear dropped upon him like the night. He was caught in a net of delicate, deep forces he could not manage, knowing neither their origin nor purpose. He had walked into some huge psychic trap, elaborately planned and baited, yet calculated for another than himself. Something had lured him in, something in the landscape, the time of day, his mood. Owing to some undiscovered weakness in himself, he had been easily caught. His fear slipped easily into terror. What happened next happened with such speed and concentration that it all seemed crammed into a moment. At once, and in a heap, it happened. It was quite inevitable. Down the white road to meet him a man came swaying from side to side in drunkenness, quite obviously feigned. A tramp, and while Martin made room for him to pass, the lurch changed in a second to attack, and the fellow was upon him. The blow was sudden and terrific, yet even while it fell, Martin was aware that behind him rushed a second man who caught his legs from under him and bore him with a thud and crash to the ground. Blows rained then. He saw a gleam of something shining. A sudden deadly nausea plunged him into utter weakness where resistance was impossible. Something of fire entered his throat, and from his mouth poured a thick, sweet thing that choked him. The world sank far away into darkness, yet through all the horror and confusion ran the trail of two clear thoughts. He realized that the first tramp had sneaked at a fast double through the heather, and so come down to meet him, and that something heavy was torn from fastenings that clipped it tight and close beneath his clothes against his body. Abruptly then the darkness lifted, passed utterly away. He found himself peering into the map against the signpost. The wind was flapping the corners against his cheek, and he was poring over names that now he saw quite clear. Upon the arms of the signpost above were those he had expected to find, and the map recorded them quite faithfully. All was accurate again, and as it should be. He read the name of the village he had meant to make. It was plainly visible in the dusk. 2 miles, the distance given. Bewildered, shaken, unable to think of anything, he stuffed the map into his pocket unfolded, and hurried forward like a man who has just wakened from an awful dream that had compressed into a single second all the detailed misery of some prolonged oppressive nightmare. He broke into a steady trot that soon became a run. The perspiration poured from him, his legs felt weak, and his breath was difficult to manage. He was only conscious of the overpowering desire to get away as fast as possible from the signpost at the crossroads where the dreadful vision had flashed upon him. For Martin, accountant on a holiday, had never dreamed of any world of psychic possibilities. The entire thing was torture. It was worse than a cooked balance of the books that some conspiracy of clerks and directors proved at his innocent door. He raced as though the countryside ran crying at his heels, and always still ran with him the incredible conviction that none of this was really meant for himself at all. He had overheard the secrets of another. He had taken the warning for another into himself, and so altered its direction. He had thereby prevented its right delivery. It all shocked him beyond words. It dislocated the machinery of his just and accurate soul. The warning was intended for another, who could not, would not, now receive it. The physical exertion, however, brought at length a more comfortable reaction and some measure of composure. With the lights in sight, he slowed down and entered the village at a reasonable pace. The inn was reached, a bedroom inspected and engaged, and supper ordered, with the solid comfort of a large bass to satisfy an unholy thirst and complete the restoration of balance. The unusual sensations largely passed away, and the odd feeling that anything in his simple, wholesome world required explanation was no longer present. Still, with a vague uneasiness about him, though actual fear quite gone, he went into the bar to smoke an after-supper pipe and chat with the natives, as his pleasure was upon a holiday, and so saw two men leaning upon the counter at the far end with their backs toward him. He saw their faces instantly in the glass, and the pipe nearly slipped from beneath his teeth. Clean-shaven, sleek, clever faces, and he caught a word or two as they talked over their drinks. German words. Well dressed they were, both men, with nothing about them calling for particular attention. They might have been two tourists, holiday-making like himself, in tweeds and walking boots, and they presently paid for their drinks and went out. He never saw them face to face at all, but the sweat broke out afresh all over him. A feverish rush of heat and ice together ran about his body. Beyond question he recognized the two tramps, this time not disguised. Not yet disguised. He remained in his corner without moving, puffing violently at an extinguished pipe, gripped helplessly by the return of that first vile terror. It came again to him with an absolute clarity of certainty that it was not with himself they had to do, these men, and further, that he had no right in the world to interfere. He had no locus standi at all. It would be immoral, even if the opportunity came. And the opportunity, he felt, would come. He had been an eavesdropper, and had come upon private information of a secret kind that he had no right to make use of. Even that good might come, even to save life. He sat in his corner, terrified and silent, waiting for the thing that should happen next. But night came without explanation. Nothing happened. He slept soundly. There was no other guest at the inn but an elderly man, apparently a tourist like himself. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and in the morning Martin overheard him asking the landlord what direction he should take for Littecy Hill. His teeth began then to chatter, and a weakness came into his knees. You turn left at the crossroads," Martin broke in before the landlord could reply. "You'll see the signpost about 2 miles from here, and after that it's a matter of 4 more miles." How in the world did he know? Flashed horribly through him. "I'm going that way myself," he was saying next. "I'll go with you for a bit, if you don't mind." The words came out impulsively and ill-considered. Of their own accord they came, for his own direction was exactly opposite. He did not want the man to go alone. The stranger, however, easily evaded his offer of companionship. He thanked him with the remark that he was starting later in the day. They were standing, all three, beside the horse trough in front of the inn, when at the very moment a tramp slouching along the road looked up and asked the time of day, and it was the man with the gold-rimmed glasses who told him. "Thank you, much obliged," the tramp replied, passing on with his slow, slouching gait, while the landlord, a talkative fellow, proceeded to remark upon the number of Germans that lived in England, and were ready to swell the Teutonic invasion which he, for his part, deemed imminent. But Martin heard it not. Before he had gone a mile upon his way, he went into the woods to fight his conscience all alone. His feebleness, his cowardice, were surely criminal. Real anguish tortured him. A dozen times he decided to go back upon his steps, and a dozen times the singular authority that whispered he had no right to interfere prevented him. How could he act upon knowledge gained by eavesdropping? How interfere in the private business of another's hidden life merely because he had overheard, as at the telephone, its secret dangers. Some inner confusion prevented straight thinking altogether. The stranger would merely think him mad. He had no fact to go upon. He smothered 100 impulses, and finally went on his way with a shaking, troubled heart. The last 2 days of his holiday were ruined by doubts and questions and alarms, all justified later when he read of the murder of a tourist upon Littecy Hill. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, and carried in a belt about his person a large sum of money. His throat was cut, and the police were hard upon the trail of a mysterious pair of tramps, said to be Germans. End of Accessory Before the Fact by Algernon Blackwood. Gods of the North by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Gregg, Margarite. Gods of the North by Robert E. Howard. Across the red drifts and mail-clad forms, 2 figures glared at each other. In that utter desolation only they moved. The frosty sky was over them, the white illimitable plain around them, the dead men at their feet. Slowly through the corpses they came, as ghosts might come to a tryst through the shambles of a dead world. In the brooding silence they stood face to face. Both were tall men, built like tigers. Their shields were gone, their corselets battered and dinted, blood dried on their mail, their swords were stained red. Their horned helmets showed the marks of fierce strokes. One was beardless and black-maned. The locks and beard of the other were red as the blood on the sunlit snow. "Man," said he, "tell me your name, so that my brothers in Vanaheim may know who was the last of Wulfhere's band to fall before the sword of Heimdall." "Not in Vanaheim," growled the black-haired warrior. "But in Valhalla you will tell your brothers that you met Conan of Cimmeria." Heimdall roared and leaped, and his sword flashed in deathly arc. Conan staggered, and his vision was filled with red sparks as the singing blade crashed on his helmet, shivering into bits of blue fire. But as he reeled, he thrust with all his power of his broad shoulders behind the humming blade. The sharp point tore through brass scales and bones and heart, and the red-haired warrior died at Conan's feet. The Cimmerian stood upright, trailing his sword, a sudden sick weariness assailing him. The glare of the sun on the snow cut his eyes like a knife, and the sky seemed shrunken and strangely apart. He turned away from the trampled expanse where yellow-bearded warriors lay locked with red-haired slayers in the embrace of death. A few steps he took, and the glare of the snowfields was suddenly dimmed. A rushing wave of blindness engulfed him, and he sank down into the snow, supporting himself on one mailed arm, seeking to shake the blindness out of his eyes as a lion might shake his mane. A silvery laugh cut through his dizziness, and his sight cleared slowly. He looked up. There was a strangeness about all the landscape that he could not place or define, an unfamiliar tinge to earth and sky. But he did not think long of this. Before him, swaying like a sapling in the wind, stood a woman. Her body was like ivory to his dazed gaze, and save for a light veil of gossamer, she was naked as the day. Her slender bare feet were whiter than the snow they spurned. She laughed down at the bewildered warrior. Her laughter was sweeter than the rippling of silvery fountains, and poisonous with cruel mockery. "Who are you?" asked the Cimmerian. "Whence you come?" "What matter?" Her voice was more musical than a silver-stringed harp, but it was edged with cruelty. "Call up your men," said he, grasping his sword. "Yet though my strength fail me, they shall not take me alive. I see that you are of the Vanir." Have I said so? His gaze went again to her unruly locks, which at first glance he had thought to be red. Now he saw that they were neither red nor yellow, but a glorious compound of both colors. He gazed spellbound. Her hair was like elfin gold. The sun struck it so dazzlingly that he could scarcely bear to look upon it. Her eyes were likewise neither wholly blue nor wholly gray, but of shifting colors and dancing lights and clouds of colors he could not define. Her full red lips smiled, and from her slender feet to the blinding crown of her billowy hair her ivory body was as perfect as the dream of a god. Conan's pulse hammered in his temples. "I cannot tell," said he, "whether you are of Vanaheim and mine enemy, or of Asgard and my friend. Far have I wandered, but a woman like you I have never seen. Your locks blind me with their brightness. Never have I seen such hair, not even among the fairest daughters of the Aesir. By Ymir." "Who are you to swear by Ymir?" she mocked. "What know you of the gods of ice and snow, you who have come up from the south to adventure among an alien people?" "By the dark gods of my own race," he cried in anger, "though I am not of the golden-haired Aesir, none has been more forward in sword-play. This day I have seen 80 men fall, and I alone have survived the field where Wulfhere's reavers met the wolves of Bragi. Tell me, woman, have you seen the flash of mail out across the snow plains, or seen armed men moving upon the ice?" "I have seen the hoarfrost glittering in the sun," she answered. "I have heard the wind whispering across the everlasting snows." He shook his head with a sigh. "Niord should have come up with us before the battle joined. I fear he and his fighting men have been ambushed. Wulfhere and his warriors lie dead. I had thought there was no village within many leagues of this spot, for the war carried us far, but you cannot have come a great distance over these snows, naked as you are. Lead me to your tribe if you are of Asgard, for I am faint with blows and the weariness of strife." "My village is further than you can walk, Conan of Cimmeria," she laughed. Spreading her arms wide, she swayed before him, her golden head lolling sensuously, her scintillant eyes half shadowed beneath their long silken lashes. "Am I not beautiful, O man?" "Like dawn running naked on the snows," he muttered, his eyes burning like those of a wolf. "Then why do you not rise and follow me? Who is the strong warrior who falls down before me?" she chanted in maddening mockery. "Lie down and die in the snow with the other fools. Conan of the black hair, you cannot follow where I would lead." With an oath the Cimmerian heaved himself up on his feet, his blue eyes blazing, his dark, scarred face contorted. Rage shook his soul, but desire for the taunting figure before him hammered at his temples and drove his wild blood fiercely through his veins. Passion fierce as physical agony flooded his whole being, so that earth and sky swam red to his dizzy gaze. In the madness that swept upon him, weariness and faintness were swept away. He spoke no word as he drove at her, fingers spread to grip her soft flesh. With a shriek of laughter she leaped back and ran, laughing at him over her white shoulder. With a low growl Conan followed. He had forgotten the fight, forgotten the mailed warriors who lay in their blood, forgotten Niord and the reavers who had failed to reach the fight. He had thought only for the slender white shape which seemed to float rather than run before him. Out across the white blinding plain the chase led. The trampled red field fell out of sight behind him, but still Conan kept on with the silent tenacity of his race. His mailed feet broke through the frozen crust. He sank deep in the drifts and forged through them by sheer strength. But the girl danced across the snow light as a feather floating across a pool. Her naked feet barely left their imprint on the hoarfrost that overlaid the crust. In spite of the fire in his veins, the cold bit through warrior's mail and fur-lined tunic, but the girl in her gossamer veil ran as lightly, as gaily as if she danced through the palm and rose gardens of Poitain. On and on she led, and Conan followed. Black curses drooled through the Cimmerian's parched lips. The great veins in his temples swelled and throbbed, and his teeth gnashed. "You cannot escape me," he roared. "Lead me into a trap, and I'll pile the heads of your kinsmen at your feet. Hide from me, and I'll tear apart the mountains to find you. I'll follow you to hell." Her maddening laughter floated back to him, and foam flew from the barbarian's lips. Further and further into the wastes she led him. The land changed. The wide plains gave way to low hills, marching upward in broken ranges. Far to the north he caught a glimpse of towering mountains, blue with the distance, or white with the eternal snows. Above these mountains shone the flaring rays of the Borealis. They spread fanwise into the sky, frosty blades of cold, flaming light, changing in color, growing and brightening. Above him the skies glowed and crackled with strange lights and gleams. The snow shone weirdly, now frosty blue, now icy crimson, now cold silver. Through a shimmering icy realm of enchantment Conan plunged doggedly onward in a crystalline maze where the only reality was the white body dancing across the glittering snow beyond his reach, ever beyond his reach. He did not wonder at the strangeness of it all, not even when two gigantic figures rose up to bar his way. The scales of their mail were white with hoarfrost, their helmets and their axes were covered with ice. Snow sprinkled their locks. In their beards were spikes of icicles. Their eyes were cold as the lights that streamed above them. "Brothers!" cried the girl, dancing between them. "Look who follows! I have brought you a man to slay. Take his heart that we may lay it smoking on our father's board." The giants answered with roars like the grinding of icebergs on a frozen shore, and heaved up their shining axes as the maddening Cimmerian hurled himself upon them. A frosty blade flashed before his eyes, blinding him with its brightness, and he gave back a terrible stroke that sheared through his foe's thigh. With a groan the victim fell, and at the instant Conan was dashed into the snow, his left shoulder numb from the blow of the survivor from which the Cimmerian's mail had barely saved his life. Conan saw the remaining giant looming high above him, like a colossus carved of ice, etched against the cold, glowing sky. The axe fell, to sink through the snow and deep into the frozen earth as Conan hurled himself aside and leaped to his feet. The giant roared and wrenched his axe free, but even as he did, Conan's sword sang down. The giant's knees bent, and he sank slowly into the snow, which turned crimson with the blood that gushed from his half-severed neck. Conan wheeled to see the girl standing a short distance away, staring at him in wide-eyed horror, all the mockery gone from her face. He cried out fiercely, and the blood drops flew from his sword as his hand shook in the intensity of his passion. "Call the rest of your brothers," he cried. "I'll give their hearts to the wolves. You cannot escape me." With a cry of fright she turned and ran fleetly. She did not laugh now, nor mock him over her white shoulder. She ran as for her life, and though he strained every nerve and thew until his temples were like to burst and the snow swam red to his gaze, she drew away from him, dwindling in the witch-fire of the skies, until she was a figure no bigger than a child, then a dancing white flame on the snow, then a dim blur in the distance. But grinding his teeth until the blood started from his gums, he reeled on, and he saw the blur grow to a dancing white flame, and the flame to a figure big as a child, and then she was running less than 100 paces ahead of him, and slowly the space narrowed, foot by foot. She was running with effort now, her golden locks blowing free. He heard the quick panting of her breath, and saw a flash of fear in the look she cast over her white shoulder. The grim endurance of the barbarian had served him well. The speed ebbed from her flashing white legs. She reeled in her gait. In his untamed soul leaped up the fires of hell she had fanned so well. With an inhuman roar he closed in on her, just as she wheeled with a haunting cry and flung out her arms to fend him off. His sword fell into the snow as he crushed her to him. Her lithe body bent backward as she fought with desperate frenzy in his iron arms. Her golden hair blew about his face, blinding him with its sheen. The feel of her slender body twisting in his mailed arms drove him to blinder madness. His strong fingers sank deep into her smooth flesh, and that flesh was cold as ice. It was as if he embraced not a woman of human flesh and blood, but a woman of flaming ice. She writhed her golden head aside, striving to avoid the fierce kisses that bruised her red lips. "You are cold as the snows," he mumbled dazedly. "I will warm you with the fire in my own blood." With a scream and a desperate wrench, she slipped from his arms, leaving her single gossamer garment in his grasp. She sprang back and faced him, her golden locks in wild disarray, her white bosom heaving, her beautiful eyes blazing with terror. For an instant he stood frozen, awed by her terrible beauty as she posed naked against the snows. And in that instant she flung her arms toward the lights that glowed in the skies above her, and cried out in a voice that rang in Conan's ears forever after, "Ymir! Oh, my father, save me!" Conan was leaping forward, arms spread to seize her, when, with a crack like the breaking of an ice mountain, the whole skies leaped into icy fire. The girl's ivory body was suddenly enveloped in a cold blue flame so blinding that the Cimmerian threw up his hands to shield his eyes from the intolerable blaze. A fleeting instant, skies and snowy hills were bathed in crackling white flames, blue darts of icy light and frozen crimson fires. Then Conan staggered and cried out. The girl was gone. The glowing snow lay empty and bare. High above his head the witch-lights flashed and played in a frosty sky gone mad, and among the distant blue mountains there sounded a rolling thunder as of a gigantic war-chariot rushing behind steeds, whose frantic hoofs struck lightning from the snows and echoes from the skies. Then suddenly the Borealis, the snow-clad hills, and the blazing heavens reeled drunkenly to Conan's sight. Thousands of fireballs burst with showers of sparks, and the sky itself became a titanic wheel which rained stars as it spun. Under his feet the snowy hills heaved up like a wave, and the Cimmerian crumpled into the snows to lie motionless. In a cold, dark universe whose sun was extinguished eons ago, Conan felt the movement of life, alien and unguessed. An earthquake had him in its grip, and was shaking him to and fro, at the same time chafing his hands and feet until he yelled in pain and fury and groped for his sword. "He's coming to, Horsa," said a voice. "Haste! We must rub the frost out of his limbs if he's ever to wield sword again." "He won't open his left hand," growled another. "He's clutching something." Conan opened his eyes and stared into the bearded faces that bent over him. He was surrounded by tall, golden-haired warriors in mail and furs. "Conan, you live!" "By Crom Niord!" gasped the Cimmerian. "Am I alive, or are we all dead and in Valhalla?" "We live," grunted the Aesir, busy over Conan's half-frozen feet. "We had to fight our way through an ambush, or we had come up with you before the battle was joined. The corpses were scarce cold when we came upon the field. We did not find you among the dead, so we followed your spoor. In Ymir's name, Conan, why did you wander off into the wastes of the north? We have followed your tracks in the snow for hours. Had a blizzard come up and hidden them, we had never found you by Ymir." "Swear not so often by Ymir," uneasily muttered a warrior, glancing at the distant mountains. "This is his land, and the god abides among yonder mountains, the legends say." "I saw a woman," Conan answered hazily. "We met at Bragi's men in the plains. I know not how long we fought. I alone lived. I was dizzy and faint. The land lay like a dream before me. Only now do all things seem natural and familiar. The woman came and taunted me. She was beautiful as a frozen flame from hell. A strange madness fell upon me when I looked at her, so I forgot all else in the world. I followed her. Did you not find her tracks, or the giants in icy mail I slew?" Niord shook his head. We found only your tracks in the snow, Conan." "Then it may be I am mad," said Conan dazedly. "Yet you yourself are no more real to me than was the golden-locked witch who fled naked across the snows before me. Yet from under my very hands she vanished in icy flame." "He is delirious," whispered a warrior. "Not so," cried an older man, whose eyes were wild and weird. "It was Atali, the daughter of Ymir, the frost giant. To fields of the dead she comes, and shows herself to the dying. Myself, when a boy, I saw her, when I lay half slain on the bloody field of Wulfraven. I saw her walk among the dead in the snows, her naked body gleaming like ivory, and her golden hair unbearably bright in the moonlight. I lay and howled like a dying dog because I could not crawl after her. She lures men from stricken fields into the wastelands to be slain by her brothers, the ice giants, who lay men's red hearts smoking on Ymir's board. The Cimmerian has seen Atali, the frost giant's daughter." "Bah!" grunted Horsa. Old Grom's mind was touched in his youth by a sword cut to the head. Conan was delirious from the fury of battle. Look how his helmet is dinted. Any of these blows might have addled his brain. It was an hallucination he followed into the wastes. He is from the south. What does he know of Atali?" "You speak truth, perhaps," muttered Conan. "It was all strange and weird by Crom." He broke off, glaring at the object that still dangled from his clenched left fist. The others gaped silently at the veil he held up, a wisp of gossamer that was never spun by human distaff. End of Gods of the North by Robert E. Howard.
Polaris by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clay Beauchamp. Polaris by Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Into the north window of my chamber glows the pole star with uncanny light. All through the long hellish hours of blackness it shines there, and in the autumn of the year, when the winds from the north curse and whine, and the red-leaved trees of the swamp mutter things to one another in the small hours of the morning under the horn-waning moon, I sit by the casement and watch that star. Down from the heights reels the glittering Cassiopeia as the hours wear on, while Charles Wayne lumbers up from behind the vapor-soaked swamp trees that sway in the night wind. Just before dawn, Arcturus swings ruddily from above the cemetery on the low hillock, and Coma Berenices shimmers weirdly afar off the mysterious east. But still the pole star leers down from the same place in the black vault, winking hideously like an insane watching eye which strives to convey some strange message, yet recalls nothing save that it once had a message to convey. Sometimes, when it is cloudy, I can sleep. Well do I remember the night of the great aurora, when over the swamp played the shocking coruscations of the demon light. After the beam came clouds, and then I slept. And it was under a horned, waning moon that I saw the city for the first time. Still and somnolent did it lie, on a strange plateau in a hollow between strange peaks. Of ghastly marble were its walls and its towers, its columns, domes, and pavements. In the marble streets were marble pillars, the upper parts of which were carven into the images of grave, bearded men. The air was warm, and stirred not, and overhead, scarce 10 degrees from the zenith, glowed that watching pole star. Long did I gaze on the city, but the day came not. When the red Aldebaran, which blinked low in the sky but never set, had crawled a quarter of the way round the horizon, I saw light and motion in the houses and the streets. Forms, strangely robed, but at once noble and familiar, walked abroad, and under the horned waning moon men talked wisdom in a tongue which I understood, though it was unlike any language which I had ever known. And when the red Aldebaran had crawled more than halfway round the horizon, there were again darkness and silence. When I awaked, I was not as I had been. Upon my memory was graven the vision of the city, and within my soul had arisen another and vaguer recollection, of whose nature I was not then certain. Thereafter, on the cloudy nights when I could not sleep, I saw the city often, sometimes under the hot yellow rays of a sun which did not set, but which wheeled low in the horizon, and on the clear nights the pole star leered, as never before. Gradually, I came to wonder what might be my place in that city on the strange plateau betwixt strange peaks. At first content to view the scene as an all-observant, uncorporeal presence, I now desired to define my relation to it, and to speak my mind amongst the grave men who conversed each day in the public squares. I said to myself, this is no dream, for by what means can I prove the greater reality of that other life in the house of stone and brick south of the sinister swamp in the cemetery on the low hillock, where the pole star peeps into my north window each night? One night, as I listened to the discourses in the large square containing many statuses, I felt a change, and perceived that I had at last a bodily form. Nor was I a stranger on the streets of Olatho, which lies on the plateau of Sarkia, betwixt the peaks of Noton and Catifonek. It was my friend Allos who spoke, and his speech was one that pleased my soul, for it was the speech of a true man and a patriot. That night had the news come of Dicos' fall, and of the advance of the Eunutos, squat, hellish yellow fiends who 5 years ago had appeared out of the unknown west to ravage the confines of our kingdom, and to besiege many of our towns. Having taken the fortified places at the foot of the mountains, their way now lay open to the plateau, unless every citizen could resist with the strength of 10 men. For the squat creatures were mighty in the arts of war, and knew not the scruples of honor which held back our tall, gray-eyed men of Lomar from ruthless conquest. Allos, my friend, was commander of all the forces on the plateau, and in him lay the last hope of our country. On this occasion he spoke of the perils to be faced and exhorted the men of Olatho, bravest of the Lomarians, to sustain the traditions of their ancestors, who, when forced to move southward from Zobna before the advance of the great ice sheet, even as our descendants must some day flee from the land of Lomar, valiantly and victoriously swept aside the hairy, long-armed cannibal Nofkes that stood in their way. To me Allos denied the warrior's part, for I was feeble and given to strange faintings when subjected to stress and hardships. But my eyes were the keenest in the city, despite the long hours I gave each day to the study of the narcotic manuscripts and the wisdom of the Zobnarian fathers. So my friend, desiring not to doom me to inaction, rewarded me with that duty which was second to nothing in importance. To the watchtower of Thapnen he sent me, there to serve as the eyes of our army. Should the Eunutos attempt to gain the citadel by the narrow pass behind the peak of Noton and thereby surprise the garrison, I was to give the signal of fire which would warn the waiting soldiers and save the town from immediate disaster. Alone I mounted the tower, for every man of stout body was needed in the passes below. My brain was sore dazed with excitement and fatigue, for I had not slept in many days. Yet was my purpose firm, for I loved my native land of Lomar, and the marble city Olatho, that lies betwixt the peaks Noton and Catifonek. But as I stood in the tower's topmost chamber, I beheld the horned waning moon, red and sinister, quivering through the vapors that hovered over the distant valley of Banoff. And through an opening in the roof glittered the pale pole star, fluttering as if alive, and leering like a fiend and a tempter. Methought its spirit whispered evil counsel, soothing me to traitorous somnolence with a damnable rhythmical promise which it repeated over and over. Slumber, watcher, till the spheres 26,000 years have revolved, and I return. to the spot where now I burn. Other stars anon shall rise to the axis of the skies, stars that soothe and stars that bless with a sweet forgetfulness. Only when my round is o'er shall the past disturb thy door. Vainly did I struggle with my drowsiness, seeking to connect these strange words with some lore of the skies which I had learned from the narcotic manuscripts. My head, heavy and reeling, dropped to my breast, and when next I looked up it was in a dream, with the pole star grinning at me through a window from over the horrible and swaying trees of a dream swamp. And I am still dreaming. In my shame and despair I sometimes scream frantically, begging the dream creatures around me to waken me ere the Inutos steal up the pass behind the peak Noton and take the citadel by surprise. But these creatures are demons, for they laugh at me and tell me I am not dreaming. They mock me whilst I sleep, and whilst the squat yellow foe may be creeping silently upon us. I have failed in my duty, and betrayed the marble city of Olatho. I have proven false to Alos, my friend and commander, but still these shadows of my dream deride me. They say there is no land of Mlomar, save in my nocturnal imaginings, that in those realms where the pole star shines high and the red Aldebaran crawls low around the horizon, there have been naught save ice and snow for thousands of years, and never a man save squat yellow creatures, blighted by the cold, whom they call Eskimo. And as I writhe in my guilty agony, frantic to save the city whose peril every moment grows, and vainly striving to shake off this unnatural dream of a house of stone and brick south of a sinister swamp and a cemetery on a low hillock, the pole star, even and monstrous, leers down from the black vault, winking hideously like an insane watching eye, which strives to convey some strange message, yet recalls nothing save that it once had a message to convey. This is the end of Polaris, by H.P. Lovecraft.
The Rose Garden by Montague Rhodes James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lars, Rolander. Mr. and Mrs. Anstruther were at breakfast in the parlour of Westfield Hall in the county of Essex. They were arranging plans for the day. "George," said Mrs. Anstruther, "I think you'd better take the car to Maldon and see if you can get any of those knitted things I was speaking about, which would do for my stall at the bazaar." "Oh, well, if you wish it, Mary, of course I can do that. But I had half arranged to play around with Geoffrey Williamson this morning. The bazaar isn't till Thursday of next week, is it?" "What has that to do with it, George? I should have thought you would have guessed that if I can't get the things I want in Maldon, I shall have to write to all manner of shops in town, and they are certain to send something quite unsuitable in price or quality the first time. If you have actually made an appointment with Mr. Williamson, you had better keep it, but I must say I think you might have let me know." "Oh, no, it wasn't really an appointment. I quite see what you mean. I'll go. And what shall you do yourself?" "Why, when the work of the house is arranged for, I must see about laying out my new rose garden. By the way, before you start for Maldon, I wish you would just take Collins to look at the place I fixed upon. You know it, of course?" "Well, I'm not quite sure that I do, Mary. Is it at the upper end, towards the village?" "Good gracious, no, my dear George. I thought I had made that quite clear. No, it's that small clearing just off the shrubbery path that goes towards the church." "Oh, yes, where we were saying there must have been a summer house once, the place with the old seat and the posts. But do you think there's enough sun there?" "My dear George, do allow me some common sense, and don't credit me with all your ideas about summer houses. Yes, there will be plenty of sun when we have got rid of some of those box bushes. I know what you are going to say, and I have as little wish as you to strip the place bare. All I want Collins to do is to clear away the old seats and the posts and things before I come out in an hour's time, and I hope you will manage to get off fairly soon. After luncheon I think I shall go on with my sketch of the church, and if you please you can go over the links or... Ah, a good idea, very good. Yes, you finish that sketch, Mary, and I should be glad of a round. I was going to say you might call on the bishop, but I suppose it is no use my making any suggestion. And now do be getting ready, or half the morning will be gone. Mr. Anstruther's face, which had shown symptoms of lengthening, shortened itself again, and he hurried from the room, and was soon heard giving orders in the passage. Mrs. Anstruther, a stately dame of some 50 summers, proceeded, after a second consideration of the morning's letters, to her housekeeping. Within a few minutes Mr. Anstruther had discovered Collins in the greenhouse, and they were on their way to the site of the projected rose garden. I do not know much about the conditions most suitable to these nurseries, but I am inclined to believe that Mrs. Anstruther, though in the habit of describing herself as a great gardener, had not been well advised in the selection of a spot for the purpose. It was a small dank clearing, bounded on one side by a path, and on the other by thick box bushes, laurels, and other evergreens. The ground was almost bare of grass and dark of aspect. Remains of rustic seats and an old and corrugated oak post, somewhere near the middle of the clearing, had given rise to Mr. Anstruther's conjecture that a summer house had once stood there. Clearly Collins had not been put in possession of his mistress's intentions with regard to this plot of ground, and when he learnt them from Mr. Anstruther, he displayed no enthusiasm. "Of course I could clear them seats away soon enough," he said. "They aren't no ornament to the place, Mr. Anstruther, and rotten too. Look here, sir," and he broke off a large piece. "Rotten right through. Yes, clear them away. To be sure we can do that." "And the post," said Mr. Anstruther, "that's got to go too." Collins advanced and shook the post with both hands, then he rubbed his chin. "That's firm in the ground, that post is," he said. "It's been there a number of years, Mr. Anstruther. I doubt I shan't get that up not quite so soon as what I can do with them seats." "But your mistress specially wishes it to be got out of the way in an hour's time," said Mr. Anstruther. Collins smiled and shook his head slowly. "You'll excuse me, sir, but you feel of it for yourself. No, sir. No one can't do what's impossible to 'em, can they, sir? I could get that post up by after tea time, sir, but that'll want a lot of digging. What you require, you see, sir, if you'll excuse me naming of it, you want the soil loosening round this post here, and me and the boy we shall take a little time doing of that. But now these 'ere seats," said Collins, appearing to appropriate this portion of the scheme as due to his own resourcefulness. "Why, I can get the barrow round and have them cleared away in less than an hour's time from now, if you'll permit of it, only—" "Only what, Collins?" "Well, now ain't for me to go against orders no more than what it is for you yourself, or anyone else." This was added somewhat hurriedly. "But if you'll pardon me, sir, this ain't the place I should have picked out for no rose garden myself. Why, look at them box and laurestines, how they regular preclude the light from—" "Ah, yes, but we've got to get rid of some of them, of course." "Oh, indeed, get rid of them. Yes, to be sure, but I beg your pardon, Mr. Anstruther." "I'm sorry, Collins, but I must be getting on now. I hear the car at the door. Your mistress will explain exactly what she wishes. I'll tell her then that you can see your way to clearing away the seats at once, and the post this afternoon. Good morning." Collins was left rubbing his chin. Mrs. Anstruther received the report with some discontent, but did not insist upon any change of plan. By 4 o'clock that afternoon she had dismissed her husband to his golf, had dealt faithfully with Collins and with the other duties of the day, and having sent a camp stool and umbrella to the proper spot, had just settled down to her sketch of the church, as seen from the shrubbery, when a maid came hurrying down the path to report that Miss Wilkins had called. Miss Wilkins was one of the few remaining members of the family from whom the Anstruthers had bought the Westville estate some few years back. She had been staying in the neighbourhood, and this was probably a farewell visit. "Perhaps you could ask Miss Wilkins to join me here," said Mrs. Anstruther, and soon Miss Wilkins, a person of mature years, approached. "Yes, I'm leaving the Ashes to-morrow, and I shall be able to tell my brother how tremendously you have improved the place. Of course he can't help regretting the old house just a little, as I do myself, but the garden is really delightful now." "I'm so glad you can say so, but you mustn't think we've finished our improvements. Let me show you where I mean to put a rose garden. It's close by here." The details of the project were laid before Miss Wilkins at some length, but her thoughts were evidently elsewhere. "Yes, delightful," she said at last rather absently. "But do you know, Mrs. Anstruther, I'm afraid I was thinking of old times. I'm very glad to have seen just this spot again before you altered it. Frank and I had quite a romance about this place." "Yes," said Mrs. Anstruther smilingly. "Do tell me what it was. Something quaint and charming, I'm sure." "Not so very charming, but it has always seemed to me curious. Neither of us would ever be here alone when we were children, and I'm not sure that I should care about it now in certain moods. It is one of those things that can hardly be put into words, by me at least, and that sound rather foolish if they are not properly expressed. I can tell you after a fashion what it was that gave us, well, almost a horror of the place when we were alone. It was towards the evening of one very hot autumn day, when Frank had disappeared mysteriously about the grounds, and I was looking for him to fetch him to tea, and going down this path I suddenly saw him, not hiding in the bushes as I rather expected, but sitting on the bench in the old summer house. There was a wooden summer house here, you know, up in the corner, asleep, but with such a dreadful look on his face that I really thought he must be ill or even dead. I rushed at him and shook him and told him to wake up, and wake up he did with a scream. I assure you the poor boy seemed almost beside himself with fright. He hurried me away to the house and was in a terrible state all that night, hardly sleeping. Someone had to sit up with him, as far as I remember. He was better very soon, but for days I couldn't get him to say why he had been in such a condition. It came out at last that he had really been asleep and had had a very odd, disjointed sort of dream. He never saw much of what was around him, but he felt the scenes most vividly. First he made out that he was standing in a large room with a number of people in it, and that someone was opposite to him who was very powerful, and he was being asked questions which he felt to be very important, and whenever he answered them, someone, either the person opposite to him or someone else in the room, seemed to be, as he said, making something up against him. All the voices sounded to him very distant, but he remembered bits of the things that were said. Where were you on the 19th of October? And is this your handwriting? And so on. I can see now, of course, that he was dreaming of some trial, but we were never allowed to see the papers, and it was odd that a boy of 8 should have such a vivid idea of what went on in a court. All the time he felt, he said, the most intense anxiety and oppression and hopelessness, though I don't suppose he used such words as that to me. Then after that there was an interval in which he remembered being dreadfully restless and miserable, and then there came another sort of picture when he was aware that he had come out of doors on a dark raw morning with a little snow about. It was in a street, or at any rate among houses, and he felt that there were numbers and numbers of people there too, and that he was taken up some creaking wooden steps and stood on a sort of platform, but the only thing he could actually see was a small fire burning somewhere near him. Someone who had been holding his arm left hold of it and went towards this fire, and then he said the fright he was in was worse than any other part of his dream, and if I had not wakened him up he didn't know what would have become of him. A curious dream for a child to have, wasn't it? Well, so much for that. It must have been later in the year that Frank and I were here, and I was sitting in the arbour just about sunset. I noticed the sun was going down and told Frank to run in and see if tea was ready while I finished a chapter in the book I was reading. Frank was away longer than I expected, and the light was going so fast that I had to bend over my book to make it out. All at once I became conscious that someone was whispering to me inside the arbour. The only words I could distinguish, or thought I could, were something like, "Pull, pull, I'll push, you pull." I started up in something of a fright. The voice, it was little more than a whisper, sounded so hoarse and angry, and yet as if it came from a long, long way off, just as it had done in Frank's dream. But though I was startled, I had enough courage to look round and try to make out where the sound came from. And this sounds very foolish, I know, but still it is the fact. I made sure that it was strongest when I put my ear to an old post which was part of the end of the seat. I was so certain of this that I remember making some marks on the post, as deep as I could with the scissors out of my work basket. I don't know why. I wonder, by the way, whether that isn't the very post itself. Well, yes, it might be. There are marks and scratches on it, but one can't be sure. Anyhow, it was just like that post you have there. My father got to know that both of us had had a fright in the arbour, and he went down there himself one evening after dinner, and the arbour was pulled down at very short notice. I recollect hearing my father talking about it to an old man who used to do odd jobs in the place, and the old man saying, "Don't you fear for that, sir, he's fast enough in there without no one don't take and let him out." But when I asked who it was, I could get no satisfactory answer. Possibly my father and mother might have told me more about it when I grew up, but as you know, they both died when we were still quite children. I must say it has always seemed very odd to me, and I've often asked the older people in the village whether they knew of anything strange, but either they knew nothing or they wouldn't tell me. Dear, dear, how I have been boring you with my childish remembrances, but indeed that arbour did absorb our thoughts quite remarkably for a time. You can fancy, can't you, the kind of stories that we made up for ourselves. Well, dear Mrs. Anstruther, I must be leaving you now. We shall meet in town this winter, I hope, shan't we? Etc., etc. The seats and the post were cleared away and uprooted respectively by that evening. Late summer weather is proverbially treacherous, and during dinner time Mrs. Collins sent up to ask for a little brandy, because her husband had took a nasty chill, and she was afraid he would not be able to do much next day. Mrs. Anstruther's morning reflections were not wholly placid. She was sure some roughs had got into the plantation during the night. "And another thing, George, the moment that Collins is about again, you must tell him to do something about the owls. I never heard anything like them, and I'm positive one came and perched somewhere just outside our window. If it had come in, I should have been out of my wits. It must have been a very large bird from its voice. Didn't you hear it? No, of course not. You were sound asleep as usual. Still, I must say, George, you don't look as if your night had done you much good." "My dear, I feel as if another of the same would turn me silly. You have no idea of the dreams I had. I couldn't speak of them when I woke up, and if this room wasn't so bright and sunny, I shouldn't care to think of them even now." "Well, really, George, that isn't very common with you, I must say. You must have no, you only had what I had yesterday, unless you had tea at that wretched clubhouse, did you?" No, nothing but a cup of tea and some bread and butter. I should really like to know how I came to put my dream together, as I suppose one does put one's dreams together from a lot of little things one has been seeing or reading. Look here, Mary, it was like this, if I shan't be boring you." "I wish to hear what it was, George. I will tell you when I have had enough." "All right. I must tell you that it wasn't like other nightmares in one way, because I didn't really see anyone who spoke to me or touched me, and yet I was most fearfully impressed with the reality of it all. First I was moving about in an old-fashioned sort of panelled room. I remember there was a fireplace and a lot of burnt papers in it, and I was in a great state of anxiety about something. There was someone else, a servant, I suppose, because I remember saying to him, 'Horses as quick as you can,' and then waiting a bit, and next I heard several people coming upstairs and a noise like spurs on a boarded floor, and then the door opened and whatever it was that I was expecting happened." "Yes, but what was that?" "You see, I couldn't tell. It was the sort of shock that upsets you in a dream. You either wake up or else everything goes black. That was what happened to me. Then I was in a big dark walled room, panelled, I think, like the other, and a number of people, and I was evidently—" "Standing your trial, I suppose, George?" "Goodness, yes, Mary, I was. But did you dream that too? How very odd!" No, I didn't get enough sleep for that. Go on, George, and I will tell you afterwards." "Yes, well, I was being tried for my life. I've no doubt from the state I was in I had no one speaking for me, and somewhere there was a most fearful fellow, on the bench I should have said, only that he seemed to be pitching into me most unfairly and twisting everything I said and asking most abominable questions." "What about?" "Why, dates when I was at particular places, and letters I was supposed to have written, and why I had destroyed some papers, and I recollect his laughing at answers I made in a way that quite daunted me. It doesn't sound much, but I can tell you, Mary, it was really appalling at the time. I'm quite certain there was such a man once, and a most horrible villain he must have been. The things he said—" "Thank you. I have no wish to hear them. I can go to the links any day myself. How did it end?" "Oh, against me. He saw to that. I do wish, Mary, I could give you a notion of the strain that came after that, and seemed to me to last for days, waiting and waiting, and sometimes writing things I knew to be enormously important to me, and waiting for answers, and none coming, and after that I came out." "Ah!" "What makes you say that? Do you know what sort of thing I saw?" "Was it a dark, cold day, and snow in the streets, and a fire burning somewhere near you?" "By George, it was! You have had the same nightmare? Really not? Well, it is the oddest thing. Yes, I've no doubt it was an execution for high treason. I know I was laid on straw and jolted along most wretchedly, and then had to go up some steps, and someone was holding my arm, and I remember seeing a bit of a ladder and hearing a sound of a lot of people. I really don't think I could bear now to go into a crowd of people and hear the noise they make talking. However, mercifully, I didn't get to the real business. The dream passed off with a sort of thunder inside my head. But Mary—" "I know what you are going to ask. I suppose this is an instance of a kind of thought reading. Miss Wilkins called yesterday and told me of a dream her brother had as a child when they lived here, and something did no doubt make me think of that when I was awake last night listening to those horrible owls and those men talking and laughing in the shrubbery. By the way, I wish you would see if they have done any damage and speak to the police about it. And so I suppose from my brain it must have got into yours while you were asleep. Curious, no doubt. and I'm sorry it gave you such a bad night. You had better be as much in the fresh air as you can today."
"Oh, it's all right now, but I think I will go over to the lodge and see if I can get a game with any of them. And you?"
"I have enough to do for this morning and this afternoon. If I am not interrupted, there is my drawing."
"To be sure. I want to see that finished very much."
No damage was discoverable in the shrubbery. Mr Anstruther surveyed with faint interest the site of the rose garden, where the uprooted post still lay, and the hole it had occupied remained unfilled. Collins, upon inquiry made, proved to be better, but quite unable to come to his work. He expressed by the mouth of his wife a hope that he hadn't done nothing wrong clearing away them things. Mrs Collins added that there was a lot of talking people in Westfield, and the old one was the worst, seemed to think everything of them, having been in the parish longer than what other people had. But as to what they said, no more could then be ascertained than that it had quite upset Collins, and was a lot of nonsense. Recruited by lunch and a brief period of slumber, Mrs Anstruther settled herself comfortably upon her sketching chair in the path leading through the shrubbery to the side gate of the churchyard. Trees and buildings were among her favourite subjects, and here she had good studies of both. She worked hard, and the drawing was becoming a really pleasant thing to look upon by the time that the wooded hills to the west had shut off the sun. Still she would have persevered, but the light changed rapidly, and it became obvious that the last touches must be added on the morrow. She rose and turned towards the house, pausing for a time to take delight in the limpid green western sky. Then she passed on between the dark box bushes, and at a point just before the path debouched on the lawn, she stopped once again and considered the quiet evening landscape, and made a mental note that that must be the tower of one of the Roothing churches that one caught on the skyline. Then a bird, perhaps, rustled in the box bush on her left, and she turned and started at seeing what at first she took to be a 5th of November mask peeping out among the branches. She looked closer. It was not a mask, it was a face, large, smooth, and pink. She remembers the minute drops of perspiration which were starting from its forehead. She remembers how the jaws were clean shaven and the eyes shut. She remembers also, and with an accuracy which makes the thought intolerable to her, how the mouth was open and a single tooth appeared below the upper lip. As she looked, the face receded into the darkness of the bush. The shelter of the house was gained and the door shut before she collapsed. Mr. and Mrs. Anstruther had been for a week or more recruiting at Brighton before they received a circular from the Essex Archaeological Society and a query as to whether they possessed certain historical portraits, which it was desired to include in the forthcoming work on Essex portraits, to be published under the Society's auspices. There was an accompanying letter from the secretary, which contained the following passage: "We are specially anxious to know whether you possess the original of the engraving of which I enclose a photograph. It represents, Sir, Lord Chief Justice under Charles II, who, as you doubtless know, retired after his disgrace to Westfield, and is supposed to have died there of remorse. It may interest you to hear that a curious entry has recently been found in the registers, not of Westfield, but of Prior Roothing's, to the effect that the parish was so much troubled after his death that the rector of Westfield summoned the parsons of all the Roothings to come and lay him, which they did. The entry ends by saying, 'The stake is in a field adjoining to the churchyard of Westfield on the west side.' Perhaps you can let us know if any tradition to this effect is current in your parish." The incidents which the enclosed photograph recalled were productive of a severe shock to Mrs. Anstruther. It was decided that she must spend the winter abroad. Mr. Anstruther, when he went down to Westfield to make the necessary arrangements, not unnaturally told his story to the rector, an old gentleman, who showed little surprise. "Really, I had managed to piece out for myself very much what must have happened, partly from old people's talk and partly from what I saw in your grounds. Of course we have suffered to some extent also. Yes, it was bad at first, like owls, as you say, and men talking sometimes. One night it was in this garden, and at other times about several of the cottages. But lately there has been very little. I think it will die out. There is nothing in our registers except the entry of the burial, and what I for a long time took to be the family motto. But last time I looked at it, I noticed that it was added in a later hand and had the initials of one of our rectors quite late in the 17th century. A.C. Augustine Crompton. Here it is, you see. Quieta non movere. I suppose. Well, it is rather hard to say exactly what I do suppose. End of the Rose Garden by Montague Rhodes James. Read by Lars, Rolander. At the Dip of the Road by Mrs. Molesworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. At the Dip of the Road by Mrs. Molesworth. Have I ever seen a ghost? I do not know. That is the only reply I can truthfully make to the question nowadays so often asked, and sometimes, if inquirers care to hear more, I go on to tell them the one experience which makes it impossible for me to reply positively either in the affirmative or negative, and restricts me to I do not know. This was the story. I was staying with relations in the country, not a very isolated or out of the way part of the world, and yet rather inconvenient of access by the railway, for the nearest station was 6 miles off. Though the family I was visiting were nearly connected with me, I did not know much of their home or its neighbourhood. As the head of the house, an uncle of mine by marriage, had only come into the property a year or two previously to the date of which I am writing, through the death of an elder brother. It was a nice place, a good, comfortable old house, a prosperous, satisfactory estate. Everything about it was in good order, from the farmers, who always paid their rents, to the shooting, which was always good, from the vineries, which were noted, to the woods, where the earliest primroses in all the countryside were early to be found. And my uncle and aunt and their family deserved these pleasant things, and made a good use of them. But there was a touch of the commonplace about it all. There was nothing picturesque or romantic. The country was flat, though fertile. The house, though old, was conveniently modern in its arrangements, airy, cheery, and bright. Not even a ghost or the shadow of one, I remember saying one day with a faint grumble. "Ah, well, as to that," said my uncle, "perhaps we—" But just then something interrupted him, and I forgot his unfinished speech. Into the happy party, of which for the time being I was one, there fell one morning a sudden thunderbolt of calamity. The post brought news of the alarming illness of the eldest daughter, Frances, married a year or two ago, and living, as the crow flies, at no very great distance. But as the crow flies is not always as the railroad runs, and to reach the Aldonis home from Fawn Court, my uncle's place, was a complicated business. It was scarcely possible to go and return in a day. "Can one of you come over?" wrote the young husband. "She is already out of danger, but longing to see her mother or one of you. She is worrying about the baby, a child of a few months old, and wishing for a nurse." We looked at each other. "Nurse must go at once," said my uncle to me, as the eldest of the party. Perhaps I should here say that I am a widow, though not old, and with no close ties or responsibilities. "But for your aunt it is impossible." Quite so, I agreed, for she was at the moment painfully lamed by rheumatism. And the other girls are almost too young at such a crisis, my uncle continued. Would you, Charlotte? And he hesitated. It would be such a comfort to have personal news of her. Of course I will go, I said. Nurse and I can start at once. I will leave her there, and return alone to give you, I have no doubt, better news of poor Francie. He was full of gratitude. So were they all. Don't hurry back tonight, said my uncle. Stay still till Monday if you like. But I could not promise. I knew they would be glad of news at once, and in a small house like my cousin's, at such a time, an inmate the more might be inconvenient. I will try to return tonight, I said, and as I sprang into the carriage I added, send to Moore to meet the last train, unless I telegraph to the contrary. My uncle nodded, the boys called after me, all right. The old butler bowed assent, and I was satisfied. Nurse and I reached our journey's end promptly, considering the 4 or 5 junctions at which we had to change carriages. But on the whole going, the trains fitted astonishingly. We found Frances better, delighted to see us, eager for news of her mother, and finally disposed to sleep peacefully now that she knew that there was an experienced person in charge. And both she and her husband thanked me so much that I felt ashamed of the little I had done. Mr. Aljon begged me to stay till Monday, but the house was upset, and I was eager to carry back my good tidings. They are meeting me at Moore by the last train, I said. No, thank you, I think it is best to go. You will have an uncomfortable journey, he replied. It is Saturday, and the trains will be late, and the stations crowded with the market people. It will be horrid for you, Charlotte. But I persisted. It was rather horrid, and it was queer. There was a sort of uncanny eeriness about that Saturday evening's journey that I have never forgotten. The season was very early spring. It was not very cold, but chilly and ungenial, and there were such odd sorts of people about. I travelled second class, for I am not rich, and I am very independent. I did not want my uncle to pay my fare, for I liked the feeling of rendering him some small service in return for his steady kindness to me. The first stage of my journey was performed in the company of 2 old naturalists travelling to Scotland to look for some small plant which was to be found only in one spot in the Highlands. This I gathered from their talk to each other. You never saw 2 such extraordinary creatures as they were. They both wore black kid gloves, much too large for them, and the ends of the fingers waved about like feathers. Then followed 2 or 3 short transits, interspersed with weary waitings at stations. The last of these was the worst, and tantalizing too, for by this time I was within 5 miles of Moore. The station was crowded with rough folk, all, it seemed to me, more or less tipsy, so I took refuge in a dark waiting room on the small side line by which I was to proceed, where I felt I might have been robbed and murdered and no one the wiser. But at last came my slow little train, and in I jumped, to jump out again still more joyfully some 15 minutes later when we drew up at Moore. I peered out for the carriage. It was not to be seen. Only 2 or 3 tax carts or dog carts, farmers' vehicles, standing about, while their owners, it was easy to hear, were drinking far more than was good for them in the tap room of the Unicorn. Thence, nevertheless, not to the tap room, but to the front of the inn, I made my way, though not undismayed by the shouts and roars breaking the stillness of the quiet night. Was the Fawn Court carriage not here? I asked. The landlady was a good-natured woman, especially civil to any member of the court family, but she shook her head. No carriage had been down today. There must have been some mistake." There was nothing for it but to wait till she could somehow or other disinter a fly and a horse, and worst of all a driver, for the men she had to call were all rather, "Well, ma'am, you see it's Saturday night. We weren't expecting anyone." And when, after waiting half an hour, the fly at last emerged, my heart almost failed me. Even before he drove out of the yard, it was very plain that if ever we reached Fawn Court alive, it would certainly be more thanks to good luck than to the driver's management. But the horse was old, and the man had a sort of instinct about him. We got on all right till we were more than halfway to our journey's end. The road was straight and the moonlight bright, especially after we had passed a certain corner and got well out of the shade of the trees, which skirted the first part of the way. Just past this turn there came a dip in the road. It went down gradually for a quarter of a mile or more, and I looked up anxiously, fearful of the horse taking advantage of the slope. But no, he jogged on, if possible more slowly than before, though new terrors assailed me when I saw that the driver was now fast asleep, his head swaying from side to side with extraordinary regularity. After a bit I grew easier again. He seemed to keep his equilibrium, and I looked out at the side window on the moon-flooded landscape with some interest. I had never seen brighter moonlight. Suddenly, from out of the intense stillness and loneliness, a human figure, became visible. It was that of a man, a young and active man, running along the footpath a few feet to our left, apparently from some whim, keeping pace with the fly. My first feeling was of satisfaction that I was no longer alone at the tender mercies of my stupefied charioteer. But as I gazed, a slight misgiving came over me. Who could it be running along this lonely road so late, and what was his motive in keeping up with us so steadily? It almost seemed as if he had been waiting for us, yet that, of course, was impossible. He was not very highwayman-like, certainly. He was well dressed, neatly dressed, that is to say, like a superior gamekeeper. His figure was remarkably good, tall and slight, and he ran gracefully. But there was something queer about him, and suddenly the curiosity that had mingled in my observation of him was entirely submerged in alarm when I saw that, as he ran, he was slowly but steadily drawing nearer and nearer to the fly. "In another moment he will be opening the door and jumping in," I thought, and I glanced before me only to see that the driver was more hopelessly asleep than before. There was no chance of his hearing if I called out, and get out I could not without attracting the strange runner's attention, for, as ill luck would have it, the window was drawn up on the right side, and I could not open the door without rattling the glass, while, worse and worse, the left-hand window was down, even that slight protection wanting. I looked out once more. By this time the figure was close to the fly. Then an arm was stretched out and laid along the edge of the door, as if preparatory to opening it. And then for the first time I saw his face. It was a young face, but terribly, horribly pale and ghastly, and the eyes, all was so visible in the moonlight, had an expression such as I had never seen before or since. It terrified me, though afterwards, on recalling it, it seemed to me that it might have been more a look of agonized appeal than of menace of any kind. I cowered back into my corner and shut my eyes, feigning sleep. It was the only idea that occurred to me. My heart was beating like a sledge-hammer. All sorts of thoughts rushed through me. Among them I remember saying to myself, "He must be an escaped lunatic. His eyes are so awfully wild." How long I sat thus I don't know. Whenever I dared to glance out furtively he was still there,
But all at once a strange feeling of relief came over me. I sat up. Yes, he was gone. And though, as I took courage, I leant out and looked round in every direction, not a trace of him was to be seen, though the road and fields were bare and clear for a long distance round. When I got to Fawn Court I had to wake the lodge keeper. Everyone was asleep, but my uncle was still up, though not expecting me, and very distressed he was at the mistake about the carriage. "However," he concluded, "all's well that ends well. It's delightful to have your good news, but you look sadly pale and tired, Charlotte." Then I told him of my fright. It seemed now so foolish of me, I said, but my uncle did not smile. On the contrary. "My dear," he said, "it sounds very like our ghost, though of course it may have been only one of the keepers." He told me the story. Many years ago, in his grandfather's time, a young and favourite gamekeeper had been found dead in a field skirting the road down there. There was no sign of violence upon the body. It was never explained what had killed him, but he had had in his charge a watch, a very valuable one, which his master for some reason or other had handed to him to take home to the house, not wishing to keep it on him. And when the body was found late that night, the watch was not on it. Since then, so the story goes, on a moonlight night the spirit of the poor fellow haunts the spot. It is supposed that he wants to tell what had become of his master's watch, which was never found, but no one has ever had courage to address him. "He never comes farther than the dip in the road," said my uncle. "If you had spoken to him, Charlotte, I wonder if he would have told you his secret." He spoke half laughingly, but I have never quite forgiven myself for my cowardice. It was the look in those eyes. End of At the Dip of the Road by Mrs. Molesworth. Read by Lars, Rolander.
A Mysterious Portrait by Mark Rutherford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Bennett. A Mysterious Portrait by Mark Rutherford. I remember some years ago that I went to spend a Christmas with an old friend who was a bachelor. He might perhaps have been verging on 60 at the time of my visit. On his study wall hung the portrait, merely the face of a singularly lovely woman. I did not like to ask any questions about it. There was no family likeness to him, and we always thought that early in life he had been disappointed. But one day, seeing that I could hardly keep my eyes off it, he said to me, "I have had that picture for many years, although you have never seen it before. If you like, I will tell you its history." He then told me the following story. In the year 1817, I was beginning life and struggling to get a living. I had just started in business. I was alone, without much capital, and my whole energies were utterly absorbed in my adventure. In those days, the master, instead of employing a commercial traveler, often used to travel himself, and one evening I had to start for the north to see some customers. I chose to go by night in order to save time, and as it was bitterly cold and I was weak in the chest, I determined to take a place inside the coach. We left St. Martin's-le-Grand at about 8:30, and I was the sole passenger. I could not sleep, but fell into a kind of doze, which was not sufficiently deep to prevent my rousing myself at every inn where we changed horses. Nobody intruded upon me, and I continued in the same drowsy, half-waking, half-slumbering condition till we came to the last stage before reaching Eton-so-Con. I was then thoroughly awake, and continued awake until after the coach started. But presently I fell sound asleep for perhaps half an hour, and woke suddenly. To my great surprise, I found a lady with me. How she came there I could not conjecture. I was positive that she did not get in when the coach last stopped. She sat at the opposite corner, so that I could see her well, and a more exquisite face I thought I had never beheld. It was not quite English, rather pale, earnest, and abstracted, and with a certain intentness about the eyes which denoted a mind accustomed to dwell upon ideal objects. I was not particularly shy with women, and perhaps if she had been any ordinary pretty girl I might have struck up a conversation with her. But I was dumb, for I hardly dared to intrude. It would have been necessary to begin by some commonplaces, and somehow my lips refused the utterance of commonplaces. Nor was this strange. If I had happened to find myself opposite the great Lord Byron in a coach, I certainly should not have thrust myself upon him, and how should I dare to thrust myself upon a person who seemed as great and grand as she, although I did not know her name? So I remained perfectly still, only venturing by the light of the moon to watch her through my half-shut eyes. Just before we got to Eton, although I was never more thoroughly or even excitedly awake in my life, I must have lost consciousness for a minute. I came to myself when the coach was pulling up at an inn. I looked round instantly, and my companion was gone. I jumped out on pretense of getting something to eat and drink, and hastily asked the guard where the lady who had just got out was put into the coach. He said they had never stopped since they had last changed horses, and that I must have been dreaming. He knew nothing about the lady, and he looked at me suspiciously, as if he thought I was drunk. I, for my part, was perfectly confident that I had not been deluded by an apparition of my own brain. I had never suffered from ghost-like visitations of any kind, and my thoughts, owing to my preoccupation with business, had not run upon women in any way whatever. More convincing still, I had noticed that the lady wore a light blue neckerchief, and when I went back into the coach I found that she had left it behind her. I took it up, and I have it to this day. You may imagine how my mind dwelt upon that night. I got to Newcastle, did what I had to do, came back again, and made a point this time of sleeping at Eton-so-Con in order to make inquiries. Everybody recollected the arrival of the dawn coach by which I travelled, and everybody was perfectly sure that no lady was in it. I produced the scarf, and asked whether anybody who lived near had been observed to wear it. Eton is a little village, and all the people in it were as well known as if they belonged to one family, but nobody recognized it. It was certainly not English. I thought about the affair for months, partly because I was smitten with my visitor, and partly because I was half afraid my brain had been a little upset by worry. However, in time, the impression faded. Meanwhile, I began to get on in the world, and after some 3 or 4 years my intense application was rewarded by riches. In 7 or 8 years I had become wealthy, and I began to think about settling myself in life. I had made the acquaintance of influential people in London, and more particularly of a certain baronet whom I had met in France while taking a holiday. Although I was in business, I came of good family, and our acquaintance grew into something more. He had 2 or 3 daughters, to each of whom he was able to give a good marriage portion, and I became engaged to one of them. I don't know that there was much enthusiasm about our courtship. She was a very pleasant, good-looking girl, and although I can acquit myself of all mercenary motives in proposing to her, I cannot say that the highest motives were operative. I was as thousands of others are. I had got weary of loneliness. I wanted a home. I cast about me to see who amongst all the women I knew would best make me a wife. I selected this one, and perhaps the thought of her money may have been a trifle determinatory. I was not overmastered by a passion which I could not resist, nor was I coldly indifferent. If I had married her, we should probably have lived a life of customary married comfort, and even of happiness, the same level, and perhaps slightly grey life which is lived by the ordinary English husband and wife. Things had gone so far that it was settled we were to be married in the spring of 1826, and I had begun to look out for a house, and make purchases in anticipation of housekeeping. In 1825 I had to go to Bristol. I shall never forget to the day of my death one morning in that city. I had had my breakfast, and was going out to see the head of one of the largest firms in the city, with whom I had an appointment. I met him in the street, and I noted before he spoke that there was something the matter. I soon found out what it was. The panic of 1825 had begun. 3 great houses in London had failed and brought him down. He was a ruined man, and so was I. I managed to stagger back to the hotel and found letters there confirming all he had said. For some 2 or 3 days I was utterly prostrate and could not summon sufficient strength to leave Bristol. One of the first things I did when I came to myself was to write to the baronet, telling him what had happened, that I was altogether penniless, and that in honor felt bound to release his daughter from her engagement. I had a sympathizing letter from him in return, saying that he was greatly afflicted at my misfortune, that his daughter was nearly broken-hearted, but that she had come to the conclusion that perhaps it would be best to accept my very kind offer. Much as she loved me, she felt that her health was far from strong, and although he had always meant to endow her generously on her marriage, her fortune alone would not enable her to procure those luxuries which, for her delicate constitution, alas, were necessaries. But the main reason with her was that she was sure that, with my independence, I should be unhappy if I felt that my wife's property was my support. His letter was long, but although much wrapped up, this was the gist of it. I went back to London, sold every stick I had, and tried to get a situation as a clerk in some house, doing the business in which I had been engaged. I failed, for the distress was great, and I was reduced nearly to my last sovereign when I determined to go down to Newcastle and try the friend there whom I had not seen since 1817. It was once more winter, and although I was so poor, I was obliged to ride inside the coach again, for I was much troubled with my ancient enemy, the weakness in the chest. The incidents of my former visit I had nearly forgotten till we came near to Eton-so-Con, and then they returned to me. But now it was a dull January day, with a bitter thaw, and my fellow passengers were a Lincolnshire squire, with his red-faced wife, who never spoke a syllable to me, and by reason of their isolation seemed to make the thaw all the more bitter, the fen levels all the more dismally flat, and the sky all the more leaden. At last we came to Newcastle. During the latter part of the journey I was alone, my Lincolnshire squire and his lady having left me on the road. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening when we arrived, a miserable night, with the snow just melting underfoot, and the town was wrapped in smoke and fog. I was so depressed that I hardly cared what became of me, and when I stepped out of the coach, wished that I had been content to lie down and die in London. I could not put up at the coaching hotel, as it was too expensive, but walked on to one which was cheaper. I almost lost my way, and had wandered down a narrow street, which at every step became more and more squalid, and at last ended opposite a factory gate. Hard by was a wretched marine store shop, in the window of which were old iron, old teapots, a few old Bibles, and other miscellaneous effects. I stepped in to ask for directions to the cross key. Coming out, whom should I see crossing the road as if to meet me, but the very lady who rode with me in the coach to Eton some 9 years ago. There was no mistaking her. She seemed scarcely a day older. The face was as lovely and as inspired as ever. I was almost beside myself. I leaned against the railing of the shop, and the light from the window shone full on her. She came straight towards me on to the pavement, looked at me, and turned up the street. I followed her till we got to the end, determined not to lose sight of her, and we reached an open, broad thoroughfare. She stopped at a bookseller's and went in. I was not more than 2 minutes after her, but when I entered she was not there. A shopman was at the counter, and I asked him whether a lady, my sister, had not just left the shop. No lady, he said, had been there for half an hour. I went back to the marine store shop. The footsteps were still there which I saw her make as she crossed. I knelt down, tracing them with my fingers to make sure I was not deceived by my eyes, and was more than ever confounded. At last I got to my inn, and went to bed, a prey to the strangest thoughts. In the morning I was a little better. The stagnant blood had been stirred by the encounter of the night before, and though I was much agitated and uncertain whether my brain was actually sound or not, I was sufficiently self-possessed and sensible to call upon my friend and explain my errand. He did what he could to help me, and I became his clerk in Newcastle. For a time I was completely broken, but gradually I began to recover my health and spirits a little. I had little or no responsibility, and nothing to absorb me after office hours. As a relief and an occupation, I tried to take up with a science, and chose geology. On Sundays I used to make long rambling excursions, and for a while I was pleased with my new toy. But by degrees it became less and less interesting. I suppose I had no real love for it. Furthermore, I had no opportunities for expression. My sorrow had secluded me. I demanded more from those around me than I had any right to expect. As a rule, we all of us demand from the world more than we are justified in demanding, especially if we suffer, and because the world is not so constituted that it can respond to us as eagerly and as sympathetically as we respond to ourselves, we become morose. So it was with me. People were sorry for me, but I knew that my trouble did not disturb them deeply, that when they left me, their faces, which were forcibly contracted while in my presence, instantly expanded into their ordinary self-satisfaction, and that if I were to die, I should be forgotten a week after the funeral. I therefore recoiled from men, and frequently, with criminal carelessness and prodigality, rejected many an offer of kindness, not because I did not need it, but because I wanted too much of it. My science, as I have said, was a failure. I cannot tell how it may be with some exceptionally heroic natures, but with me expression in some form or other, if the thing which should be expressed is to live, is an absolute necessity. I cannot read unless I have somebody to whom I can speak about my reading, and I lose almost all power of thinking if thought after thought remains with me. Expression is as indispensable to me as expiration of breath. Inspiration of the air is a necessity, but continued inspiration of air without expiration of the same is an impossibility. The geology was neglected, and at first I thought it was because it was geology, and I tried something else. For some months I fancied I had found a solace in chemistry. With my savings I purchased some apparatus and began to be proficient. But the charm faded from this also. The apparatus was put aside, and the sight of it lying disused only made my dissatisfaction and melancholy the more profound. Amidst all my loneliness, I had never felt the least inclination to any baser pleasures, nor had I ever seen a woman for whom I felt even the most transient passion. My spectral friend, if spectre she was, dominated my existence, and seemed to prevent not only all licentiousness, but all pleasure, except of the most superficial kind in other types of beauty. This need be no surprise to anybody. I have known cases in which the face of a singularly lovely woman, seen only for a few moments in the street, has haunted a man all through his life, and deeply affected it. In time I was advanced in my position as clerk, and would have married, but I had not the least inclination thereto. I did not believe in the actual reality of my vision, and had no hope of ever meeting in the flesh the apparition of the coach and the dingy street. I felt sure that there was some mistake, something wrong with me. The probabilities were all in favor of my being deceived, but still the dream possessed me, and every woman who for a moment appealed to me was tried by that standard and found wanting. After some years had passed, during which I had scarcely been out of Newcastle, I took a holiday and went up to London. It was about July. I was now a man on the wrong side of 50, shy, reserved, with a reputation for constitutional melancholy, a shadowy creature, of whom nobody took much notice, and who was noticed by nobody. While in London, I went to see the pictures at the Academy. The place was thronged, and I was tired. I just looked about me, and was on the point of coming out wearied, when in a side room, where there were crayon drawings, I caught sight of one of a face. I was amazed beyond measure. It was the face which had been my companion for so many years. There could be no mistake about it. Even the neckerchief was tied as I remembered it so well, the very counterpart of the treasure I still preserved so sacredly at home. I was almost overcome with a faintness, with a creeping sensation all over the head, as if something were giving way, and with a shock of giddiness. I went and got a catalogue, found out the name of the artist, and saw that the picture had merely the name of Stella affixed to it. It might be a portrait, or it might not. After gazing myself almost blind at it, I went instantly to the artist's house. He was at home. He seemed a poor man, and was evidently surprised at any inquiry after his picture so late in the season. I asked him who sat for it. "Nobody," he said. It was a mere fancy sketch. There might be a reminiscence in it of a girl I knew in France years ago, but she is long since dead, and I don't think that anybody who knew her would recognize a likeness in it. In fact, I am sure they would not. The price of the drawing was not much, although it was a good deal for me. I said instantly I would have it, and managed to get the money together by scraping up all my savings out of the savings bank. That is the very picture which you now see before you. I do not pretend to explain everything which I have told you. I have long since given up the attempt, and I suppose it must be said that I have suffered from some passing disorder of the brain, although that theory is not sound at all points, and there are circumstances inconsistent with it. The next morning my friend went to his office after an early breakfast. His hours were long, and I was obliged to leave Newcastle before his return, so I bade him good-bye before he left home. I never saw him again. 2 years afterwards I was shocked to see an announcement in the Times of his death. Knowing his lonely way of life, I went down to Newcastle to gather what I could about his illness and last moments. He had caught cold and died of congestion of the lungs. His landlady said that he had made a will, and that what little property had remained after paying his funeral expenses had been made over to a hospital. I was anxious to know where the picture was. She could not tell me. It had disappeared just before his death, and nobody knew what had become of it. End of A Mysterious Portrait by Mark Rutherford.
The Black Cat by W.J. Wintle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Oliver Evans. The Black Cat by W.J. Wintle. If there was one animal that Sidney disliked more than another, it was a cat. Not that he was not fond of animals in a general way, for he had a distinct affection for an aged retriever that had formerly been his, but somehow a cat seemed to arouse all that was worst in him. It always appeared to him that if he had passed through some previous stage of existence, he might have been a mouse or a bird, and thus have inherited, so to speak, an instinctive dread or hatred for the enemy of his earlier days. The presence of a cat affected him in a very curious fashion. There was, first of all, a kind of repulsion. The idea of the eyes of the animal being fixed on him, the thought of listening for a soundless tread, and the imagined touch of the smooth fur. All this made him shudder and shrink back, but the feeling quickly gave place to a still stranger fascination. He felt drawn to a creature that he feared, much as a bird is supposed, but quite erroneously, to be charmed by a snake. He wanted to stroke the animal, and to feel his head rubbing against his hand, and yet, at the same time, the idea of the animal doing so filled him with a dread passing description. It was something like that morbid state in which a person finds actual physical pleasure in inflicting pain on himself. And then there was sheer undisguised fear. Pretend as he might, Sidney was in deadly fear when a cat was in the room. He had tried and tried time and again to overcome it, but without success. He had argued from the well-known friendliness of the domestic cat, from its notorious timidity, and from its actual inability to do any very serious harm to a strong and active man. But it was all of no use. He was afraid of cats, and it was useless to deny it. At the same time, Sidney was no enemy to cats. He was the last man in the world to hurt one. No matter how much his slumber might be disturbed by the vocal effects of a lovesick marauder on the roof in the small hours of the morning, he would never think of hurtling a missile at the offender. The sight of a half-starved cat left behind when its owner was away in the holiday season filled him with a pity near akin to pain. He was a generous subscriber to the Home for Lost Cats. In fact, his whole attitude was inconsistent and contradictory, but there was no escape from the truth. He disliked and feared cats. Probably this obsession was to some extent fostered by the fact that Sidney was a man of leisure. With more urgent matters to occupy his thoughts, he might have overgrown these fancies with the advance of middle age, but the possession of ample means, an inherited dislike for any kind of work calling for energy, and 2 or 3 interesting hobbies which filled up his time in an easy and soothing fashion, left him free to indulge his fancies. And fancies, when indulged, are apt to become one's masters in the end, and so it proved with Sidney. He was engaged in writing a book on some phase of Egyptian life in the olden days, which involved considerable study of the collections in the British Museum and elsewhere, as well as much search for rare books among the antiquarian bookshops. When not out on these pursuits, he occupied an old house, which, like most old and rambling places of its kind, was the subject of various queer stories among the gossips of the neighbourhood. Sonic tragedy was supposed to have happened there at some date not defined, and in consequence something was supposed to haunt the place, and to do something from time to time. Among the local gossips there was much value in that nebulous term something, for it covered a multitude of inaccurate recollections and of foggy traditions. Probably Sidney had never heard of the repulsions of this house, for he led a retired life, and had little to do with the neighbours. But if tales had reached his ears, he gave no sign, nor was he likely to do so. Apart from the cat obsession, he was a man of eminently balanced mind. He was about the last person to imagine things, or to be influenced by any but proved facts. The mystery which surrounded his untimely end came therefore as a great surprise to his friends, and the horror that hung over his later days was only brought to partial light by the discovery of a diary and other papers which have provided the material for this history. Much still remains obscure, and cannot now be cleared up, for the only man who could perhaps throw further light onto it is no longer with us. So we have to be content with such fragmentary records as are available. It appears that for some months before his end, Sidney was at home reading in the garden, where his eyes happened to rest upon a small heap of earth that the gardener had left beside the path. There was nothing remarkable about this, but somehow the heap seemed to fascinate him. He resumed his reading, but the heap of earth was insistent and demanding his attention. He could not keep his thoughts off it, and it was hard to keep his eyes off it as well. Sidney was not the man to give away mental dissipation of this kind, and he resolutely kept his eyes fixed on his book. But it was a struggle, and in the end he gave in. He looked again at the heap, and this time with some curiosity as to the cause of so absurd an attraction. Apparently there was no cause, and he smiled at the absurdity of the thing. Then he started up suddenly, for he saw the reason for it. The heap earth was exactly like a black cat, and the cat was crouching as if to spring at him. The resemblance was really absurd, for there were a couple of yellow pebbles just where the eyes should have been. For the moment, Sidney felt all the repulsion and fear that the presence of an actual cat would have caused him. Then he rose from his chair and kicked the heap out of any resemblance to his feline aversion. He sat down again and laughed at the absurdity of the affair, and yet it somehow left a sense of disquiet and of vague fear behind. He did not altogether like it. It must have been about a fortnight later, when he was inspecting some Egyptian antiquities that had recently reached the hands of a London dealer. Most of them were usual types and did not interest him, but a few were better worth attention, and he sat down to examine them carefully. He was specially attracted by some ivory tablets on which he thought he could faintly trace the remains of handwriting. If so, this was a distinct find, but private memoranda of this sort are very rare and should throw light on some of the more intimate details of private life of the period, which are not usually recorded on the monuments. Absorbed in this study, a sense of undefined horror slowly grew upon him, and he found himself in a kind of daydream, presenting many of the uncanny qualities of the nightmare. He thought himself stroking an immense black cat, which grew and grew until it assumed gigantic proportions. Its soft fur thickened around his hands, entwined itself around his fingers like a mass of silky living snakes, and his skin tingled with multitudinous tiny bites from fangs which were venomous, while the purring of the creature grew until it became a very roar like that of a cataract, and overwhelmed all his senses. He was mentally drowning in a sea of impending catastrophe, when, by an expiring effort, he wrenched himself free from the obsession and sprang up. Then he discovered that his hand had been mechanically stroking a small, unopened animal mummy, which proved on closer examination to be that of a cat. The next incident that he seems to have thought worth recording happened a few nights later. He had retired to rest in his usual health and slept soundly, but towards morning his slumbers were disturbed by a dream that recalled the kind of nocturnal fear that is common in childhood. Two distant stars began to grow in size and brilliancy until he saw that they were advancing through space towards him with incredible speed. In a few moments they must overwhelm him in a sea of fire and flame. Onwards they came, and unfolding like great flaming flowers, growing more dazzling and blinding at every moment, and then, just as they were upon him, they suddenly turned into two enormous cat's eyes, flaming green and yellow. He sprang up in bed with a cry and found himself at once wide awake, and there on the window-sill lay a great black cat, glowering at him with lambent yellow eyes, and a moment later the cat disappeared. But the mysterious thing of it all was that the window-sill was not accessible to anything that had not wings. There was no means by which the cat could have climbed it, nor was there any sign of a cat in the garden below. The date of the next thing that happened is not clear, for it does not appear to have been recorded at the time, but it would seem to have been within a few days of the curious dream. Sidney had occasion to go to a cupboard which was kept locked. It contained manuscripts and other papers of value, and the key never left his possession. To his knowledge, the cupboard had not been opened for at least a month past. He now had occasion to refer to a collection of notes in connection with his favourite study. On opening the cupboard, he was at once struck by a curious odour. It was not exactly musty, but it could only be described as an animal odour, slightly suggestive of that of a cat. But what at once arrested Sidney's notice and caused him extreme annoyance was the fact the papers had been disturbed. The loose papers contained in some pigeonholes at the back had been drawn forwards into a loose heap on the shelf. They looked for all the world like a nest. They had been loosely arranged in a round heap with a depression in the middle. It looked as if some animal had coiled itself up to sleep there, and the size of the depression was just such as would be made by a cat. Sidney was too much annoyed by the disturbance of his papers to be greatly impressed at the moment by their curious arrangement, but it came home to him as a shock when he began to gather the papers together and set them in order. Some of them seemed to be slightly soiled, and on closer examination he found that they were besprinkled with short black hairs like those of a cat. About a week afterwards he returned, later in the evening than usual, after attending a meeting of a scientific society to which he belonged. He was taking his latch key from his pocket to open the door when he thought something rubbed against his leg. Looking down, he saw nothing, but immediately afterwards he felt it again, and this time he thought he saw a black shadow beside his right foot. On looking more closely, nothing was to be seen, but as he went into the house, he distinctly felt something soft brush against his leg. As he paused in the hall to remove his overcoat, he saw a faint shadow which seemed to go up the stairs. It was certainly only a shadow, and nothing solid, for the light was good, and he saw it clearly, but there was nothing in motion to account for the passing shadow, and the way the shadow moved was curiously suggestive of a cat. The next notes in the book that Sidney seems to have devoted to this curious subject appear to be a series of mere coincidences, and the fact that he thought them worth recording shows only too clearly to what an extent his mind was now obsessed. He had taken the numerical value of the letters C, A, T in the alphabet, 3, 1, and 20 respectively, and by adding them together had arrived at the total 24. He then proceeded to note many ways in which this number played its part in the events of his life. He was born on the 24th of the month at a house whose number was 24, and his mother was 24 years old at the time. He was 24 years old when his father died and left him the master of a considerable fortune. That was just 24 years ago. The last time he had balanced his affairs, he found that he was worth, in invested funds, apart from land and houses, just about £24,000. At 3 different periods, in different towns, he had chanced to live at houses numbered 24, and that was also the number of his present abode. Moreover, the number of his ticket for the British Museum reading room ended with 24, and both his doctor and solicitor were housed under that same persistent number. Several more of these coincidences had been noted by him, but they were rather far-fetched and not worth recording here. But the memoranda conclude with the ominous question, will it all end on the 24th? Soon after these notes were written, a much more serious affair had to be placed on record. Sidney was coming downstairs one evening when he noticed in a badly lighted corner of the staircase something that he took to be a cat. He shrank back with his natural dislike for the animal, but on looking more closely he saw that it was nothing more than a shadow cast by some carving on the stairhead. He turned away with a laugh, but as he turned, it certainly seemed the shadow moved. As he went down the stairs, he twice stumbled in trying to save himself from what he thought was a cat in danger of being trodden on, and a moment later he seemed to tread on something soft that gave way and threw him down. He fell heavily and shook himself badly. On picking himself up with the aid of his servant, he limped into the library, and there found that his trousers were torn from a little above the ankle. But the curious thing was that there were 3 parallel vertical tears, just such as might be caused by the claws of a cat. A sharp smarting led to further investigation, and he then found there were 3 deep scratches on the side of his leg exactly corresponding with the tears in the trousers. In the margin of the page on which he recorded this incident, he added the words, "This cat means mischief," and the whole tone of the remaining entries and the few letters that date from this time shows only too clearly that his mental outlook was more or less tinged and obscured by gloomy forebodings. It would seem to have been on the following day that another disturbing trifle occurred. Sidney's leg still pained him, and he spent the day on a couch with 1 or 2 of his favourite books. Soon after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he heard a soft thud that might be caused by a cat leaping down from a moderate height. He looked up, and there on the window-sill crouched a black cat with gleaming eyes, and a moment later it sprang into the room, but it never reached the floor, or did it? It must have passed through it. He saw it spring, he saw for the moment in mid-air, he saw it about to alight on the floor, and then it was not there. He would have liked to have believed this was a mere optical delusion, but against that theory stood the awkward fact that the cat, in springing down from the window, knocked over a flower pot, and there lay the broken pieces in evidence of the fact. He was now seriously scared. It was bad enough to find himself seeing things, that had no objective reality, but it was far worse to be faced by happenings that were certainly real, but not to be accounted for by ordinary laws of nature. In this case, the broken flower pot showed that if the black cat was merely what we call a ghost, for lack of a more convenient term, it was a ghost that was capable of producing physical effects. If it could knock a flower pot over, it could presumably scratch and bite, and the prospect of being attacked by a cat from some other plane of existence will hardly bear of being thought of. Certainly it seemed that Sydney had real ground for alarm. The spectre cat, or whatever one likes to call it, some way gaining power, and was now able to manifest its presence and hostility in more open and practical fashion. The same night saw a proof of this. Sydney dreamed that he was visiting a zoological garden when a black leopard of ferocious aspect escaped from its cage and sprang upon him. He was thrown backwards to the ground and pinned down by the heavy animal. He was half crushed by its weight. Its claws were at his throat. Its fierce yellow eyes were staring into his face, when the horror of the thing brought the dream to a sudden end and he awoke. As consciousness returned, he was aware of an actual weight on his chest, and opened his eyes. He looked straight into the depths of two lambent yellow flames, set in a face of velvet black. The cat sprang off the bed and leaped through the window, but the window was closed, and there was no sound of breaking glass. Sydney did not sleep much more that night, but a further shock awaited him on rising. He found some small bloodstains on his pillow, and an inspection before the looking-glass showed the presence of two groups of tiny wounds on his neck. They were little more than pinpricks, but they were arranged in two semicircular groups, one either side of the neck, and just such as might be caused by the cat trying to grasp the neck between its two forepaws. This was the last incident recorded in Sydney's diary, and the serious view that he took of the situation is shown by certain letters that he wrote during the day, final instructions to his executors, and settling various details of business, evidently in view of his approaching end. What happened in the course of the final scene of the tragedy we can only guess from the traces left behind, but there is sufficient evidence to show that the horror was an appalling one. The housekeeper seems to have been awakened once during the night by a strange noise which he could only describe as being like an angry cat snarling, while the parlour-maid, whose room was immediately above that occupied by Sydney, says that she dreamt that she heard her master scream horribly once or twice. In the morning, Sydney did not answer when called at his usual hour, and as the door was found to be locked, the housekeeper presently procured assistance and had it broken open. He was found crouching on the floor and leaning against the wall opposite the window. The carpet was saturated with blood, and the cause was quickly evident. The unfortunate man's throat had been torn open on either side, both jugular veins being severed. So far as could be made out, he had retired to bed and had been attacked during sleep, for the sheets were bespattered with blood. He had apparently got out of bed in his struggles to overcome the thing that had him fast in its fearful grip. The look of horror on his distorted face was said by the witnesses to be past description. Both window and door were fastened, and there was nothing to show how his assailant entered, but there was something to show how it left. The bloodstains on the floor recorded the footprints of a gigantic cat. They led across the floor from the corpse to the opposite wall, and there they ceased. The cat never came back, but whether it passed through the solid wall or melted into thin air, no one knows. In some mysterious way, it came and went, and in passing, it did this deed of horror. It was a curious coincidence that the tragedy took place on Christmas Eve, the day of the 24th of the month. End of The Black Cat.
The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Bartus. The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. By the light of a tallow candle which had been placed on one end of a rough table, a man was reading something written in a book. It was an old account book, greatly worn, and the writing was not apparently very legible, for the man sometimes held the page close to the flame of the candle to get a stronger light upon it. The shadow of the book would then throw into obscurity a half of the room, darkening a number of faces and figures. For besides the reader, 8 other men were present. 7 of them sat against the rough log walls, silent and motionless, and, the room being small, not very far from the table. By extending an arm, any one of them could have touched the 8th man, who lay on the table, face upward, partly covered by a sheet, his arms at his sides. He was dead. The man with the book was not reading aloud, and no one spoke. All seemed to be waiting for something to occur. The dead man only was without expectation. From the blank darkness outside came in, through the aperture that served for a window, all the ever unfamiliar noises of night in the wilderness. The long, nameless note of a distant coyote, the stilly, pulsing thrill of tireless insects in trees, the strange cries of night birds, so different from those of the birds of day, the drone of great blundering beetles, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they have suddenly ceased, as if conscious of an indiscretion. But nothing of all this was noted in that company. Its members were not overmuch addicted to idle interest in matters of no practical importance. That was obvious in every line of their rugged faces, obvious even in the dim light of the single candle. They were evidently men of the vicinity, farmers and woodmen. The person reading was a trifle different. One would have said of him that he was of the world, worldly, albeit that there was that in his attire which attested a certain fellowship with the organisms of his environment. His coat would hardly have passed muster in San Francisco. His footgear was not of urban origin, and the hat that lay by him on the floor, he was the only one uncovered, was such that if one had considered it as an article of mere personal adornment, he would have missed its meaning. In countenance the man was rather prepossessing, with just a hint of sternness, though that he may have assumed or cultivated as appropriate to one in authority. For he was a coroner. It was by virtue of his office that he had possession of the book in which he was reading. It had been found among the dead man's effects, in his cabin, where the inquest was now taking place. When the coroner had finished reading, he put the book into his breast pocket. At that moment the door was pushed open, and a young man entered. He, clearly, was not of mountain birth and breeding. He was clad as those who dwell in cities. His clothing was dusty, however, as from travel. He had, in fact, been riding hard to attend the inquest. The coroner nodded. No one else greeted him. "We have waited for you," said the coroner. "It is necessary to have done with this business tonight." The young man smiled. "I am sorry to have kept you," he said. "I went away not to evade your summons, but to post to my newspaper an account of what I suppose I am called back to relate." The coroner smiled. "The account that you posted to your newspaper," he said, "differs probably from that which you will give here under oath." "That," replied the other, rather hotly and with a visible flush, "is as you choose. I used manifold paper and have a copy of what I sent. It was not written as news, for it is incredible, but as fiction. It may go as a part of my testimony under oath." "But you say it is incredible." "That is nothing to you, sir, if I also swear that it is true." The coroner was apparently not greatly affected by the young man's manifest resentment. He was silent for some moments, his eyes upon the floor. The men about the sides of the cabin talked in whispers, but seldom withdrew their gaze from the face of the corpse. Presently the coroner lifted his eyes and said, "We will resume the inquest." The men removed their hats. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" the coroner asked. "William Harker." "Age?" 27. "You knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?" "Yes." "You were with him when he died?" "Near him." "How did that happen? Your presence, I mean." "I was visiting him at his place to shoot in fish. A part of my purpose, however, was to study him, and his odd, solitary way of life. He seemed a good model for a character in fiction. I sometimes write stories." "I sometimes read them." "Thank you." "Stories in general, not yours." Some of the jurors laughed. Against a somber background, humor shows highlights. Soldiers in the intervals of battle laugh easily, and a jest in the death chamber conquers by surprise. "Relate the circumstances of this man's death," said the coroner. "You may use any notes or memoranda that you please." The witness understood. Pulling a manuscript from his breast pocket, he held it near the candle, and, turning the leaves until he found the passage that he wanted, began to read. "The sun had hardly risen when we left the house. We were looking for quail, each with a shotgun, but we had only one dog. Morgan said that our best ground was beyond a certain ridge that he pointed out, and we crossed it by a trail through the chaparral. On the other side was comparatively level ground, thickly covered with wild oats. As we emerged from the chaparral, Morgan was but a few yards in advance. Suddenly we heard, at a little distance to our right, and partly in front, a noise as of some animal thrashing about in the bushes, which we could see were violently agitated. "We've started a deer," I said. "I wish we had brought a rifle." Morgan, who had stopped and was intently watching the agitated chaparral, said nothing, but had cocked both barrels of his gun, and was holding it in readiness to aim. I thought him a trifle excited, which surprised me, for he had a reputation for exceptional coolness, even in moments of sudden and imminent peril. "Oh, come," I said, "you are not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you?" Still he did not reply, but catching a sight of his face as he turned it slightly toward me, I was struck by the pallor of it. Then I understood that we had serious business on hand, and my first conjecture was that we had jumped a grizzly. I advanced to Morgan's side, cocking my piece as I moved. The bushes were now quiet, and the sounds had ceased, but Morgan was as attentive to the place as before. "What is it? What the devil is it?" I asked. "That damned thing," he replied, without turning his head. His voice was husky and unnatural. He trembled visibly. I was about to speak further when I observed the wild oats near the place of the disturbance moving in the most inexplicable way. I can hardly describe it. It seemed as if stirred by a streak of wind which not only bent it but pressed it down, crushed it so that it did not rise, and this movement was slowly prolonging itself directly toward us. Nothing that I had ever seen had affected me so strangely as this unfamiliar and unaccountable phenomenon, yet I am unable to recall any sense of fear. I remember, and tell it here because, singularly enough, I recollected it then, that once, in looking carelessly out of an open window, I momentarily mistook a small tree close at hand for one of a group of larger trees at a little distance away. It looked the same size as the others, but being more distinctly and sharply defined in mass and detail, seemed out of harmony with them. It was a mere falsification of the law of aerial perspective, but it startled, almost terrified me. We so rely upon the orderly operation of familiar natural laws that any seeming suspension of them is noted as a menace to our safety, a warning of unthinkable calamity. So now the apparently causeless movement of the herbage and the slow, undeviating approach of the line of disturbance were distinctly disquieting. My companion appeared actually frightened, and I could hardly credit my senses when I saw him suddenly throw his gun to his shoulders and fire both barrels at the agitated grass. Before the smoke of the discharge had cleared away, I heard a loud, savage cry, a scream like that of a wild animal, and, flinging his gun upon the ground, Morgan sprang away and ran swiftly from the spot. At the same instant I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the smoke, some soft, heavy substance that seemed thrown against me with great force. Before I could get upon my feet and recover my gun, which seemed to have been struck from my hands, I heard Morgan crying out as if in mortal agony, and mingling with his cries were such hoarse, savage sounds as one hears from fighting dogs. Inexpressibly terrified, I struggled to my feet and looked in the direction of Morgan's retreat, and may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that. At a distance of less than 30 yards was my friend, down upon one knee, his head thrown back at a frightful angle, hatless, his long hair in disorder, and his whole body in violent movement from side to side, backward and forward. His right arm was lifted and seemed to lack the hand. At least, I could see none. The other arm was invisible. At times, as my memory now reports this extraordinary scene, I could discern but a part of his body. It was as if he had been partly blotted out. I cannot otherwise express it. Then a shifting of his position would bring it all into view again. All this must have occurred within a few seconds. Yet in that time Morgan assumed all the postures of a determined wrestler vanquished by superior weight and strength. I saw nothing but him, and him not always distinctly. During the entire incident, his shouts and curses were heard as if through an enveloping uproar of such sounds of rage and fury as I have never heard from the throat of man or brute. For a moment only I stood irresolute. Then, throwing down my gun, I ran forward to my friend's assistance. I had a vague belief that he was suffering from a fit or some form of convulsion. Before I could reach his side, he was down and quiet. All sounds had ceased. But, with a feeling of such terror as even these awful events had not inspired, I now saw the same mysterious movement of the wild oats, prolonging itself from the trampled area about the prostrate man toward the edge of a wood. It was only when it had reached the wood that I was able to withdraw my eyes and look at my companion. He was dead. The coroner rose from his seat and stood beside the dead man. Lifting an edge of the sheet, he pulled it away, exposing the entire body, altogether naked and showing in the candlelight a clay-like yellow. It had, however, broad maculations of bluish-black, obviously caused by extravasated blood from contusions. The chest and sides looked as if they had been beaten with a bludgeon. There were dreadful lacerations. The skin was torn in strips and shreds. The coroner moved round to the end of the table and undid a silk handkerchief, which had been passed under the chin and knotted on the top of the head. When the handkerchief was drawn away, it exposed what had been the throat. Some of the jurors who had risen to get a better view repented their curiosity and turned away their faces. Witness Harker went to the open window and leaned out across the sill, faint and sick. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped to an angle of the room, and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped to an angle of the room, and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another. each of which he held up a moment for inspection. All were torn and stiff with blood. The jurors did not make a closer inspection. They seemed rather uninterested. They had, in truth, seen all this before, the only thing that was new to them being Harker's testimony. "Gentlemen," the coroner said, "we have no more evidence, I think. Your duty has been already explained to you. If there is nothing you wish to ask, you may go outside and consider your verdict." The foreman rose, a tall, bearded man of 60, coarsely clad. "I should like to ask one question, Mr. Coroner," he said. "What asylum did your last witness escape from?" "Mr. Harker," said the coroner, gravely and tranquilly, "from what asylum did you last escape?" Harker flushed crimson again, but said nothing, and the 7 jurors rose and solemnly filed out of the cabin. "If you have done insulting me, sir," said Harker, as soon as he and the officer were left alone with the dead man, "I suppose I am at liberty to go?" "Yes." Harker started to leave, but paused with his hand on the door latch. The habit of his profession was strong in him, stronger than his sense of personal dignity. He turned about and said, "The book that you have there, I recognize it as Morgan's diary. You seem greatly interested in it. You read in it while I was testifying. May I see it? The public would like—" "The book will cut no figure in this matter," replied the official, slipping it into his coat pocket. "All the entries in it were made before the writer's death." As Harker passed out of the house, the jury re-entered and stood about the table on which the now covered corpse showed under the sheet with sharp definition. The foreman seated himself near the candle, produced from his breast pocket a pencil and scrap of paper, and wrote rather laboriously the following verdict, which, with various degrees of effort, all signed. "We, the jury, do think that the remains come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion, but some of us thinks, all the same, they had fits." In the diary of the late Hugh Morgan are certain interesting entries having possibly a scientific value as suggestions. At the inquest upon his body, the book was not put in evidence. Possibly the coroner thought it not worthwhile to confuse the jury. The date of the first of the entries mentioned cannot be ascertained. The upper part of the leaf is torn away. The part of the entry remaining is as follows. "Would run in a half circle, keeping his head turned always towards the center, and again he would stand still, barking furiously. At last he ran away into the brush as fast as he could go. I thought at first he had gone mad, but on returning to the house found no other alteration in his manner than what was obviously due to fear of punishment. Can a dog see with his nose? Do odors impress some olfactory center with images of the thing emitting them? September 2. Looking at the stars last night as they rose above the crest of the ridge east of the house, I observed them successively disappear, from left to right. Each was eclipsed but an instant, and only a few at the same time, but along the entire length of the ridge all that were within a degree or two of the crest were blotted out. It was as if something had passed along between me and them, but I could not see it, and the stars were not thick enough to define its outline. Ugh, I don't like this. Several weeks' entries are missing, 3 leaves being torn from the book. September 27. It has been about here again. I find evidences of its presence every day. I watched again all of last night in the same cover, gun in hand, double charged with buckshot. In the morning the fresh footprints were there as before, yet I would have sworn that I did not sleep. Indeed, I hardly sleep at all. It is terrible, insupportable. If these amazing experiences are real, I shall go mad. If they are fanciful, I am mad already. October 3. I shall not go. It shall not drive me away. No, this is my house, my land. God hates a coward. October 5. I can stand it no longer. I have invited Harker to pass a few weeks with me. He has a level head. I can judge from his manner if he thinks me mad. October 7. I have the solution of the problem. It came to me last night, suddenly as by revelation. How simple, how terribly simple. There are sounds that we cannot hear. At either end of the scale are notes that stir no chord of that imperfect instrument, the human ear. They are too high or too grave. I have observed a flock of blackbirds occupying an entire treetop, the tops of several trees, and all in full song. Suddenly, in a moment, at absolutely the same moment, all spring into the air and fly away. How? They could not all see one another. Whole treetops intervened. At no point could a leader have been visible to all. There must have been a signal of warning or command, high and shrill above the din, but by me unheard. I have observed, too, the same simultaneous flight when all were silent, among not only blackbirds but other birds, quail, for example, widely separated by bushes, even on opposite sides of a hill. It is known to seamen that a school of whales basking or sporting on the surface of the ocean, miles apart, with the convexity of the earth between them, will sometimes dive at the same instant, all gone out of sight in a moment. The signal has been sounded, too grave for the ear of the sailor at the masthead and his comrades on the deck, who nevertheless feel its vibrations in the ship, as the stones of a cathedral are stirred by the bass of the organ. As with sounds, so with colors. At each end of the solar spectrum, the chemist can detect the presence of what are known as actinic rays. They represent colors, integral colors in the composition of light, which we are unable to discern. The human eye is an imperfect instrument. Its range is but a few octaves of the real chromatic scale. I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And God help me, the damned thing is of such a color. End of The Damned Thing. Recording by Tim Bartus.
The Terror of the Twins by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Terror of the Twins by Algernon Blackwood. That the man's hopes had built upon a son to inherit his name and estates, a single son, that is, was to be expected. But no one could have foreseen the depth and bitterness of his disappointment, the cold, implacable fury, when there arrived instead twins. For though the elder legally must inherit, the other ran him so deadly close. A daughter would have been a more reasonable defeat, but twins. To miss his dream by so feeble a device. The complete frustration of a hope deeply cherished for years may easily result in strange fevers of the soul. But the violence of the father's hatred, existing as it did side by side with a love he could not deny, was something to set psychologists thinking. More than unnatural, it was positively uncanny. Being a man of rigid self-control, however, it operated inwardly and doubtless along some morbid line of weakness little suspected even by those nearest to him, preying upon his thought to such dreadful extent that finally the mind gave way. The suppressed rage and bitterness deprived him,
So the family decided of his reason, and he spent the last years of his life under restraint. He was possessed naturally of immense forces, of will, feeling, desire. His dynamic value truly tremendous, driving through life like a great engine, and the intensity of this concentrated and buried hatred was guessed by few. The twins themselves, however, knew it. They divined it, at least, for it operated ceaselessly against them, side by side, with a genuine soft love that occasionally sweetened it, to their great perplexity. They spoke of it only to each other, though. At 21, Edward the elder would remark sometimes unhappily, "We shall know more." "Too much," Ernest would reply, with a rush of unreasoning terror the thought never failed to evoke in him. Things father said always happened in life. And they paled perceptibly. For the hatred, thus compressed into a veritable bomb of psychic energy, had found at the last a singular expression in the cry of the father's distraught mind. On the occasion of their final visit to the asylum, preceding his death by a few hours only, very calmly, but with an intensity that drove the words into their hearts like points of burning metal, he had spoken. In the presence of the attendant at the door of the dreadful padded cell, he said it. "You are not two, but one. I still regard you as one. And at the coming of age, by hell, you shall find it out." The lads perhaps never fully divined that icy hatred which lay so well concealed against them, but that this final sentence was a curse, backed by all the man's terrific force, they quite well realized. And accordingly, almost unknown to each other, they had come to dread the day inexpressibly. On the morning of that 21st birthday, their father gone these 5 years into the unknown, yet still sometimes so strangely close to them, they shared the same biting inner terror, just as they shared all other emotions of their life, intimately, without speech. During the daytime they managed to keep it at a distance, but when the dusk fell about the old house, they knew the stealthy approach of a kind of panic sense. Their self-respect weakened swiftly, and they persuaded their old friend and once tutor, the vicar, to sit up with them till midnight. He had humored them to that extent, willing to forego his sleep, and at the same time more than a little interested in their singular belief that before the day was out, before midnight struck, that is, the curse of that terrible man would somehow come into operation against them. Festivities over and the guests departed, they sat up in the library, the room usually occupied by their father, and little used since. Mr. Curtis, a robust man of 55, and a firm believer in spiritual principalities and powers, dark as well as good, affected, for their own good, to regard the youth's obsession with a kindly cynicism. "I do not think it likely for one moment," he said gravely, "that such a thing would be permitted. All spirits are in the hands of God, and the violent ones most specially." To which Edward made the extraordinary reply, "Even if father does not come himself, he will send." And Ernest agreed. All this time he's been making preparations for this very day. We both known it for a long time, by odd things that have happened, by our dreams, by nasty little dark hints of various kinds, and by these persistent attacks of terror that come from nowhere, especially of late, haven't we, Edward? Edward assenting with a shudder. Father has been at us of late with renewed violence. Tonight it will be a regular assault upon our lives, or minds, or souls. Strong personalities may possibly leave behind them forces that continue to act, observed Mr. Curtis with caution, while the brothers replied almost in the same breath, "That's exactly what we feel so curiously. Though nothing has actually happened yet, you know, and it's a good many years now since. This was the way the twins spoke of it all, and it was their profound conviction that had touched their old friend's sense of duty. The experiment should justify itself and cure them. Meanwhile, none of the family knew. Everything was planned secretly. The library was the quietest room in the house. It had shuttered box windows, thick carpets, heavy doors. Books lined the walls, and there was a capacious open fireplace of brick in which the wood logs blazed and roared, for the autumn night was chilly. Round this the three of them were grouped, the clergyman reading aloud from the book of Job in low tones, Edward and Ernest in dinner jackets occupying deep leather armchairs listening. They looked exactly what they were, Cambridge undergrads, their faces pale against their dark hair, and alike as two peas. A shaded lamp behind the clergyman threw the rest of the room into shadow. The reading voice was steady, even monotonous, but something in it betrayed an underlying anxiety. And although the eyes rarely left the printed page, they took in every movement of the young men opposite, and noted every change upon their faces. It was his aim to produce an unexciting atmosphere, yet to miss nothing. If anything did occur, to see it from the very beginning. Not to be taken by surprise was his main idea. And thus, upon this falsely peaceful scene, the minutes passed the hour of 11 and slipped rapidly along towards midnight. The novel element in his account of this distressing and dreadful occurrence seems to be that what happened without the slightest warning or preparation. There was no gradual presentiment of any horror, no strange blast of cold air, no dwindling of heat or light, no shaking of windows or mysterious tapping upon furniture. Without preliminaries, it fell with its black trappings of terror upon the scene. The clergyman had been reading aloud for some considerable time, one or other of the twins, Ernest usually, making occasional remarks which proved that his sense of dread was disappearing. As the time grew short and nothing happened, they grew more at their ease. Edward, indeed, actually nodded, dozed, and finally fell asleep. It was a few minutes before midnight. Ernest, slightly yawning, was stretching himself in the big chair. "Nothing's going to happen," he said aloud in a pause. "Your good influence has prevented it." He even laughed now. "What superstitious asses we've been, sir, haven't we?" Curtis then, dropping his Bible, looked hard at him under the lamp. For in that second, even while the words sounded, there had come about a most abrupt and dreadful change. And so swiftly that the clergyman, in spite of himself, was taken utterly by surprise, and had no time to think. There had swooped down upon the quiet library, so he puts it, an immense hushing silence, so profound that the peace already reigning there seemed clamor by comparison. And out of this enveloping stillness there rose through the space about them a living and abominable invasion, soft, motionless, terrific. It was as though vast engines working at full speed and pressure, yet too swift and delicate to be appreciable to any definite sense, had suddenly dropped down upon them from nowhere. "It made me think," the vicar used to say afterwards, "of the Mauritania machinery compressed into a nutshell, yet losing none of its awful power." "Haven't we?" repeated Ernest, still laughing. And Curtis made no audible reply, heard the true answer in his heart. "Because everything has already happened, even as you feared." Yet to the vicar's supreme astonishment, Ernest still noticed nothing. "Look," the boy added, "Eddie's sound asleep, sleeping like a pig. Doesn't say much for your reading, you know, sir." And he laughed again, lightly, even foolishly. But that laughter jarred, for the clergyman understood now that the sleep of the elder twin was either feigned or a natural. And while the easy words fell so slightly from his lips, the monstrous engines worked and pulsed against him and against his sleeping brother, all their huge energy concentrated down into fine points as suggestion, delicate as thought. The invasion affected everything. The very objects in the room altered incredibly, revealing suddenly behind their normal exteriors horrid little hearts of darkness. It was truly amazing, this vile metamorphosis. Books, chairs, pictures, all yielded up their pleasant aspect, and betrayed, as with silent mocking laughter, their inner soul of blackness, their decay. This is how Curtis tries to body forth in words what he actually witnessed. And Ernest, yawning, talking lightly, half foolishly, still noticed nothing. For all this, as described, came about in something like 10 seconds, and with it swept into the clergyman's mind like a blow the memory of that sinister phrase used more than once by Edward. If Father doesn't come, he will certainly send. And Curtis understood that he had done both sent and come himself. That violent mind, released from its spell of madness in the body, yet still retaining the old implacable hatred, was now directing the terrible unseen assault. This silent room, so hushed and still, was charged to the brim. The horror of it, as he said later, seemed to peel the very skin from my back. And while Ernest noticed nothing, Edward slept. The soul of the clergyman, strong with a desire to help or save, yet realizing that he was alone against a legion, poured out in wordless prayer to his deity. The clock just then, whirring before it struck, made itself audible. "By Jove, it's all right, you see," exclaimed Ernest, his voice oddly fainter and lower than before. "There's midnight and nothing's happened. Bally nonsense, all of it." His voice had dwindled curiously in volume. "I'll get the whiskey and soda from the hall." His relief was great, and his manner showed it. But in him somewhere was a singular change. His voice, manner, gestures, his very tread as he moved over the thick carpet toward the door, all showed it. He seemed less real, less alive, reduced somehow to littleness, the voice without timbre or quality, the appearance of him diminished in some fashion quite ghastly. His presence, if not actually shriveled, was at least impaired. Ernest had suffered a singular and horrible decrease. The clock was still whirring before the strike. One heard the chain running up softly. Then the hammer fell upon the first stroke of midnight. "I'm off." He laughed faintly from the door. "It's all been pure funk, on my part at least." He passed out of sight into the hall. The power that throbbed so mightily about the room followed him out. Almost at the same moment Edward woke up. But he woke with a tearing and indescribable cry of pain and anguish on his lips. "Oh, oh, oh, but it hurts, it hurts. I can't hold you, leave me. It's breaking me asunder." The clergyman had sprung to his feet, but in the same instant everything had become normal once more. The room as it was before, the horror gone. There was nothing he could do or say, for there was no longer anything to put right, to defend, or to attack. Edward was speaking, his voice deep and full as it never had been before. "By Jove, how that sleep has refreshed me. I feel twice the chap I was before, twice the chap. I feel quite splendid. Your voice, sir, must have hypnotized me to sleep." He crossed the room with great vigor. Where's Ernie, by the by?" he asked casually, hesitating, almost searching for the name. And a shadow, as if of a vanished memory, crossed his face and was gone. The tone conveyed the most complete indifference where once the least word or movement of his twin had wakened solicitude, love. "Gone away, I suppose. Gone to bed. I mean, of course." Curtis has never been able to describe the dreadful conviction that overwhelmed him as he stood there staring, his heart in his mouth, the conviction, the positive certainty that Edward had changed interiorly, had suffered an incredible accession to his existing personality. But he knew it as he watched. His mind, spirit, soul had most wonderfully increased. Something that hitherto the lad had known from the outside only, or by the magic of loving sympathy, had now passed to be incorporated with his own being. And being himself, it required no expression. Yet this visible increase was somehow terrible. Curtis shrank back from him. The instinct, he has never grasped the profound psychology of that, nor why it turned his soul dizzy with a kind of nausea. The instinct to strike him where he stood passed, and a plaintive sound from the hall, stealing softly into the room between them, sent all that was left to him of self-possession into his feet. He turned and ran. Edward followed him very leisurely. They found Ernest, or what had been Ernest, crouching behind the table in the hall, weeping foolishly to himself. On his face lay blackness. The mouth was open, the jaw dropped. He dribbled hopelessly, and from the face had passed all signs of intelligence, of spirit. For a few weeks he lingered on, regaining no sign of spiritual or mental life before the poor body, hopelessly disorganized, released what was left of him from pure inertia, from complete and utter loss of vitality. And the horrible thing, so the distressed family thought at least, was that all those weeks Edward showed an indifference that was singularly brutal and complete. He rarely even went to visit him. I believe, too, it is true, that he only once spoke of him by name, and that was when he said, "Ernie? Oh, but Ernie is much better and happier where he is." End of The Terror of the Twins by Algernon Blackwood. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Poetry and the Gods by H.P. Lovecraft and Anna Helen Crofts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by James Rogers. Poetry and the Gods by H.P. Lovecraft and Anna Helen Crofts. A damp, gloomy evening in April it was, just after the close of the Great War, when Marcia found herself alone with strange thoughts and wishes, unheard-of yearnings which floated out of the spacious 20th-century drawing-room, up the misty deeps of the air, and eastward to far olive groves in Arcady, which she had seen only in her dreams. She had entered the room in abstraction, turned off the glaring chandeliers, and now reclined on a soft divan by a solitary lamp which shed over the reading table a green glow as soothing and delicious as moonlight through the foliage about an antique shrine. Attired simply in a low-cut evening dress of black, she appeared outwardly a typical product of modern civilization. But tonight she felt the immeasurable gulf that separated her soul from all her prosaic surroundings. Was it because of the strange home in which she lived, that abode of coldness where relations were always strained and the inmates scarcely more than strangers? Was it that, or was it some greater and less explicable misplacement in time and space, whereby she had been born too late, too early, or too far away from the haunts of her spirit, ever to harmonize with the unbeautiful things of contemporary reality? To dispel the mood which was engulfing her more deeply each moment, she took a magazine from the table and searched for some healing bit of poetry. Poetry had always relieved her troubled mind better than anything else, though many things in the poetry she had seen detracted from the influence. Over parts of even the sublimest verses hung a chill vapor of sterile ugliness and restraint, like dust on a window pane through which one views a magnificent sunset. Listlessly turning the magazine's pages, as if searching for an elusive treasure, she came upon something which dispelled her languor. An observer could have read her thoughts and told that she had discovered some image or dream which brought her nearer to her unattained goal than any image or dream she had seen before. It was only a bit of vers libre, that pitiful compromise of the poet, who overleaps prose, yet falls short of the divine melody of numbers. But it had in it all the unstudied music of a bard who lives and feels, and who gropes ecstatically for unveiled beauty. Devoid of regularity, it yet had the wild harmony of winged, spontaneous words, a harmony missing from the formal, convention-bound verse she had known. As she read on, her surroundings gradually faded, and soon there lay about her only the mists of dream, the purple star-strewn mists beyond time, where only gods and dreamers walk. Moon over Japan, white butterfly moon, where the heavy-lidded Buddhas dream to the sound of the cuckoo's call. The white wings of moon butterflies flicker down the streets of the city, blushing into darkness the useless wicks of round lanterns in the hands of girls. Moon over the tropics, a white curved bud, opening its petals slowly in the warmth of heaven. The air is full of odors and languorous warm sounds. A flute drones its insect music to the night, below the curving moon petal of the heavens. Moon over China, weary moon on the river of the sky. The stir of light in the willows is like the flashing of 1,000 silver minnows through dark shoals. The tiles on graves and rotting temples flash like ripples. The sky is flecked with clouds like the scales of a dragon. Amid the mists of dream, the reader cried to the rhythmical stars of her delight, at the coming of a new age of song, a rebirth of Pan. Half closing her eyes, she repeated words whose melody lay hid like crystals at the bottom of a stream before the dawn, hidden but to gleam effulgently at the birth of day. Moon over Japan, white butterfly moon. Moon over the tropics, a white curved bud, opening its petals slowly in the warmth of heaven. The air is full of odors and languorous warm sounds, languorous warm sounds. Moon over China, weary moon on the river of the sky, weary moon. Out of the mists gleamed godlike the figure of a youth in winged helmet and sandals, caduceus bearing, and of a beauty like to nothing on earth. Before the face of the sleeper he thrice waved the rod which Apollo had given him in trade for the 9-chorded shell of melody, and upon her brow he placed a wreath of myrtle and roses. Then, adoring, Hermes spoke, "O nymph, more fair than the golden-haired sisters of Cana, or the sky-inhabiting Atlantides, beloved of Aphrodite and blessed of Pallas, thou hast indeed discovered the secret of the gods, which lieth in beauty and song. O prophetess, more lovely than the Sibyl of Cumae when Apollo first knew her, thou hast truly spoken of the new age, for even now on Menelaus, Pan sighs and stretches in his sleep, wishful to awake and behold about him the little rose-covered fawns and the antique satyrs. In thy yearning hast thou divined what no mortal else, saving only a few whom the world reject, remembereth. that the gods were never dead, but only sleeping the sleep and dreaming the dreams of gods in lotus-filled Hesperian gardens beyond the golden sunset. And now draweth nigh the time of their awakening, when coldness and ugliness shall perish, and Zeus sit once more on Olympus. Already the sea about Paphos trembleth into a foam which only ancient skies have looked on before. And at night on Helicon the shepherds hear strange murmurings and half-remembered notes. Woods and fields are tremulous at twilight with the shimmering of white salient forms, and immemorial ocean yields up curious sights beneath the thin moons. The gods are patient and have slept long, but neither man nor a giant shall defy the gods forever. In Tartarus the Titans writhe, and beneath the fiery Aetna groan the children of Uranus and Gaia. The day now dawns when man must answer for his centuries of denial, but in sleeping the gods have grown kind, and will not hurl them into the gulf made for the deniers of gods. Instead will their vengeance smite the darkness, fallacy, and ugliness, which have turned the mind of man, and under the sway of bearded Saturnus shall mortals, once more sacrificing unto him, dwell in beauty and delight. This night shalt thou know the favour of the gods, and behold on Parnassus those dreams which the gods have through ages sent to earth to show that they are not dead. For poets are the dreams of the gods, and in each age some one hath sung unknowing the message and the promise from the lotus gardens beyond the sunset. Then in his arms Hermes bore the dreaming maiden through the skies. Gentle breezes from the tower of Aeolus wafted them high above warm scented seas, till suddenly they came upon Zeus, holding court on the double-headed Parnassus, his golden throne flanked by Apollo and the Muses on the right hand, and by ivory-wreathed Dionysus and pleasure-flushed Bacchae on the left hand. So much of splendor Marcia had never seen before, either awake or in dreams, but its radiance did her no injury, as would have the radiance of lofty Olympus. For in this lesser court the Father of gods had tempered his glories for the sight of mortals. Before the laurel-draped mouth of the Corycian cave sat in a row 6 noble forms with the aspect of mortals, but the countenances of gods. These the dreamer recognized from images of them which she had beheld, and she knew that they were none else than the divine Maeonides, the Avernian Dante, the more-than-mortal Shakespeare, the chaos-exploring Milton, the cosmic Goethe, and the Musaean Keats. These were those messengers whom the gods had sent to tell men that Pan had not passed away, but only slept, for it is in poetry that gods speak to men. Then spake the Thunderer, O daughter, for being one of my endless line, thou art indeed my daughter. Behold upon ivory thrones of honour the august messengers that gods have sent down, that in the words and the writings of men there may still be some trace of divine beauty. Other bards have men justly crowned with enduring laurels, but these hath Apollo crowned, and these have I set in places apart, as mortals who have spoken the language of the gods. Long we have dreamed in lotus gardens beyond the west, and spoken only through our dreams. But the time approaches when our voices shall not be silent. It is a time of awakening and of change. Once more hath Phaeton ridden low, searing the fields and drying the streams. In Gaul, lone nymphs with disordered hair weep beside fountains that are no more, and pine over rivers turned red with the blood of mortals. Ares and his train have gone forth with the madness of gods, and have returned, Deimos and Phobos glutted with unnatural delight. Tellus moans with grief, and the faces of men are as the faces of the Erinyes, even as when Astraea fled to the skies, and the waves of our bidding encompassed all the land, saving this high peak alone. Amidst the chaos, prepared to herald his coming, yet to conceal his arrival, even now toileth our latest born messenger, in whose dreams are all the images which other messengers have dreamed before him. He it is that we have chosen to blend into one glorious whole all the beauty that the world hath known before, and to write words wherein shall echo all the wisdom and the loveliness of the past. He it is who shall proclaim our return, and sing of the days to come when fauns and dryads shall haunt their accustomed groves in beauty. Guided was our choice by those who now sit before the Corycian grotto on thrones of ivory, and in whose songs thou shalt hear notes of sublimity, by which years hence thou shalt know the greater messenger, when he cometh. Attend their voices as one by one they sing to thee here. Each note shalt thou hear again in the poetry which is to come, the poetry which shall bring peace and pleasure to thy soul, though search for it through bleak years thou must. Attend with diligence, for each chord that vibrates away into hiding shall appear again to thee after thou hast returned to earth, as Alpheus, sinking his waters into the soil of Hellas, appears as the crystal Arethusa in remote Sicilia. Then arose Homeros, the ancient among bards, who took his lyre and chaunted his hymn to Aphrodite. No word of Greek did Marcia know, yet the message did not fall vainly upon her ears, for in the cryptic rhythm was that which spake to all mortals and gods, and needed no interpreter. So too the songs of Dante and Goethe, whose unknown words clave the ether with melodies easy to read and adore. But at last remembered accents rebounded before the listener. It was the swan of Avon, once a god among men, and still a god among gods. Write, write, that from the bloody course of war, my dearest master, your dear son, Mihai, bless him at home in peace, whilst I from far his name with zealous fervour sanctify. Accents still more familiar, as Milton, blind no more, declaimed immortal harmony. Or let my lamp at midnight hour be seen in some high lonely tower, where I might oft outwatch the bear with thrice great Hermes, or unsphere the spirit of Plato, to unfold what worlds or what vast regions hold the immortal mind, that hath forsook her mansion in this fleshy nook. Sometimes let gorgeous tragedy in sceptred pall come sweeping by, presenting Thebes or Pelops' line, or the tale of Troy divine. Last of all came the young voice of Keats, closest of all the messengers to the beauteous faun folk. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on. When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain in midst of other woe than ours, a friend to man, to whom thou sayest, Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. As the singer ceased, there came a sound in the wind blowing from far Egypt, where at night Aurora mourns by the Nile for her slain son Memnon. To the feet of the Thunderer flew the rosy-fingered goddess, and kneeling cried, Master, it is time I unlock the gates of the east. And Phobos, handing his lyre to Calliope, his bride among the Muses, prepared to depart for the jewelled and column-raised palace of the sun, where fretted the steeds already harnessed to the golden car of day. So Zeus descended from his carven throne and placed his hand upon the head of Marcia, saying, Daughter, the dawn is nigh, and it is well that thou shouldst return before the awaking of mortals to thy home. Weep not at the bleakness of thy life, for the shadow of false faiths will soon be gone, and the gods shall once more walk among men. Search thou unceasingly for our messenger, for in him wilt thou find peace and comfort. By his word shall thy steps be guided to happiness, and in his dreams of beauty shall thy spirit find all that it craveth. As Zeus ceased, the young Hermes gently seized the maiden and bore her up toward the fading stars, up and westward over unseen seas. Many years have passed since Marcia dreamt of the gods and their Parnassian conclave. Tonight she sits in the same spacious drawing-room, but she is not alone. Gone is the old spirit of unrest, for beside her is one whose name is luminous with celebrity, the young poet of poets at whose feet sits all the world. He is reading from a manuscript words which none has ever heard before, but which when heard will bring to men the dreams and fancies they lost so many years ago, when Pan lay down to doze in Arcady, and the greater gods withdrew to sleep in Lotos gardens beyond the lands of the Hesperides. In the subtle cadences and hidden melodies of the bard, the spirit of the maiden has found rest at last, for there echo the divinest notes of Thracian Orpheus, notes that move the very rocks and trees by Hebrus banks. The singer ceases, and with eagerness asks a verdict. Yet what can Marcia say but that the strain is fit for the gods? And as she speaks, there comes again a vision of Parnassus, and the far-off sound of a mighty voice saying, By his word shall thy steps be guided to happiness, and in his dreams of beauty shall thy spirit find all that it craveth. End of Poetry and the Gods. Recording by James Rogers.
The Lame Priest by Susan Carleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allan Barr. The Lame Priest by Susan Carleton. If the air had not been December's, I should have said there was a balm in it. Balm there was to me in the sight of the road before me. The first snow of winter had been falling for an hour or more. The barren hill was white with it. What wind there was behind me, and I stopped to look my fill. The long slope stretched up till it met the sky, the softly rounded white of it melting into the gray clouds, the dove-brown clouds that touched the summit, brooding, infinitely gentle. From my feet led the track, sheer white, where old and frequent wheels had marked 2 channels for the snow to lie, in the middle of a clear, filmy brown, not the shadow of a color, but the light of one, and the gray and white and brown of it all was veiled and strange with the blue-gray mist of falling snow. So quiet, so kind, it fell. I could not move for looking at it, though I was not halfway home. My eyes are not very good. I could not tell what made that brown light in the middle of the track till I was on it, and saw it was only grass standing above the snow, tall, thin, feathery autumn grass, dry and withered. It was so beautiful, I was sorry to walk on it. I stood looking down at it, and then, because I had to get on, lifted my eyes to the skyline. There was something black there, very big against the glow sky, very swift, too. On its feet, for I had scarcely wondered what it was before it had come so close that I saw it was a man, a priest in his black soutane. I never saw any man who moved so fast without running. He was close to me, at my side, passing me even as I thought it. "You are hurried, father," said I, meaning to be civil. "I see few persons in my house, 12 miles from the settlement, and I had my curiosity to know where this strange priest was going, for he was a stranger. To the churchyard, my brother, to the churchyard." he answered, in a chanting voice, yet not the chanting you hear in churches. He was past me as he spoke, 5 yards past me down the hill. The churchyard. Yes, there was a burying. Young John Noel was dead these 3 days. I heard that in the village. This priest will be late, I thought, wondering why young John must have 2 priests to bury him. Father Moore was enough for everyone else. And then I wondered why he had called me brother. I turned to watch him down the hill and saw that what I had not seen before. The man was lame. His left foot hurpled, either in trick or infirmity. In the shallow snow his track lay black and uneven where the sound foot had taken the weight. I do not know why, but that black track had a desolate look on the white ground, and the black priest hurrying down the hill looked desolate too. There was something infinitely lonely, infinitely pathetic, in that scurrying figure, indistinct through the falling snow. I had grown chilled standing, and it made me shiver, or else it was the memory of the gaunt face, the eyes that did not look at me, the incredible, swift lameness of the strange priest. However it was, virtue had gone from me. I went on to the top of the hill without much spirit and into the woods. And in the woods, the kindliness had gone from the snowfall. The familiar rocks and stumps were unfamiliar, threatening. Half a dozen times I wondered what a certain thing could be that crouched before me in the dusk, only to find it a rotten log, a boulder in the bare bushes. Whether I hurried faster than I knew, for that unfriendliness around me, I did not trouble to think, but I was in a wringing sweat when I came out of my own clearing. As I crossed it to my door, something startled me. What? I do not know. It was only a faint sound, far off, unknown, unrecognizable, but unpleasing. I forgot the door was latched. I leave my house by the window when I go out for the day, and pushed it sharply. It gave to my hand. There was no stranger inside, at least. An old Indian sat by the smoldering fire, with my dog at his feet. "Andrew," said I, "is anything wrong?" I had always had it in my mind when he came unexpectedly that his wife might be dead. She'd been smoking her pipe and dying these 10 years back. "I don't know," the man smiled, as he carefully shut and barred the door I had left ajar. "He want tobacco, so I come. You good man to me. You not home. I wait and make supper. My meat." He nodded proudly at the dull embers, and I saw he had an open pot on them, with a hacked-off joint of moose meat. I make him stew. He had done the same thing before, a sort of tacit payment for the tobacco he wanted. I was glad to see him, for I was so hot and tired from my walk home that I knew I must be getting old very fast. It is not good to sit alone in a shack of winter's night and know you are getting old very fast. When there was no more moose meat, we drew to the fire. Outside the wind had risen, full of a queer wailing that sounded something like the cry of a loon. I saw Andrew was not ready to start for home. Though he had his hat on his head, and I realized I had not got out the tobacco, but when I put it on the table, he let it lie. "You keep me here tonight?" he asked without a smile, almost anxiously. "Bad night tonight. Too long way home." I was pleased enough, but I asked if the old woman would be lonely. "You get tobacco tomorrow." Andrew had but the masculine third person singular, and why have more when that serves? "Girl with him when I come. Tomorrow." He listened for an instant to the wind, stared into the fire, and threw so mighty a bark-covered log on it that the flames flew up the chimney. "Red deer come back to this country," exclaimed he irreverently. "Come down from Maine. Wolves come back too, over the north ice. I suppose smell 'em? I don't know." I nodded. I knew both things. Having nothing but such things to know in the corner of God's world I call my own. Andrew filled his pipe. If I had not been used to him, I could never have seen his eyes were not on it, but on me. "Tomorrow," he harked back abruptly, "we go away. Break up here. Go down Lake Moon." "Why?" I was astounded. He had not shifted camp for years. "I say red deer back. Not good here anymore." "But..." I wondered for half a minute if he could be afraid of the few stray wolves which had certainly come. From heaven knew how far, the winter before. But I knew that was nonsense. It must be something about the deer. How was I to know what his mind got out of them? "No good," he repeated. He lifted his long brow hands solemnly. "No good here. You come too." I laughed. "I'm too old, Andrew. Who was a strange priest I met today crossing the upland farm?" "Father Moore?" "No." "Father Underhill?" "No. Thin. Tired looking. Lame." "Lame? Drag leg? Hurry?" I had never seen him so excited. Never seen him stop in full career as now. I don't know. It was a different man speaking. Strange priest. Not belong here. You come Lake Moon with me. Tell me about the priest first. Though I knew it was useless as I ordered it. He spat into the fire. Lame dog. Lame woman. Lame priest. All no good, said he. What time late you sit up here? Not that late night, assuredly. I was more tired than I wanted to own. But long after I had gone to my bunk in the corner, I saw Andrew's wrinkled face alert and listening in the firelight. He played with something in his hand, and I knew there was that in his mind which he would not say. The wind had died away. There was no more loon calling, or whatever it was. I fell asleep to the sound of the fire, the soft pat of snow against the window, but the straight old figure in my chair sat rigid. I opened my eyes to broad, dull daylight. Andrew and the tobacco were gone, but on the table was something I did not see till I was setting my breakfast there. 3 bits of twig, 2 uprights, and a crosspiece, a lakeshore pebble, a bit of charred wood. I supposed it was something about coming back from Lake Moon to sit by my fire again, and I swept the picture writing away as I put down my teapot. Afterwards I was glad. I began to wonder if it would ever stop snowing. Andrew's track from my door was filled up already. I sat down to my fly tying and my books, with a pipe in my mouth and an old tune at my heart, when I heard a hare shriek out. I will have no traps on my grant. A beggarly 100 acres not cleared, and never will be. I have no farmer blood. And, for a moment I distrusted Andrew. I put on my boots and went out. The dog plumped into the woods ahead of me and came back. The hare shrieked again, and was cut off in mid-cry. Indian is Indian, said I savagely. Andrew! But no one answered. The dog fell behind me, treading in my steps. In the thick spruces there was nothing. Nothing in the opener hardwood till I came out on a clear place under a big tree, with the snow falling over into my bootlegs. There, stooping in the snow, with his back to me, was a man, the priest of yesterday. Priest or no priest, I would not have it, and I said so. He smiled tightly, his soutane gathered up around him. I do not snare. Look. He moved aside, and I saw the bloody snow, the dead hare. Something must have killed it and been frightened away. It is very odd. He looked round him as I did, for the fox or wildcat tracks that were not there. Except for my boot prints from my side, and his uneven track from his, there was not a mark on the snow. It might have been a wild cat who jumped to some tree, but even so it was queer. Very odd, he said again. Will you have the hare? I shook my head. I had no fancy for it. It is good meat. I had turned to see where my dog had gone, but I looked back at the sound of his voice and was ashamed. Pinched, tired, bedraggled, he held up the hare, and his eyes were sharp with hunger. I looked for no more phantom tracks. I forgot he had sinned about the hare. I was ashamed that I, well fed, had shamed him, empty, by wondering foolishly about wild cats. Yet even so I had less fancy for that hare than ever. Let it lie, said I. I have better meat, and I suppose the beasts are hungry as well as we. If you are not hurried, come in and have a bite with me. I see few strangers out here. You would do me a kindness. A very strange look came on his face. A kindness? He exclaimed. I? Do a kindness? He seemed so taken aback that I wondered if he were not a little mad. I do not like madmen, but I could not turn round on him. You were off the track to anywhere, I explained. There are no settlements for 100 miles back of me. If you come in, I will give you your bearings. Off the track? He repeated, almost joyfully. Yes, but I am very strong, I suppose. His voice dragged into a whisper. I shall not be able to help getting back to a settlement again, but... He looked at me for the first time, with considering eyes like a dog's, only more afraid, less gentle. You are a good man, brother, he said. I will come. He cast a shuddering glance at the hare and threw it behind him. As I turned to go, he drifted lamely after me, just as a homeless dog does, half hope, half terrified suspicion. but I fancied he laid a greedy eye at the bloody hair after he had turned away from it. Somehow, he was not a comfortable companion, and I was sorry I had no lunatic asylum. I whistled for my dog, but he had run home. He liked neither snow nor strangers. I saw his great square head in my bed as I let the priest in, and I knew he was annoyed. Dogs are funny things. Matter saying that priest ate ravenously. When he had finished, his eyes were steadier, though he started frightfully when I dropped some firewood. Started toward the door. "Were you in time for the funeral yesterday, Father?" I asked, to put him at ease. But at first he did not answer. "I turned back," he said at last in the chanting voice of yesterday. "You live alone, brother? Alone like me, in the wilderness?" I said yes. I supposed he was one of the Indian priests who live alone indeed. He was no town priest, for his nails were worn to the quick. "You should bar your door at night," he continued slowly, as if it were a distasteful duty. "Those woods are not as they were." Here was another warning, the second in 24 hours. I forgot about his being crazy. "I always bar it," I answered shortly enough. I was tired of these child's terrors, all the more that I myself had felt evil in the familiar woods only yesterday. "Do more!" cried the priest. He stood up, a taller man than I had thought him, a gaunt, hunted-looking man in his shabby black. "Do more! After nightfall, keep your door shut, even to knocking. Do not open it for any calling. The place is a bad place, and treachery." He stopped, looked at the table, pointed at something. "Would you mind," said he, "turning down that loaf? It is not true." I saw the loaf bottom up on the platter, and remembered. It is an old custom of silent warning that the stranger in the house is a traitor, but I had no one to warn. I laughed and turned the loaf. Of course there is no traitor. If I ever saw gratitude, it was in his eyes. Yet he spoke peevishly. "Not now, but there might be. And so I say to you, after nightfall, do not open your door till the Indians come back." Then he was an Indian priest. I wondered why Andrew had lied about him. "What is this thing," I was impatient, "that you and they are afraid of? Look out there." I opened the door, for the poor priest, to be truthful, was not savory, and pointed to the quiet clearing, the soft falling snow, the fringe of spruces that were the vanguard of the woods. "Look there and tell me what there is in my own woods that has not been there these 12 years past. Yet first an Indian comes with hints and warnings, and then you?" "What warnings?" he cried. "The Indians, I mean. What warnings?" I am sure I do not know. I was thoroughly out of temper. I was not always a quiet old man in a lonely shack. Something about the red deer coming back and the place being bad. "That is nonsense about the red deer," returned the priest, not in the least as if he meant it. "Nonsense or not, it seems to have sent the Indians away." I could not help sounding dry. I hate these silly mysteries. He turned his back to me and began to prowl around the room. I had opened my mouth to speak when he forestalled me. "You have been kind to an outcast priest." He spoke plainly. "I tell you in return to go away. I tell you earnestly. Or else I ask you to promise me that for no reason will you leave your house after dark, or your door on the latch, till the Indians come back." He stopped in the middle of the word, the middle of a step, his lame leg held up drawly. "What is that?" It was more like a howl of a wild beast than a question, and I spun round pretty sharply. The man was crazier than I liked. "That rubbish of twigs and stones? The Indian left them. They mean something about his coming back, I suppose." I could not see what he was making such a fuss about. He stood in that silly, arrested attitude, and his lips had drawn back from his teeth in a kind of snarl. I stooped for the things. It was exactly as if he snapped at me. "Let them be. I have no fancy for them. They are a heathen charm." He backed away from them, drew close to the door, and stood with a working face, the saddest sight of fierce and weary ruin of effort to speak kindly than I ever saw. "They're just a message," I began. "That you do not understand." He held up his hand for silence. More priest and less madman than I had yet seen him. "I will tell you what they mean. The twigs, 2 uprights and a crosspiece, mean to keep your door shut. The stone is The stone does not matter. Call it a stranger. The charcoal, for all the effort he was making, his hand fell, and I thought he trembled. The charcoal. I stooped mechanically to put the things as he described them, as Andrew had left them, but his cry checked me. Let the cruel things be! The charcoal means the unlucky, the burned-out souls for whose bodies live accursed. No, I will not touch them either. But do you lay them as you found them, night after night, at your door, and... He was fairly grinding his teeth with the effort. Even an outcast priest may feel shame at believing in heathenry. And the unlucky, the unhappy must pass by. I do not know why such pity came on me, except that it is not right to see into the soul of any man. And I knew the priest must be banned, and thought Andrew had meant to warn me against him. I took the things, twigs, stone, and charcoal, and threw them into the fire. I'd sooner they came in, I said. But the strange priest gave me a look of terror, of agony. I thought he wrung his hands, but I could not tell. As if I had struck him, he was over my threshold, and scurrying away with his swift lameness into the woods and the thin falling snow. He went the way we had come in the morning, the way of the dead hare. I could not help wondering if he would take it with him, if it were still there. I was sorry I had not asked him where he was going. Sorrier I had not filled his pockets with food. I turned to put away my map of the district, and it was gone. He must have moved more silently than a wolf to have stolen it, but stolen it was. I could not grudge it. If I would rather have given it, I went to the bunk to pull out my sulky dog, and stood amazed. Those books lie which say dogs do not sweat. The priest certainly had a bad smell, I exclaimed, but nothing to cause all this fuss. Come out. But he only crawled abjectly to the fire, and presently lifted his great head and howled. Snow or no snow, priest or no priest, said I. We will go out to get rid of these vapors, for I had not felt much happier with my guest than had the dog. When we came back, we had forgotten him, or why should I lie? The dog had. I could not forget his lameness, his poor, fierce, hungry face. I made a prayer in my bed that night. I know it is not a devout practice, but if the mind kneels, I hold the body does not matter, and my mind has been kneeling for 20 years. For all that are in agony, and have none to pray for them, I beseech thee, O God. And I meant the priest, as well as some others. But however it was, I saw, no more of him. I had never heard of him so much as his name. Christmas passed. In February I went down to the village, and there I heard what put the faint memory of the lame man out of my head. The wolves who had followed the red deer were killing, not deer in the woods, but children in the settlements. The village talked of packs of wolves, and heaven knew how many children. I thought if I came to bare truth, there might have been 3 children eaten, instead of the 30 rumor made them, and that for the fabled pack there probably stood 2 or 3 brutes, with a taste for human flesh, and a distaste for the hard running of pulling down a deer. And before I left the village, I met a man who told the plain tale. There had been 10 children killed or carried off, but there had been no pack of wolves concerned, nor even 3 nor 2. One lame wolf's track led from each robbed house, only to disappear on some high road. More than that, the few wolves in the woods seemed to fear and shun the lonely murderer, were against him as much as the men who meant to hunt him down. It was a queer story. I hardly thought it held water, though the man who told it was no romance maker. I left him, and went home over the hard shining of the crusted snow, wondering why the good God, if he had not meant his children to kill, should have made the winter so long and hard. Yellow shafts of low sunlight pierced the woods as I threaded them. And if they had not made it plain that there was nothing abroad, I should have thought I heard something paddling in the underbrush. But I saw nothing till I came out on my own clearing, and there I jerked up with surprise. The lame priest stood with his back to my window. Stood on a patch of tramped and bloody snow. Will you never learn sense? He whined at me. This is no winter to go out and leave your window unfastened. If I had not happened by, your dog would be dead. I stared at him. I always left the window ajar for the dog to go out and in. I came by, drawled the priest, as if he were passing every day, and found your dog out here with 3 wolves on him. I beat them off. He might speak calmly, but he wiped the sweat from his face. I put him in by the window. He is only torn. But you... My wits came back to me. I thanked him as a man does who is only a dumb beast to cherish. Why did you not go in too? You must be frozen. He shook his head. The dog is afraid of me. You saw that. He answered simply. He was better alone. Besides, I had my hands full at the time. Are you hurt? I would have felt his ragged clothes, but he flinched away from me. They were afraid, too. He gave a short laugh. And now I must go. Only be careful. For all you knew, there might have been wolves beside you as you came, and you had no gun. I knew now why he looked neither cold nor like a man who has been waiting. He had made the window safe for the dog inside, and run through the woods to guard me. I was full of wonder at the strangeness of him and the absurd gratitude. I forgot, or rather, I did not speak of the stolen map. I begged him to come in for the night, but he cut me off in the middle. I am going a long way. No, I will not take a gun. I have no fear. These wolves are too much, I cried angrily. They told me in the village that the lame one had been harrying the settlements. I mean a wolf. Not for worlds would I have said anything about lameness if I had remembered his. Do they say that? He asked, his gaunt and furrowed face without expression. Oh, you need not mind me. It is no secret that I too am lame. Are they sure? Sure enough to mean to kill him. Somehow my tongue faltered over it. So they ought. He spoke in his throat. But I doubt if they can. He straightened himself, looked at the sun with a queer face. I must be going. You need not thank me. Except, if there comes one at nightfall, do not for my memory let him in. Good night, brother. And, good night, brother, said I. He turned and drifted lamely out of the clearing. He was out of my sight as quickly as if he had gone into the ground. He was true about the wolves. There were 3 tracks and the priest's tracks running to the place where they had my dog down. If remembering the hare, I had had other thoughts, I was ashamed of them. I was sorry I had not asked in the village about this strange man who beat off wolves with a stick. But I had, unfortunately, not known it in the village. I was to know. Oh, I was to know. It might have been a month after. Anyhow, it was near sunset of a bitter day when I saw the lame priest again. Lame indeed. Bent double as if with agony. Limping horribly. The sweat on his white face. He stumbled to my door. His hand was at his side. There was a dry blood stain round his mouth. Yet even while he had to lean against the doorpost, he would not let me within arm reach of him, but edged away. Come in, man. I was appalled. Come in. Are you hurt? I thought I saw blood on his satan. That was in flinders. He shook his head. Like a man whose minutes are numbered, he looked at the sun. And, like a man whose minutes are numbered, could not hurry his speech. Not I, he said at last. But there is a poor beast out there. Nodding vaguely. A dog that has been wounded. I want some rags to tie up the wound, a blanket to put over him. I cannot leave him in his last hour. You can't go. I'll put him out of his misery. That will be better than blankets. It might, muttered he. It might. If you could, but I must go. I said I would go too. But at that he seemed to lose all control of himself, and snarled out at me. Stay at home. I will not have you. Hurry. Give me the things. His eyes, and on my soul, I thought death was glazing them, were on the sinking sun when I came out again, and for the first time he did not edge away from me. I should have known without telling that he had been caring for some animal by the smell of his clothes. My brother that I have treated brotherly, as you me, he said. Whether I come back this night or not, keep your door shut. Do not come out. If I had strength to kneel, I would kneel to you for any calling. And I that ask you have loved you well, I have tried to serve you, except, he had no pause, no awkwardness, in the matter of that map, but you had burnt the heathen charm, and I had to find a way to keep far off from you. I am a driven man. There will be no calling. I was puzzled and despairing. There has been none of that loon crying, or whatever it was, since the night I first met you. If you would treat me as a brother, come back to my house and sleep. I will not hurt your wounded dog. Though even then I knew it was no dog. I treat you as I know best, he answered passionately. But if in the morning I do not come, he seized the blanket, the rags, bounded from me in the last rays of sunlight, dragging his burden in the snow. As he vanished with his swift, incredible lameness, his voice came back high and shrill. If I do not come in the morning, come out and give my dog burial. For the love of... He was screaming, for the love I bore you, a Christian burial. If I had not stayed to shut the door, I should not have lost him. Until dark I called, I beat every inch of cover. All the time I had a feeling that he was near and evading me, and at last I stopped looking for him. For all I knew, he might have a camp somewhere. In camp or none, he had said pretty plainly he did not want me. I went home, angry and baffled. It was a freezing night. The very moon looked fierce with cold. The shack snapped with frost as I sat down to the supper. I could not eat for the thought of the poor soul outside. And as I sat, I heard a sound, a soft, imploring call. The same, only nearer and more insistent, as the cry in the wind the night after I first saw the priest. I was at the door when something stopped me. I do not exaggerate when I say the mad priest's voice was in my ears. If there comes one to your door after nightfall, do not let him in. Do not open for any crying. If I had strength to kneel, I would kneel to you. I do not think any pen on earth could put down the entreaty of that miserable voice, but even remembering it, I would have disregarded it. If, before I could so much as draw breath, that soft calling had not broken into a great ravening howl, bestial, full of malice. For a moment I thought the priest had come back raving mad. I thought silly thoughts of my cellar and my medicine chest. But as I turned for my knitted sash to tie him with, the horrid howl came again, and I knew it was no man, but a beast. Or I think that is a lie. I knew nothing, except that outside was something more horrible than I had ever dreamed of, and that I could not open my door. I did go to the window. I put a light there for the priest to see, if he came. But I did no more. That very day I had said, there will be no more calling, and here in my sober senses stood and sweated because my words were turned into a lie. There seemed to be two voices, yet I knew it was but one. First would come the soft wailing, with the strange drawing in it. There was more terror for me in that than in the furious snarl to which it always changed. For while I was imploring, it was all I could do not to let in the one who cried out there. Just as I could withstand no longer, the ravening malice of the second cry would stop me short. It was as if one called and one forbade me. But I knew there were no two things outside. I may as well set down my shame and be done. I was afraid. I stood holding my frantic dog and dared not look at the unshuttered window, black and shining like new ice in the lamplight, lest I should see I knew not what inhuman face looking at me through the frail pane. If I had the heathen charm, I should have fallen to the cowardice of using it. It may have been 10 minutes that I stood with frozen blood. All I am sure of is that I came to my senses with a great start, remembering the defenseless priest outside. I shut up my dog, took my gun, opened my door in a fury, and did not shoot. Not 10 yards from me a wolf crouched in the snow, a dark and lonely thing. My gun was in my shoulder, but as he came at me, the sound that broke from his throat loosened my arm. It was human. There is no other word for it. As I stood, sick and stupid, the poor brute stopped his rush with a great slither in the snow that was black with his blood in the moonlight, and ran terribly, lamely from my sight. But not before I had seen a wide white bandage bound round his gray-black back and breast. The priest's dog, I said. I thought 100 things and dared not meddle with what I did not understand. I searched as best as I might for what I knew I should not find. Searched till the dawn broke in a lurid sky, and under that crimson light I found the man I had called brother on the crimson snow. And as I hoped to die in a house and in my bed, my rags I gave for the dying beast were round his breast, my blanket huddled at his hand. But his face, as I looked on him, I should not have known, for it was young. I put down my loaded gun, that I was glad was loaded still, and I carried the dead home. I saw no wounded wolf, nor the trace of one, except a long track from my door to the priest's body, and that was marked by neither teeth nor claws, but under my rags with bullets. Well, he had his Christian burial, though Father Moore, good, smooth man, would not hear my tale. The dead priest had been outcast by his own will, not the church's, had roamed the country for 1,000 miles, a thing afraid and a thing of fear, and now someone had killed him, perhaps by mistake. Who knows, finished Father Moore softly. Who knows? But I will have no hue and cry made about it. He was once, at least, a servant of God, and these... He glanced at the queer-looking bullets that had fallen from the dead man's side, as I made him ready for burial. I will encourage no senseless superstition in my people by trying to trace these, especially. But he did not finish. So we dug the priest's grave, taking turn by turn, for we are not young, and his brother in God buried him. What either of us thought about the whole matter he did not say, but the very day after, while the frozen mound of consecrated earth was raw in the sunshine, Andrew walked in at my door. "We come back," he announced. "All good here now. Lame wolf dead. Shoot him after dark. Silver bullet. We go damuch bachusum." Evil spirit wolf. Wigudamuch is a word no Indian cares to say. He never said a word about the new grave, and neither did I. End of The Lame Priest by Susan Carleton.
The Light in the Dormitory by W.J. Wintle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Light in the Dormitory by W.J. Wintle. The Abbey of St. Placidus stood in a valley between the mountains, and was hidden from the few travellers who passed through that lonely region by a thick belt of trees. It was several miles from the nearest town, and the road through the valley led to no place of any importance. It was therefore rarely used except by the dependents of the abbey and a few other peasants. Thus disturbance from the outside world was quite unknown, and the peace of the community was rarely broken by any disquiet from within. The monks spent their days in the silence of prayer and recollection, and the daily round of offices in the church and work about the house, gardens, and farm fully occupied their time and thoughts. Speaking generally, the monks ran elderly. Most of them were well over 40. A few were over 80, and the abbot was nearest 60 than 50. He very properly maintained that no man had cut his wisdom teeth till he had passed 50. But at the same time the community felt the need of some younger members. The old ones could not expect to live forever in this world. There was plenty of work that called for strong young hands, and the novitiate cried aloud for occupants. So the abbot took counsel with his brethren, and they agreed with him that something must be done to meet the situation. And the only thing that seemed at all possible was to try the experiment of an alumnate, or school for boys, who seemed likely to develop a vocation for community life later on. And that is how it came about that the old dormitory over the west cloister was now occupied by a dozen youths of rather lively disposition. It was a decided change for the old dormitory, for it had been disused for 20 years past. No one appeared to quite know why, but there seemed to be a combination of reasons. For one thing, it was the part of the house farthest removed from the rest of the rooms, and so was a trifle inconvenient for those who lived in it. Then the stairs leading up to it were narrow and steep, and so were trying to elderly legs. The dormitory itself was cold in winter, and so did not agree with people subject to asthma and bronchitis, and the place was said to be bad to sleep in. What this last objection meant was not very clear, but those who were old enough to have slept there when it was last used said it was noisy. This was odd in a place where silence reigned both in the house and outside it, but the suggestion was that the wind somehow caught that part of the buildings and howled through chimneys and chinks. Queer noises were heard, which were put down to birds under the eaves or rats under the floor. Anyway, the place was noisy and unsuitable for light sleepers. It was known as the old dormitory because it, with the west cloister beneath it, formed the sole surviving part of the ancient monastery, which was pulled down when the present abbey was built. It dated from the beginning of the 13th century, but had been considerably altered inside. Originally, it had been one long open dormitory, in which some 20 beds could have been arranged along the walls, but it was now divided into what were called cells, though they were merely cubicles open to the gangway down the centre. Thus, while the occupants of the cubicles had a certain amount of privacy, they could see anyone who passed down the dormitory, and as the partitions between the cubicles were only some 8 feet high, a good portion of the old oak roof was visible from all of them. The boys were a varied set, who got on well together as a rule, but we are only now concerned with one of them. This was Brother Bernard, who, on account of being eldest and steadiest, had been made prefect of the alumnate. This meant that he had general charge of the others, under the monk who was their immediate superior, and was held responsible for their good behavior. He was a youth of 17, and he had his hands full. His cubicle was that next to the stairs, and was so arranged that it commanded a rather larger view of the dormitory than the others. It was his duty to see that every one was in his cell immediately after compline, and that all lights were out half an hour later. There was no gas or electric light in this ancient building. The dormitory was rather ineffectually lighted by some hanging oil lamps. It was Brother Bernard's business to put these out, and to see that everybody was in bed by that time. Then he retreated to his cubicle, and it was usually about a quarter of a minute later when steady breathing told the shadows that he was fast asleep. And the steady breathing did not as a rule cease until the bell rang to wake the community in the morning. But one night he woke up with a start, and was just in time to hear the abbey clock strike midnight. He turned over and tried to go to sleep again, but without result. He had that queer feeling that somebody was about, but all was perfectly still and silent. Then, for the first time, he noticed the light in the dormitory, which was destined to have such a strange sequel. He was looking drowsily at nothing, for there was nothing to look at, when he saw it. It was just a patch of light shining on the roof about halfway down the room. He at once thought that one of the alumni had got a bit of candle from the sacristy, and was enjoying a surreptitious spell of reading. This was forbidden, and it was his business to stop it. So he slipped out of bed, and went quietly down the passage between the cubicles. But everybody seemed to be fast asleep. There was no light in any of the cubicles, and there was no odor of a blown-out candle. When he looked up at the roof again, the light was gone. This was distinctly curious, but Brother Bernard was too young to trouble his head about such a trifle. It was not until the thing happened again about a week later that he began to think it over. Much reading of detective stories written by people who have never been detectives nor talked with detectives had given that youth the idea that he was a born investigator, and he set to work with a relish to find out the mystery of the light in the dormitory. Could it come from any of the cubicles? To this question he was able to give a pretty decided negative. He knew that nobody had a dark lantern or anything of that sort, and on both occasions he had made sure that no bit of candle was being burnt. Besides, when he came to think of it, the patch of light was too small and too sharply defined to be caused in that way. A candle would have lit up a considerable part of the roof, and not a small patch of it. Could the light have come from outside? Again, he was obliged to answer no. The old dormitory was lighted in the day by some narrow lancet windows. Had the light shone through one of these, it would have been a long strip of light, and not a small patch. Besides, the windows overlooked the cloister garth, into which no one could enter at night, so that the notion of a strong bull's-eye lantern operating from the garth was quite out of the question. But soon the mysterious light became still more mysterious. The next time that Brother Bernard woke up in the night and saw it there was a change. Before it was a vague patch, but now it was more distinct, and was in the shape of a cross. He rubbed his eyes, and wondered if he was dreaming. Then he looked again, and it was clearly a cross. A moment later it disappeared, but it disappeared in a rather unusual way. It did not vanish either suddenly or gradually, but it went out from one side. First one arm of the cross vanished, then the upright, and then the other arm. Imagine that the cross had been pushed sideways behind a dark screen, and you will have a fair idea of what happened. It must have been just about the same time, if not on the same night, that one of the monks had a queer dream, which he related next day at recreation. Of course, Brother Bernard knew nothing about this, and only heard of it by chance some time later. The monk in question, who was a very level-headed man, had his cell overlooking the cloister garth, but on the side opposite to the old dormitory. He had heard nothing about the strange light that had been seen. He dreamt that he was standing in the cloister, when he saw a monk in front of him, whom he failed to recognize by the back view. The monk was walking slowly away from him. It was apparently not one of the community, and he knew that no visitor had arrived. So he hastened to pass him, that he might see who it was. But the other also hastened, and turned a corner, where he seemed to vanish, for he was not to be seen a moment later. The monk in his dream then thought that he turned back, and again saw the stranger before him. This time he stood still to watch, and saw him take some object out of the folds of his habit. Whatever this object may have been, it seemed to give out a faint light which shone on the roof of the cloister. Then the stranger walked to a certain spot in the old west cloister, and appeared to step into the wall and vanish. At this point the monk woke up, and at that moment the abbey clock struck midnight. Brother Bernard continued to have disturbed nights, waking up without any apparent cause, but saw nothing more for 2 or 3 weeks. Then a night came when he was aroused at about 12 o'clock, and again saw the light on the roof. This time it was brighter than before, so much so that it drew him out of bed in spite of previous failures to discover the cause. He stepped out into the central passage, and there before him he saw what he took to be one of the monks. This greatly puzzled him, for no one had any business there at night, except the infirmarian in case of sickness. But there was no one unwell in the alumnate overnight, and if any one had been taken ill, the prefect must first have been called to fetch the infirmarian. It was very strange. It might possibly be the abbot or prior, who had taken it into his head to go round and see that all was right. In any case, it was Brother Bernard's duty to ascertain who it was, so he stood and watched the figure, expecting that when it turned back he would see. But the mysterious monk did not turn back. He walked to the farther end of the dormitory, which ended in a blank wall without a door. But as he walked, Brother Bernard noticed that the light on the roof went with him. It was just as if he was carrying a lamp turned upwards, except that the patch of light was as before, in the shape of a cross. Yes, without a doubt, the light was moving along. It continued to move until it came to the wall, and then it disappeared in the same curious way as before, just as if it had been pushed sideways behind a screen, or it might be said to have vanished sideways into the end wall. Brother Bernard was watching the light, and so he did not see what became of the monk. But when the light vanished, he looked for him and saw nothing. In fact, it was too dark to see anything. There was no moon, and the dormitory was in total darkness. Then it struck him as very strange that he should have been able to see the monk at all in the darkness. He could only suppose that the light on the roof enabled him to see. Up till now, he had said nothing to anyone about the light in the dormitory, as he had no special wish to be laughed at for foolish fancies. But now he thought it right to mention the matter to the prior. To his surprise, he was taken at once to the abbot, and was asked to repeat the story in full detail. A good many questions were asked, and he was told not to say anything to the other alumni, but to report any further happenings at once. He was considerably astonished to find his story taken so seriously, and he would have been still more surprised if he had learned the reason. Things had been happening at the abbey. In the first place, an old manuscript had been found among the documents stored in the library, which seemed to be part of a diary kept by one of the monks over a century ago. Amongst other things of interest, it contained an account of some curious happenings in the abbey at that time. Several of the community had seen what they supposed to be a spectre monk walking in the cloister at night. On several occasions he had been seen to vanish into the wall of the west cloister, and he seemed to be carrying something in the folds of his habit that gave out a faint light. Another, and still older, document had come to light in the same place. This was very difficult to read, and seemed to have been purposely written in such a style as to conceal some secret from any casual reader, but so far as could be made out, it was intended to record the hiding of something of value on the abbey premises, and to give a clue to the hiding place. The clue was apparently lost now, for the manuscript was torn badly, and the latter part could not be read. But something else had happened besides the finding of these two papers. Curious rustling sounds had been heard late at night in the old west cloister by a monk who had been sitting up late to finish some important work, and on going to see what it was, he had caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a figure in black that melted into the wall. He went to the spot where the figure had disappeared, and he thought that a faint patch of light shone on the roof just overhead, but it was very faint, and had gone before he could be quite certain that it was there. The next time that Brother Bernard woke up in the night, he saw the dark figure more distinctly, and he also saw plainly that it was carrying something partly concealed in the folds of his habit. The light appeared to come from this. He plucked up his courage, and ran lightly and silently down the central passage to the intruder. But quick as he was, the visitor was quicker still, and had vanished before he overtook him. But Brother Bernard was in time to detect a curious perfume that seemed to linger on the air for a moment. It was like the pleasant scent that comes from an old chest in which spices and perfumes have been stored long ago. Now we have said that the youth had detective ideas, and he decided to lay a trap for the visitor. The next night, when all were in bed, he went round to put out the lamps. He fastened a piece of black cotton across the passage, about a foot from the floor, and in such fashion that any one passing that way would inevitably break it. Nothing happened that night nor the next, but on the third he again woke up and saw the mysterious monk standing halfway down the passage. This time he was turned partly towards Brother Bernard, who could now see that he was holding what appeared to be a golden cross, which gave out a pale light that seemed to be reflected on the open roof of the dormitory. He seemed to hesitate for a few moments, then walked slowly down the passageway, appeared to push the cross into the wall, and then to melt away. The figure walked right past the place where the black cotton was fixed. But when Brother Bernard went to examine it, he found that it had not been broken. It was pretty clear from this that the intruder was not of solid flesh and blood. What then could he be made of? When the abbot heard the story, he decided that a watch should be kept by two seniors, and for over a week these two monks, much to their disgust, sat up in the old dormitory till after midnight. But nothing at all happened, and they said a good many things about the folly of paying attention to idle tales. But it was a little odd that both of these monks dreamed the next night that a monk stood by their beds and said something about a hiding place. But in the morning neither of them could remember what it was the visitor had said. The suggestion was now made by somebody that the whole affair was a delusion of the evil one, and Brother Bernard was told to try to sprinkle the apparition with holy water the next time it was seen. So he provided himself with a sprinkler and waited for an opportunity. It came about a week later, and the result was not at all what he expected. The mysterious visitor was standing opposite his cubicle when he woke up with a start. As soon as he saw this, he slipped out of bed and took up the sprinkler, but something caught him by the wrist and held his hand back. Meanwhile, the apparition was moving slowly down the central passage. 3 times Brother Bernard tried to use a sprinkler, but each time the same thing happened. The last time his wrist was held so tightly and jerked back so sharply as to cause actual pain. But who did it? Certainly not the apparition, for that was going down the dormitory at the time. So the experiment was tried in a different way. A small stoup of holy water was hung on the end wall at the exact spot where the monk had so many times been seen to disappear. The result was curious. According to Brother Bernard's account the next morning, he woke up as usual and saw the monk going down the dormitory. When he came to the usual spot, he did not vanish, but stood still as if hesitating what to do. The watcher saw his chance and ran towards him. But again he was disappointed, for something caught him by the heel, and he fell with a crash. When he scrambled to his feet, the apparition was gone. This was distinctly vexing, for he could not tell how the mysterious monk got over the difficulty of having to pass through a stoup of holy water. But a few nights later he found out, for he saw him again. This time he did not attempt to interfere, but simply watched. When the monk reached the end of the dormitory, he seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then he appeared to push the cross he was carrying into the wall a little below the holy water stoup, after which he simply vanished. How he went, the watcher could not describe. He just was not there, and that was all that could be said. Things now took a rather unpleasant turn for Brother Bernard. The whole story rested on his word, and every attempt to test the truth of it had failed. Several of the monks who had heard the history began to question that the whole business was imagination at first and romancing later. He was cross-questioned pretty sharply by the prior more than once, and the abbot took occasion to say a few words on the sin of lying. So it was very fortunate for him that one or two small incidents happened at this time to confirm his story. One of the boys was a little unwell, and the local doctor came to see him. He was accompanied by a little terrier which came up to the dormitory with him. Needless to say, the doctor was not in the habit of taking a dog with him to see his patients, but in this case he had called in the course of a country walk, and had asked permission to bring the dog in, as he did not want it to go chasing rabbits in his absence. While the doctor was examining his patient, the terrier ran about the dormitory. Presently it went to the wall at the end. It stopped suddenly, hesitated for a moment, and then went slowly and suspiciously to the very spot where the nocturnal visitor was in the habit of disappearing. It went to sniff at the wall, darted suddenly back, as if it had touched something very hot, and then dashed howling out of the place. The other incident was the merest trifle in itself, but was significant in the view of what had happened. A new boy joined the alumnate. He had heard nothing about anything occurring in the dormitory, and it chanced that he was placed in the bed nearest to the end wall. But in the morning he asked to be moved, and could give no better reason than that he felt afraid, and that he thought he heard whisperings in the wall. He was told not to be silly, but he was moved all the same. And now things began developing rapidly. Brother Bernard woke up a few nights later to find the mysterious monk standing by his side and bending over him. He at once moved away, but kept looking back as if expecting to be followed. The boy got up and went with him, and when he thought it over afterwards, he was surprised that he did not feel in the least afraid. The monk walked slowly down the dormitory. This time he did not appear to be carrying anything, and the usual light on the open roof was not there, but the moonlight was streaming through the windows, and everything could be seen. They reached the end wall, and then the monk stopped and pointed to a spot below the holy water stoup. To his surprise, Brother Bernard saw distinctly a cross of light shining on the place. He turned to his companion, meaning to ask him what it meant, but he was alone. The monk had vanished completely. He was not much taken aback by this. He was getting used to queer things happening. So he just went quietly back to his cell again, and as he went up to the dormitory, he heard an alumnus talking in his sleep, and the boy was saying, "Open the wall, Father." Next day, all this was duly reported to the prior, and the abbot decided to make a search. A mason was sent for, and the end wall of the old dormitory was opened at the place that Brother Bernard had indicated. It quickly became evident that the wall had previously been tampered with. Beneath the stone facing, the wall had been cut away, and then loosely filled in with broken stone and mortar. This was cleared away, and then a box came to light. It contained a cross of gold, containing a relic for which the abbey had been famed in the olden days before the dissolution. Brother Bernard had the honor of carrying it in the procession when it was solemnly conveyed back to the church and placed once more in its old position above the high altar. And since that day The light in the old dormitory has been seen no more. End of The Light in the Dormitory by W.J. Wintle. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
The Facts in the Case of Mr. Valdemar by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Facts in the Case of Mr. Valdemar by Edgar Allan Poe. Of course, I shall not pretend to consider it any matter for wonder that the extraordinary case of Mr. Valdemar has excited discussion. It would have been a miracle had it not, especially under the circumstances. Through the desire of all parties concerned to keep the affair from the public, at least for the present, or until we had further opportunities for investigation, through our endeavors to effect this, a garbled or exaggerated account made its way into society and became the source of many unpleasant misrepresentations, and very naturally of a great deal of disbelief. It is now rendered necessary that I give the facts, as far as I comprehend them myself. They are, succinctly, these. My attention for the last 3 years had been repeatedly drawn to the subject of mesmerism, and about 9 months ago it occurred to me, quite suddenly, that in the series of experiments made hitherto there had been a very remarkable and most unaccountable omission. No person had as yet been mesmerized in articulo mortis. It remained to be seen, first, whether in such condition there existed in the patient any susceptibility to the magnetic influence; secondly, whether, if any existed, it was impaired or increased by the condition; thirdly, to what extent, or for how long a period, the encroachments of death might be arrested by the process. There were other points to be ascertained, but these most excited my curiosity, the last in especial, from the immensely important character of its consequences. In looking around me for some subject by whose means I might test these particulars, I was brought to think of my friend Mr. Ernest Valdemar, the well-known compiler of the Bibliotheca Forensica, and author, under the nom de plume of Issachar Marx, of the Polish versions of Wallenstein and Gargantua. Mr. Valdemar, who has resided principally in Harlem, New York, since the year 1839, is, or was, particularly noticeable for the extreme spareness of his person, his lower limbs much resembling those of John Randolph, and also for the whiteness of his whiskers, in violent contrast to the blackness of his hair, the latter, in consequence, being very generally mistaken for a wig. His temperament was markedly nervous, and rendered him a good subject for mesmeric experiment. On 2 or 3 occasions I had put him to sleep with little difficulty, but was disappointed in other results which his peculiar constitution had naturally led me to anticipate. His will was at no period positively or thoroughly under my control, and in regard to clairvoyance, I could accomplish with him nothing to be relied upon. I always attributed my failure at these points to the disordered state of his health. For some months previous to my becoming acquainted with him, his physicians had declared him in a confirmed phthisis. It was his custom, indeed, to speak calmly of his approaching dissolution, as of a matter neither to be avoided nor regretted. When the ideas to which I have alluded first occurred to me, it was of course very natural that I should think of Mr. Valdemar. I knew the steady philosophy of the man too well to apprehend any scruples from him, and he had no relatives in America who would be likely to interfere. I spoke to him frankly upon the subject, and, to my surprise, his interest seemed vividly excited. I say to my surprise, for although he had always yielded his person freely to my experiments, he had never before given me any tokens of sympathy with what I did. His disease was of that character which would admit of exact calculation in respect to the epoch of its termination in death, and it was finally arranged between us that he would send for me about 24 hours before the period announced by his physicians as that of his decease. It is now rather more than 7 months since I received, from Mr. Valdemar himself, the subjoined note. My dear P., you may as well come now. D and F are agreed that I cannot hold out beyond tomorrow night, and I think they have hit the time very nearly. Valdemar. I received this note within half an hour after it was written, and in 15 minutes more I was in the dying man's chamber. I had not seen him for 10 days, and was appalled by the fearful alteration which the brief interval had wrought in him. His face wore a leaden hue, the eyes were utterly lustreless, and the emaciation was so extreme that the skin had broken through by the cheek-bones. His expectoration was excessive. The pulse was barely perceptible. He retained, nevertheless, in a very remarkable manner, both his mental power and a certain degree of physical strength. He spoke with distinctness, took some palliative medicines without aid, and when I entered the room was occupied in penciling memoranda in a pocket-book. He was propped up in the bed by pillows. Doctors D and F were in attendance. After pressing Valdemar's hand, I took these gentlemen aside and obtained from them a minute account of the patient's condition. The left lung had been for 18 months in a semi-osseous or cartilaginous state, and was, of course, entirely useless for all purposes of vitality. The right, in its upper portion, was also partially, if not thoroughly, ossified, while the lower region was merely a mass of purulent tubercles, running one into the other. Several extensive perforations existed, and at one point permanent adhesion to the ribs had taken place. These appearances in the right lobe were of a comparatively recent date. The ossification had proceeded with very unusual rapidity. No sign of it had been discovered a month before, and the adhesion had only been observed during the 3 previous days. Independently of the thesis, the patient was suspected of aneurism of the aorta, but on this point the osseous symptoms rendered an exact diagnosis impossible. It was the opinion of both physicians that Mr. Valdemar would die about midnight on the morrow, Sunday. It was then 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. On quitting the invalid's bedside to hold conversation with myself, Doctors D and F had bidden him a final farewell. It had not been their intention to return, but at my request they agreed to look in upon the patient about 10 the next night. When they had gone, I spoke freely with Mr. Valdemar on the subject of his approaching dissolution, as well as, more particularly, of the experiment proposed. He still professed himself quite willing and even anxious to have it made, and urged me to commence it at once. A male and a female nurse were in attendance, but I did not feel myself altogether at liberty to engage in a task of this character with no more reliable witnesses than these people, in case of sudden accident, might prove. I therefore postponed operations until about 8 the next night, when the arrival of a medical student with whom I had some acquaintance, Mr. Theodore L.L., relieved me from farther embarrassment. It had been my design originally to wait for the physicians, but I was induced to proceed, first by the urgent entreaties of Mr. Valdemar, and secondly by my conviction that I had not a moment to lose, as he was evidently sinking fast. Mr. L.L. was so kind as to accede to my desire that he would take notes of all that occurred, and it is from his memoranda that what I now have to relate is, for the most part, either condensed or copied verbatim. It wanted about 5 minutes of 8 when, taking the patient's hand, I begged him to state, as distinctly as he could, to Mr. L.L. whether he, Mr. Valdemar, was entirely willing that I should make the experiment of mesmerizing him in his then condition. He replied feebly, yet quite audibly, "Yes, I wish to be. I fear you have mesmerized," adding immediately afterwards, "deferred it too long." While he spoke thus, I commenced the passes which I had already found most effectual in subduing him. He was evidently influenced with the first lateral stroke of my hand across his forehead, but although I exerted all my powers, no farther perceptible effect was induced until some minutes after 10 o'clock, when Doctors D and F called, according to appointment. I explained to them in a few words what I designed, and as they opposed no objection, saying that the patient was already in the death agony, I proceeded without hesitation, exchanging, however, the lateral passes for downward ones, and directing my gaze entirely into the right eye of the sufferer. By this time his pulse was imperceptible, and his breathing was stertorous and at intervals of half a minute. This condition was nearly unaltered for a quarter of an hour. At the expiration of this period, however, a natural, although a very deep sigh escaped the bosom of the dying man, and the stertorous breathing ceased. That is to say, its stertorousness was no longer apparent. The intervals were undiminished. The patient's extremities were of an icy coldness. At 5 minutes before 11, I perceived unequivocal signs of the mesmeric influence. The glassy roll of the eye was changed for that expression of uneasy inward examination which is never seen except in cases of sleep-waking, and which it is quite impossible to mistake. With a few rapid lateral passes, I made the lids quiver as in incipient sleep, and with a few more I closed them altogether. I was not satisfied, however, with this, but continued the manipulations vigorously and with the fullest exertion of the will until I had completely stiffened the limbs of the slumberer, after placing them in a seemingly easy position. The legs were at full length, the arms were nearly so, and reposed on the bed at a moderate distance from the loin. The head was very slightly elevated. When I had accomplished this, it was fully midnight, and I requested the gentlemen present to examine Mr. Valdemar's condition. After a few experiments, they admitted him to be in an unusually perfect state of mesmeric trance. The curiosity of both the physicians was greatly excited. Dr. D resolved at once to remain with the patient all night, while Dr. F took leave, with a promise to return at daybreak. Mr. L.L. and the nurses remained. We left Mr. Valdemar entirely undisturbed until about 3 o'clock in the morning, when I approached him and found him in precisely the same condition as when Dr. F went away. That is to say, he lay in the same position, the pulse was imperceptible, the breathing was gentle, scarcely noticeable unless through the application of a mirror to the lips, the eyes were closed naturally, and the limbs were as rigid and as cold as marble. Still, the general appearance was certainly not that of death. As I approached Mr. Valdemar, I made a kind of half-effort to influence his right arm into pursuit of my own, as I passed the latter gently to and fro above his person. In such experiments with this patient I had never perfectly succeeded before, and assuredly I had little thought of succeeding now. But to my astonishment, his arm very readily, although feebly, followed every direction I assigned it with mine. I determined to hazard a few words of conversation. "Mr. Valdemar," I said, "are you asleep?" He made no answer, but I perceived a tremor about the lips, and was thus induced to repeat the question again and again. At its third repetition His whole frame was agitated by a very slight shivering. The eyelids unclosed themselves so far as to display a white line of the ball. The lips moved sluggishly, and from between them, in a barely audible whisper, issued the words, "Yes, asleep now. Do not wake me. Let me die so." I here felt the limbs, and found them as rigid as ever. The right arm, as before, obeyed the direction of my hand. I questioned the sleep-waker again. "Do you still feel pain in the breast, Mr. Valdemar?" The answer now was immediate, but even less audible than before. "No pain. I am dying." I did not think it advisable to disturb him farther just then, and nothing more was said or done until the arrival of Dr. F., who came a little before sunrise, and expressed unbounded astonishment at finding the patient still alive. After feeling the pulse and applying a mirror to the lips, he requested me to speak to the sleep-waker again. I did so, saying, "Mr. Valdemar, do you still sleep?" As before, some minutes elapsed ere a reply was made, and during the interval the dying man seemed to be collecting his energies to speak. At my fourth repetition of the question, he said very faintly, almost inaudibly, "Yes, still asleep, dying." It was now the opinion, or rather the wish, of the physicians that Mr. Valdemar should be suffered to remain undisturbed in his present apparently tranquil condition until death should supervene. And this, it was generally agreed, must now take place within a few minutes. I concluded, however, to speak to him once more, and merely repeated my previous question. While I spoke, there came a marked change over the countenance of the sleep-waker. The eyes rolled themselves slowly open, the pupils disappearing upwardly. The skin generally assumed a cadaverous hue, resembling not so much parchment as white paper, and the circular hectic spots, which hitherto had been strongly defined in the centre of each cheek, went out at once. I use this expression because the suddenness of their departure put me in mind of nothing so much as the extinguishment of a candle by a puff of the breath. The upper lip at the same time writhed itself away from the teeth, which it had previously covered completely, while the lower jaw fell with an audible jerk, leaving the mouth widely extended, and disclosing in full view the swollen and blackened tongue. I presume that no member of the party then present had been unaccustomed to death-bed horrors, but so hideous, beyond conception, was the appearance of Mr. Valdemar at this moment, that there was a general shrinking back from the region of the bed. I now feel that I have reached a point of this narrative at which every reader will be startled into positive disbelief. It is my business, however, simply to proceed. There was no longer the faintest sign of vitality in Mr. Valdemar, and concluding him to be dead, we were consigning him to the charge of the nurses, when a strong vibratory motion was observable in the tongue. This continued for perhaps a minute. At the expiration of this period, there issued from the distended and motionless jaws a voice such as it would be madness in me to attempt describing. There are, indeed, 2 or 3 epithets which might be considered as applicable to it in part. I might say, for example, that the sound was harsh and broken and hollow. But the hideous whole is indescribable, for the simple reason that no similar sounds have ever jarred upon the ear of humanity. There were 2 particulars, nevertheless, which I thought then, and still think, might fairly be stated as characteristic of the intonation, as well adapted to convey some idea of its unearthly peculiarity. In the first place, the voice seemed to reach our ears, or at least mine, from a vast distance, or from some deep cavern within the earth. In the second place, it impressed me— I fear, indeed, that it will be impossible to make myself comprehended— as gelatinous or glutinous matters impress the sense of touch. I have spoken both of sound and of voice. I mean to say that the sound was one of distinct, of even wonderfully, thrillingly distinct, syllabification. Mr. Valdemar spoke, obviously in reply to the question I had propounded to him a few minutes before. I had asked him, it will be remembered, if he still slept. He now said, "Yes, no, I have been sleeping, and now I am dead." No person present even affected to deny or attempted to repress the unutterable, shuddering horror which these few words, thus uttered, were so well calculated to convey. Mr. L.L., the student, swooned. The nurses immediately left the chamber and could not be induced to return. My own impressions I would not pretend to render intelligible to the reader. For nearly an hour we busied ourselves silently, without the utterance of a word, in endeavours to revive Mr. L.L. When he came to himself, we addressed ourselves again to the investigation of Mr. Valdemar's condition. It remained in all respects as I have described it, with the exception that the mirror no longer afforded evidence of respiration. An attempt to draw blood from the arm failed. I should mention, too, that this limb was no farther subject to my will. I endeavoured in vain to make it follow the direction of my hand. The only real indication, indeed, of the mesmeric influence was now found in the vibratory movement of the tongue, whenever I addressed Mr. Valdemar a question. He seemed to be making an effort to reply, but had no longer sufficient volition. To queries put to him by any other person than myself he seemed utterly insensible, although I endeavoured to place each member of the company in mesmeric rapport with him. I believe that I have now related all that is necessary to an understanding of the sleep-waker's state at this epoch. Other nurses were procured, and at 10 o'clock I left the house in company with the two physicians and Mr. L.L. In the afternoon we all called again to see the patient. His condition remained precisely the same. We had now some discussion as to the propriety and feasibility of awakening him, but we had little difficulty in agreeing that no good purpose would be served by so doing. It was evident that, so far, death, or what is usually termed death, had been arrested by the mesmeric process. It seemed clear to us all that to awaken Mr. Valdemar would be merely to ensure his instant, or at least his speedy, dissolution. From this period until the close of last week, an interval of nearly 7 months, we continued to make daily calls at Mr. Valdemar's house, accompanied now and then by medical and other friends. All this time the sleep-walker remained exactly as I have last described him. The nurse's attentions were continual. It was on Friday last that we finally resolved to make the experiment of awakening or attempting to awaken him. And it is the perhaps unfortunate result of this latter experiment which has given rise to so much discussion in private circles, to so much of what I cannot help thinking unwarranted popular feeling. For the purpose of relieving Mr. Valdemar from the mesmeric trance, I made use of the customary passes. These, for a time, were unsuccessful. The first indication of revival was afforded by a partial descent of the iris. It was observed as especially remarkable that this lowering of the pupil was accompanied by the profuse outflowing of a yellowish ichor from beneath the lids, of a pungent and highly offensive odor. It was now suggested that I should attempt to influence the patient's arm as heretofore. I made the attempt and failed. Dr. F. then intimated a desire to have me put a question. I did so as follows. Mr. Valdemar, can you explain to us what are your feelings or wishes now? There was an instant return of the hectic circles on the cheeks. The tongue quivered, or rather rolled violently in the mouth, although the jaws and the lips remained rigid as before. And at length the same hideous voice which I have already described broke forth. For God's sake, quick, quick, put me to sleep. Oh, quick, waken me, quick. I say to you that I am dead. I was thoroughly unnerved, and for an instant remained undecided what to do. At first I made an endeavor to recompose the patient, but failing in this through total abeyance of the will, I retraced my steps and as earnestly struggled to awaken him. In this attempt I soon saw that I should be successful, or at least I soon fancied that my success would be complete, and I am sure that all in the room were prepared to see the patient awaken. For what really occurred, however, it is quite impossible that any human being could have been prepared. As I rapidly made the mesmeric passes amid ejaculations of "Dead! Dead!" absolutely bursting from the tongue and not from the lips of the sufferer, his whole frame at once, within the space of a single minute, or even less, shrunk, crumbled, absolutely rotted away beneath my hands. Upon the bed, before that whole company, there lay a nearly liquid mass of loathsome, of detestable putridity. End of The Facts in the Case of Mr. Valdemar, by Edgar Allan Poe.
Many Waters Cannot Quench Love, by Louisa Baldwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Many Waters Cannot Quench Love. Did I not know my old friend John Horton to be as truthful as he is devoid of imagination, I should have believed that he was romancing or dreaming when he told me of a circumstance that happened to him some 30 years ago. He was at that time a bachelor living in London and practising as a solicitor in Bedford Row. He was not a strong man, though neither nervous nor excitable, and, as I said before, singularly unimaginative. If Horton told you a fact, you might be certain that it had occurred in the precise manner he stated. If he told it to you 100 times, he would not vary it in the repetition. This literal and conscientious habit of mind made his testimony of value, and when he told me a fact that I should have disbelieved from any other man, from my friend, I was obliged to accept it as truth. It was during the long vacation in the autumn of 1857 that Horton determined to take a few weeks' holiday in the country. He was such an inveterate Londoner, he had not been able to tear himself away from town for more than a few days at a time for many years past. But at length he felt the necessity for quiet and pure air, only he would not go so far to seek them. It was easier then than it is now to find a lodging that would meet his requirements, a place in the country, yet close to the town, and it was near Wandsworth that Horton found what he sought, rooms for a single gentleman in an old farmhouse. He read the advertisement of the lodgings in the paper at luncheon, and went that very afternoon to see if they answered to the tempting description given. He had some little difficulty in finding Maitland's farm. It was not easy to find his way through country lanes that, to his town eyes, looked precisely alike, and with nothing to indicate whether he had taken a right or wrong turning. The railway now runs shrieking over what were then green fields. Lanes have been transformed into gas-lighted streets, and Maitland's farm, the old red brick house standing in its high-walled garden, had been pulled down long ago. The last time Horton went to look at the old place, it was changed beyond recognition, and the orchard in which he gathered pears and apples during his stay at the farm was now the site of a public house and a dissenting chapel. It was on a hot afternoon early in September when Horton opened the big iron gates and walked up the path bordered with dahlias and hollyhocks leading to the front door, and rang for admittance at Maitland's farm. The bell echoed in a distant part of the empty house, and died away into silence, but no one came to answer its summons. As Horton stood waiting, he took the opportunity of thoroughly examining the outside of the house. Though it was called a farm, it had not been built for one originally. It was a substantial 4-story brick house of Queen Anne's period, with 5 tall sash windows on each floor, and dormer windows in the tile roof. The front door was approached by a shallow flight of stone steps, and above the fanlight projected a penthouse of solidly carved woodwork. On either side were brackets of wrought iron, supporting extinguishers that had quenched the torch of many a late returning reveller a century ago. Only the windows to the right and left of the door had blinds or curtains, or betrayed any sign of habitation. "Those are the rooms to be let. I wonder which is the bedroom," thought my friend as he rang the bell for the second time. Presently he heard within the sound of approaching footsteps. There was a great drawing of bolts, and after a final struggle with the rusty lock, the door was opened by an old woman of severe and cheerless aspect. Horton was the first to speak. "I have called to see the rooms advertised to be let in this house." The old woman eyed him from head to foot without making any reply, then opening the door wider, nodded to him to enter. He did so, and found himself in a large paved hall lighted from the fanlight over the door, and by a high narrow window facing him at the top of a short flight of oak stairs. The air was musty and damp as that of an old church. "A hall this size should have a fire in it," said Horton, glancing at the empty rusty grate. "Farmers and folks that work out of doors keep themselves warm without fires," said the old woman sharply. "This house was never built for a farm. Why is it called one?" inquired Horton of his taciturn guide, as she opened the door of the sitting-room. "Because it was one," was the blunt reply. "When I was a girl it was the manor house, and may be called that again for all I know. But 30 years since, a man named Maitland took it on as a lease and farmed the land, and folks forgot the old name, and it's called Maitland's Farm." "When did Maitland leave?" "About 2 months ago." "Why did he go away from a nice place like this?" "You are fond of asking questions," remarked the old woman dryly. "He went for 2 good reasons. His lease was up, and his family was a big one. 9 children he had, from a girl of 22 down to a little lad of 4 years old. His wife and him thought it best to take him out to Australia, where there's room for all. They were glad to go, all but the eldest, Esther, and she nearly broke her heart over it. But then she had to leave her sweetheart behind her. He's a young man on a dairy farm near here, and though he used to follow her out and marry her in 12 months, she did nothing but mourn, same as if she was leaving him altogether." "Ah, indeed," said Horton, who could not readily enter into details about people whom he did not know. "So this is the sitting-room. It's large and airy, and has as much furniture in it as a man needs by himself. Now show me the bedroom, if you please." "Follow me upstairs, sir." and the old woman preceded him slowly up the oak staircase and opened the door of the back room on the first floor. "Then the bedroom that you let is not over the sitting room?" "No. The front room is mine, and the room next to it is my son's. He's out all day at his work, but he sleeps here, and mostly keeps me company of an evening. I'm alone here all day looking after the place, and if you take the rooms, I shall cook for you and wait on you myself." Horton liked the look of the bedroom. It was large and airy, with little furniture in it beyond a bed and a chest of drawers, but it was delicately clean and silent as the grave. How a tired man might sleep here! The walls were decorated with old prints in black frames of the Rake's Progress and Mariage à la Mode, and above the high carved mantelpiece hung an engraving of the famous portrait of Charles I on a prancing brown horse. "Those things were on the walls when the Maitlands took the place, and they had to leave him where they found him," said the old woman. "And they found that sword too," she added, pointing to a rusty cutlass that hung from a nail by the head of the bed. "But I think they'd have done no great harm if they'd sold it for old iron." Horton took down the weapon and examined it. It was an ordinary cutlass, such as was worn by the Marines in George III's reign, not old enough to be of antiquarian interest, nor of sufficient beauty or workmanship to make it of artistic value. He replaced it, and stepped to the windows and looked into the garden below. It was bounded by a high wall enclosing a row of poplars, and beyond lay the open country, visible for miles in the clear air, a sight to rest and fascinate the eye of a Londoner. Horton made his bargain with the old woman, whom the landlord had put into the house as caretaker, pending his decision about the disposition of the property. She was allowed to take a lodger for her own profit, and as soon as Mrs. Belt found that the stranger agreed to her terms, she assured him that everything should be comfortably arranged for his reception by the following Wednesday. Horton arrived at Maitland's farm on the evening of the appointed day. A stormy autumnal sunset was casting an angry glow on the windows of the house. The rising wind filled the air with mournful sounds, and the poplars swayed against a background of lurid sky. Mrs. Belt was expecting her lodger, and promptly opened the door, candle in hand, when she heard the wheels stopping at the gate. The driver of the fly carried Horton's portmanteau into the hall, was paid his fare, and drove away thinking the darkening lanes more cheerful than the glimpse he had had of the inside of Maitland's farm. Horton was thoroughly pleased with his country quarters. The intense quiet of the almost empty house, that might have made another man melancholy, soothed and rested him. In the daytime he wandered about the country, or amused himself in the garden and orchard, and he spent the long evenings alone, reading and smoking in his sitting-room. Mrs. Belt brought in supper at 9 o'clock, and usually stayed to have a chat with her lodger, and many a long story she related of her neighbours and the Maitland family, while she waited upon him at his evening meal. On several occasions she told him that Esther Maitland's sweetheart, Michael Wynne, had come to talk with her about the Maitlands, or to bring her a newspaper containing tidings that their ship had reached some point on its long voyage in safety. "You see, the Petrel is a sailing vessel, sir, and there's no saying how long she'll take getting to Australia. The last news Michael had, she's got as far as some islands with an outlandish name, and he's had a letter from Esther posted at a place called Madeira, and now he gives himself no peace till he can hear that the ship's safe as far as somewhere, I think he said in Africa." "It would be the Cape, Mrs. Belt." "That's the name, sir, the Cape, and he wears it all the time for fear of storms and shipwrecks. But I tell him the world's a wide place, and the sea's wider than all, and very likely when the chimney pots is flying about our heads in a gale here, the Petrel's lying becalmed somewhere. And then he takes up my thought and turns it against me. 'Yes,' he says, 'and when it's a dead calm here on shore, the ship may be sinking in a storm, and my Esther being drowned.' Michael Wynne must be a very nervous young man." "That's what it is, sir. And I tell him when he follows the Maitlands, it's a good job that he leaves no one behind him that'll wear it after him, the same as he's wearied it after Esther. It was in the middle of October, and Horton had been a month at the farm. The weather was now cold and wet, and he began to think it was time he returned to his snug London home, for the autumn rain had made everything at Maitland's farm damp and mouldy. It had blown half a gale all day, and the rain had fallen in torrents, keeping him a prisoner indoors. But he occupied himself in writing letters and reading some legal documents his clerk had brought out to him, and the time passed rapidly. Indeed, the evening flew by so quickly he had no idea it was 9 o'clock when Mrs. Belt entered the room to lay the cloth for supper. "It's stopped raining now, sir," she said, as she poked the fire into a cheerful blaze. "And a good chop, too, for Michael Wynne brings me word the Wandle's risen fearful since morning, and it's out in places more than it's been for years. But there's a full moon to-night, so no one need walk into the water unless they've a mind to." Horton's head was too full of a knotty legal point to pay much heed to Mrs. Belt, and the old woman, seeing that he was not in a mood for conversation, said nothing further. At 10:30 she brought her lodger some spirits and hot water, and his bedroom candle, and wished him good night. Horton sat reading for some time, and then made an entry in his diary concerning a day of which there was absolutely nothing to record, lighted his candle, and went upstairs. I am familiar with the precise order of each trifling circumstance. My friend has so often told me the events of that night, and never with the slightest addition or omission in the telling. It was his habit, the last thing at night, to draw up the blinds. He looked out of the window, and though the moon was at the full, the clouds had not yet dispersed, and her light was fitful and obscure. It was 20 minutes to 12 as he extinguished the candle by his bedside. Everything was propitious for rest. He was weary, and the house profoundly silent. The rain had stopped, the wind fallen to a sigh, and it seemed to him that as soon as his head pressed the pillow, he sank into a dreamless slumber. Shortly after 2 o'clock, Horton awoke suddenly, passing instantaneously from deep sleep to the possession of every faculty in a heightened degree, and with an insupportable sense of fear weighing upon him like 1,000 nightmares. He started up and looked around him. The perspiration poured from his brow, and his heart beat to suffocation. He was convinced that he had been waked by some strange and terrible noise that had thrilled through the depths of sleep, and he dreaded the repetition of it inexpressibly. The room was flooded with moonlight, streaming through the narrow windows, lying like sheets of molten silver on the floor, and the poplars in the garden cast tremulous shadows on the ceiling. Then Horton heard through the silence of the house a sound that was not the moan of the wind, nor the rustling of trees, nor any sound he had heard before. Clear and distinct, as though it were in the room with him, he heard a voice of weeping and lamentation, with more than human sorrow in the cry, so that it seemed to him as though he listened to the mourning of a lost soul. He leaped up, struck a match, and lighted the candle, and seizing the cutlass that hung by the bed, unlocked the door and opened it to listen. So far as all ordinary sounds were concerned, the house was silent as death, and the moonlight streamed through the staircase window in a flood of pale light. But the unearthly sound of weeping, thrilling through heart and soul, came from the hall below, and Horton walked downstairs to the landing at the top of the first flight. There on the lowest step, a woman was seated with bowed head, her face hidden in her hands, rocking to and fro in extremity of grief. The moonlight fell full on her, and he saw that she was only partly clothed, and her dark hair lay in confusion on her bare shoulders. "Who are you? What is the matter with you?" said Horton, and his trembling voice echoed in the silent house. But she neither stirred nor spoke, nor abated her weeping. Slowly he descended the moonlit staircase, till there was but 4 steps between him and the woman. A mortal fear was growing upon him. "Speak, if you are a living being!" he cried. The figure rose to its full height, turned and faced him for a moment that seemed an eternity, and rushed full on the point of the cutlass Horton involuntarily presented. As the impalpable form glided up the blade of the weapon, a cold wave seemed to break over him, and he fell in a dead faint on the stairs. How long he remained insensible he could not tell. When he came to himself and opened his eyes, the moon had set, and he groped his way in darkness to his room, where the candle had burnt itself out. When Horton came down to breakfast, he looked as though he had been ill for a month, and his hands trembled like a drunkard's. At any other time Mrs. Belt would have been struck by his appearance, but this morning she was too much excited by some bad news she had heard to notice whether her lodger was looking well or ill. Horton asked how she had slept, for if she had not heard the terrible sounds that waked him, it still seemed impossible she should not have heard his heavy fall on the stairs. Mrs. Belt replied with some astonishment at her lodger's concern for her welfare, that she had never had a better night, it was so quiet after the wind fell. "But did your son think the house was quiet? Did he sleep too?" asked Horton with feverish eagerness. Mrs. Belt was yearning to impart her bad news to her lodger, and remarking that she had something else to do than ask folks how they slept o' nights. She said a neighbor had just told her that Michael Wynne had fallen into the Wandle during the night, no one knew how, and was drowned, and they were carrying his body home then. "What a terrible blow for his sweetheart!" said Horton, greatly shocked. "Aye, there's a pretty piece of news to send her, when she's expecting to see poor Michael himself soon. Mrs. Belt, have you any portrait of Esther Maitland you could show me? I've heard the girl's name so often I'm curious to know what she's like." And the old woman retired to hunt among her treasures for a small photograph on glass that Esther had given her before she went away. Presently Mrs. Belt returned, polishing the picture with her apron. "It's but a poor affair, sir, taken in a caravan on the common. Yet it's like the girl. It's very like." It was a miserable production, a cheap and early effort in photography, and Horton arose from the table with the picture in his hand to examine it at the window. And there, surrounded by the thin brass frame, he recognized the face of all faces that had dismayed him, the face he beheld in the vision of the preceding night. He suppressed a groan, and turned from the window with a face so white that as he handed the picture back to Mrs. Belt, she said, "You're not feeling well this morning, sir?" "No, I'm feeling very ill. I must get back to town to-day to be near my own doctor. You shall be no loser by my leaving you so suddenly. But if I am going to be ill, I am best in my own home." For Horton could not have stayed another night at Maitland's farm to save his life. He was at his office in Bedford Row by noon, and his clerks thought he looked 10 years older for his visit to the country. A little more than 3 weeks after Horton returned to town, when his nerves were beginning to recover their accustomed tone, his attention was unexpectedly recalled to the abhorrent subject of the apparition he had seen. He read in his daily paper that the mail from the Cape had brought news of the wreck of the sailing vessel Petrel, bound for Australia, with loss of all on board, in a violent storm off the coast, shortly before the steamer left for England. By a careful comparison of dates, allowing for the variation of time, the conviction was forced upon John Horton that the ill-fated ship foundered at the very hour in which he beheld the wraith of Esther Maitland. She and her lover, divided by thousands of miles, both perished by drowning at the same time. Michael Wynne in the little river at home, and Esther Maitland in the depths of a distant ocean. End of Many Waters Cannot Quench Love by Louisa Baldwin. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than Baroque's. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black, and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbit, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me. For what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of his eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder, while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was at best a feeble and equivocal feeling. The soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue, and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes, and with the bitterest remorse at my heart. Hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense. Hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity. But I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had there in great measure resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached, and saw, as if graven in bas-relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvellous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some one of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or of rum which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white, covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how or why it was. Its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature. A certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it. But gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence, as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from so doing, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name. And for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing. Of the gallows. Oh, mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death! And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man, fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas! Neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the deep stairs, and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. I aimed a blow at the animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished, but this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of those. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney or fireplace, that had been filled up, and made to resemble the red of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while with little trouble I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly, and said to myself, "Here at least, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. But it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the 4th day of the assassination, a party of the police came, very unexpectedly, into the house, and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the 3rd or 4th time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say an excellently well constructed house. These walls— Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together. And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend! No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe.